Chapter 1 North Blue Bandits. North Blue, in a remote sea area. A tattered pirate ship floated on the ocean, and the pirate flag was so tattered that it was impossible to recognize which pirate group it belonged to. There were a lot of battle marks on the ship, sawdust everywhere, broken blades, and even the musket was slashed in half. The pirates either vomited blood, or were twisted with broken limbs, lying on the ground one by one, some hiccups on the spot, some were still struggling on the edge of life and death, and some wailed there. Obviously, on this pirate ship, there has just been a battle of slaughter, and from the scene, the pirates did not seek benefits. "I'm looking for something, be quiet." Bang! A shield-like UI-colored arm slammed into the air, punching a wailing pirate, killing him on the spot. The shield-like UI-colored arm was retracted again, and changed into an ordinary human arm in the blink of an eye. And the owner of this arm is a black-haired Kurome, who looks about 17 or 18 years old, not tall or fat, with wheat color. A young man with delicate skin. The boy rummaged through the treasure chests that the pirates used to hold treasures. "It's a pity that after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any valuable treasures. Damn it! It's a bunch of poor ghosts again. Did I say that your North Blue pirate group is so poor? With such a little treasure, how can you be worthy of the word pirate?" The young man pouted angrily. The boy's name is Yeshij, not a local person, but an ordinary young man from the 21st century of the earth. Traveling to this dangerous world of One Piece/King of Pirates, where there are many powerful people, Yeshij is very helpless. In his fantasy, even if he is traveling, he should go to some place where soft girls are rampant, and then in relying on the golden fingers left hug right hug, all kinds of girls in his arms were slammed, and he lived a life without shame and impatience. But the reality is so cruel. But it doesn't matter, although there are many strong people here, Yeshij is not a vegetarian. "Xiao Bai, take all these and tell me how much I have in my account balance." As soon as Yeshij opened his mouth, all the valuable treasures in the bucket in front of him disappeared. Scanned, new account, 80,000 to 90,000 Baileys. Your account balance, 15.78 million Baileys. A mechanical prompt sounded in Yeshij's mind, and Yeshij sighed helplessly. "In the past month, I have looted 4 pirate ships, but only now I have raised 15 million Baileys. My dear, how long does it take to raise this 100 million Baileys?" Yeshij's distress is what makes him extraordinary. He has a very powerful strengthening system that can help him strengthen his body. Different from the well-known strengthening methods, the strengthening system Yeshij's body is divided into 4 parts: head, hand, body, foot. As long as 100 enhancement points can be raised, a lottery will be held to randomly get an ability from a certain part of another world. For example, the giant's right arm that Yeshij has now comes from the god of death. The ability of Chatutehu's right arm, corresponding to the strengthening part, is exactly Yeshij's right hand. However, this ability is given for free by the system. Because if you want to draw a lottery, you have to use 100 enhancement points, and the terrible fact that 1 enhancement point equals 1 million Bailey makes Yeshij have to choose to become an ocean bandits on the road. Fortunately, Yeshij has the right arm of a giant. Ordinary muskets and machetes have no effect on him at all. A random punch will cause incomparably terrifying power. The current pirate ship is still quite good, but the worst is the first pirate ship that Yeshij robbed. The power was not well controlled, and even the man and the ship were smashed into 2 halves together. Unlucky, unlucky. I don't know when the next pirate ship will meet. With a bag of grain, Yeshij jumped off the boat and landed on his own boat. He gently moved the paddle, eating bread, lying on the boat, enjoying the sea breeze and basking in the sun. Drifting away in the direction of the uninhabited island. Just when Yeshij was about to return to his uninhabited island, suddenly, in such a remote place, there are still homeless people? A black shadow stood above Yeshij, blocking the sun. It's a very nice female voice, you can tell she's a beautiful woman just from the voice. However, this voice fell in Yezhij's ears, but it became the sound of money clinking. Did someone bring money to your door so soon? Yezhij, who was enjoying the sun, looked at him. Although there was some backlight, he stared at it carefully for a while, and he still saw the shadow in the sky clearly. Blonde, colored hair, anti-clockwise circle eyebrows, wearing headphones, wearing a black navel-less skirt, with a cloak like butterfly wings behind him, and a slender figure. His face is particularly beautiful. Yezhij has seen it so far. Among the many women who have passed, the beauty ranks first in beauty. Yezhij's eyes straightened a little, but he quickly regained his senses and felt that she looked familiar. Can you float in the air? Look at her appearance, she has a lot of background. This fashionable woman is stepping on shoes made of unknown materials, like a balloon, which enables her to continue to float in the air. From this piece of equipment alone, it can be seen that her background is by no means simple. At this time, the woman's figure fell on the sea beside the boat, and the air was continuously released from her feet, displacing the sea water around, as if stepping on the water. Woman, blame it on your bad luck. Take out all your money, unfortunately, you were robbed. Yezhij stood up, without any pity, and grinned Isho. Hearing this, the woman was stunned, as if a little surprised, and then she burst out laughing. Wanderer, you are really interesting. I grew up and now, in North Blue, you are the first person who dared to speak to me like that. The woman has an elegant posture and a sweet smile, as if she didn't take Yezhij's words to heart at all. Listening to your tone, you seem to have a lot of background, don't you? Yezhij's eyes lit up, the more he was, the more money he had. My name is Raju, my last name you should have heard of, Vinsmoke. Chapter 2 Kidnap Raju. Vinsmoke. Yezhij looked thoughtful, this name sounds familiar. You don't know Vinsmoke? Raju was a little surprised this time. The prestige of the Vinsmoke family in North Blue is that everyone knows the existence of Akatsuki. Suppressing the entire North Blue with powerful force, even if there is no territory, it can still order all the countries in North Blue, and even have the right to participate in the World Conference. It can be said that in North Blue, the Vinsmoke family is a royal family that covers the sky with one hand, and no one dares to challenge them. But here, on a small boat swaying on the sea, this young man didn't even know about the Vinsmoke family. At this time, a huge black shadow appeared in the distance. The huge shadow was approaching very fast. After it got close, Yezhij could see clearly that the true face of the shadow was actually a huge phone bug sailing on the sea. Different from the phone bug, it has a snail-like shape, and a castle land is built on its back, like an island moving on the ocean. It is huge. Miss Raju, did you find anything again? On the edge of this huge ship, there are people wearing standard combat uniforms respectfully. Found a homeless man and said he was going to rob us? Raju laughed. Robbery? When the fighters heard this, their eyes suddenly changed, and they immediately took out their firearms from behind, and the black muzzle pointed directly at Yezhij. Look at these muskets are very advanced. Your ship is so big, there should be a lot of valuables, right? Just hand it over yourself. Yezhij said loudly. Rampant guy, do you know who we are? We belong to the largest kingdom in the North Blue, Germa. How dare you declare war on Germa? Prepare to die? Germa 66's combat soldier scowled and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The steel bullet, which was far more powerful than the marine armor-piercing bullet, went straight to Yezhij. As soon as Yezhij raised his hand, his arm suddenly changed, turning into a shield arm with bloody UI-colored lines, resisting in front of him. Ding! 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 It can be called a technological bullet that can kill even an elephant with one shot. In front of Yezhij's giant's right arm, Not even a single imprint was left. It's a little tricky. Call for more help. You may have encountered a devil fruit person, you can't be careless, you must be completely annihilated. Germa 66 immediately began to call other combatants to come to support through the communicator. Are you a devil fruit person? Raju looked at Yezhij curiously. It doesn't matter if it's not, anyway, you've been robbed by me now. Yezhij Isho, the big hand with black eye shield grabbed Raju, Raju's eyes flickered, and the hand he wanted to lift was put back again. He didn't choose to resist, let Yezhij hug her figure, it jumped into the air and landed on Germa 66's boat. Miss Raju is in their hands, don't shoot easily. Be careful. Don't hurt Miss Raju. Damn, taking the kind and lovely Miss Raju as a hostage, damn kidnapper. But for a moment, Yezhij was surrounded by the fighters of Germa 66. There are so many people. It's a pity, no matter how many little minions there are, don't try to challenge the big boss. Yezhij grinned Isho, let go of Raju with his palm, and at the same time Vivi bowed, and then the whole figure was like a spring, turning into an arrow from the string. Boom! During the high-speed movement, Yezhij threw a punch, and a huge flash cannon exploded, instantly blasting a quarter of the combatants and the castle fortress behind. Then his feet pressed hard on the ground, plowed the ground out of a ravine, quickly turned around, and burst out with 3 consecutive punches. Boom! 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 The flash cannon bypassed Raju perfectly and took out all the Germa 66 fighters. The whole process happened almost in the blink of an eye, and when the smoke cleared, Yezhij walked up to one of the combatants and put his foot on his chest. Go back and tell your leader that if you want to save people, come to see me with 500 million. No, 1 billion Bailey. Otherwise, his good daughter will die. Yezhij threatened. I would never. Germa 66 are absolutely loyal, even if they are going to die, they will not hesitate at all. How could the kidnappers take people away so easily? Well, take his words to my father. Raju suddenly interrupted. Yes. The soldier nodded. The soldier took out the communicator and began to contact the headquarters. After a few words, the soldier handed over the communicator in his hand. His Majesty wants to speak to you. Yezhij answered the phone and heard a heavy, lion-like voice from the other end. Boy, you dare to kidnap my daughter, you are not small. The owner of this voice is the king of the kingdom of Germa, the leader of Germa 66, in the North Blue Place. It can be said that the existence of the one-handed, Vinsmoke judge. Hey! Old man, stop talking nonsense, if you want your daughter to survive, prepare me 1 billion Baileys. If you dare to play tricks or lose a child, you will never want to see your daughter in your life. Yezhij didn't care who the other party was. The other Vinsmoke judge had an angry look on his face. The younger generation is really rampant to no end. Even the members of the Vinsmoke family dared to kidnap, they simply ate the guts of a bear and a leopard. Gotta make this bastard suffer. Iji, Niji. You two go to the waters of Lagamaz and bring Raju back to me. Keep a low profile, understand? Vinsmoke judge ordered. My sister is very strong. She was actually kidnapped by the kidnappers? It seems that these kidnappers still have 2 strokes. Father, don't worry, Niji and I will go out, these kidnappers will pay for their stupidity. The man with flying hair, wearing a combat uniform, wearing sunglasses and a large number 1 behind a white cape bowed. Chapter 3 A level ability, Devil's Wings. Not worth. Not worth. Not worth. Can't there be something of value for such a big ship? Gold, silver, treasure, jewelry, Bailey's all? Yezhij started a carpet-like search in the castle on the ship, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything of value. When Raju saw Yezhij holding advanced technological blueprints in his hands while rummaging and complaining, he couldn't help covering his mouth and felt amused. You know, the technological blueprints in Yezhij's hands are the weapon drawings that every major country in the world has dreamed of. It was said to be invaluable, but in Yezhij's hands, it became useless tattered waste paper. But the emperor paid off, and soon, Yezhij found the reward given to them by the country where Raju was on a mission, a full 300 million bailey. Haha! I finally found it. Seeing that the box was full of banknotes, Yezhij was more than excited. Without further ado, he put all the 300 million baileys into his account. Scanning completed, new account, 300 million bailey. Your account balance, 315.78 million baileys. Hearing the sound of the system in his head, Yezhij felt more at ease. As expected of a wealthy and powerful family, it directly contributed 300 million bailey as soon as it came, so refreshing. There are 300 million on a ship. It was too little to ask for 1 billion before. I knew it should be 10 billion. It's still too young. Yezhij sighed regretfully. Never mind, the top priority now is to get what I want. Without further ado, Yezhij directly exchanged 300 million baileys for 300 enhancement points. System, hurry up. Give me a lottery. Yezhij said impatiently. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. A colorful turntable suddenly appeared in Yezhij's mind, spinning rapidly, emitting 7 colors of light. Soon, the colorful turntable disappeared, replaced by a colorful light group blooming in Yezhij's mind. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. The sound of the system's notification sounded, causing Yezhij, who had planned to be ecstatic, to stun, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Before the draw, he asked the system what the probability of winning was. According to the system, 100-point level, the winning rate is 50%, and you can get B level and A level abilities. 1000 points level, the winning rate is 30%, and you can get B level, A level, and S level abilities. 10,000 points level, the winning rate is 10%. A, S, and SS abilities are available. A full 50% chance of winning the lottery was missed, and only 1 enhanced shard was exchanged. It seems that today's luck has declined. Go on. Although Yezhij was very distressed for the 100 million bailey that he just passed away, he could only bite Kiba and continue to smoke. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. A moment later, the news came like a thunderbolt. Yezhij's whole person was not well. 50% chance of winning the lottery. It doesn't matter if you don't win once, you can actually miss twice in a row. Could it be that you have done too many bad things these days, and you have been punished by God? Come again. There was no other way. Yezhij could only choose to continue the lottery. Finally _ Congratulations. Obtained a level body ability, Devil's Wings. I'm coming. Finally come. Yezhij's eyes lit up. Don't think that this is only a B grade, but for Yezhij, it was already a great surprise. Yezhij thought about it, and saw that the back of his clothes was torn apart, a pair of bat-like wings, chamfered, and a large area of demon wings emerged. What is this? Seeing this, Raju, who had been watching Yezhij's various expressions on his face, couldn't help but ask curiously. This is the devil's wing, hee, how is it? Is it cool or not? Yezhij proudly showed off. It's a bit special. But then again, you kidnapped me, aren't you afraid of the Vinsmoke family's revenge? Raju didn't have the slightest bit of restraint as a hostage, leaned on the railing gracefully, and said with a smile, showing her beautiful long legs. The Vinsmoke family. I seem to remember it when I was just looking through things. I heard that they are all scientific armed forces. They are very strong in combat. They once dominated the entire North Blue with powerful force. It is an incredible existence. At this time, Yezhij barely remembered the existence of the Kingdom of Jerma in One Piece/King of Pirates. It's his fault, he swallows everything he sees, and forgets after reading it. So much so that he only remembers Shichibukai, the four emperors, Marine, the world government and these powerful beings. As for the others, they have long since faded a little bit in his memory. Since you know it's an incredible existence, why do you dare to provoke it? Reiju blinked and seemed very interested in Yezhij's courage. It must be for the money. The demon wings behind Yezhij fluttered and flew up with his entire body, wantonly enjoying the feeling of soaring in the sky. You're going to be hostile to the Vinsmoke family just for the money? Reiju wondered. Of course. Yezhij swooped down, and the demon's wings shook violently, causing cracks to appear on the ground. I only recognize money now, not people. Even the four emperors, Shichibukai and the world government can't stop my desire to make money. Yezhij grinned Isho, retracted the demon wings on his back, and landed flat on the ground. It's you, Reiju, you don't look weak at all. How come I kidnapped you and you didn't resist at all? Yezhij is not an idiot. The first time he saw Reiju, he realized that her combat power was not lower than those of the combatants. But what puzzled him was that when Reiju faced his kidnapping, there was no resistance at all, and from her words, she seemed to be enjoying herself. This made Yezhij a little confused. Could it be that people in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates like to be kidnapped? My father said that only by experiencing enough can you become strong enough. Kidnapping is also a good experience. Isn't it? By the way, you just said that you want to make money. I have a good business here, because the other party's request does not match the remuneration paid, so we did not accept this business. Are you interested? Reiju smiled. Chapter 4. Here comes the business. A business that makes money? Let's hear it. Yezhij's eyes lit up as soon as he heard that he could make money. Now he can't wait to get into the eyes of money. There is no way, if you want to get new abilities, you can only draw a lottery. If you want to draw a lottery, you have to spend money. As long as he has money, he can become stronger. After all, this is the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, where the strong run rampant. Even if Yezhij's current strength is not weak, compared with Marine Admiral, the four emperors, there is still a big gap. Only by making yourself stronger can you survive in this world better. The territory of that place is not large, but it was divided into two countries, and there were constant disputes. The king of one of the countries wanted to end the war as soon as possible, so he contacted us Jerma. The reward he is willing to pay is 500 million Baileys, but his request is to slaughter the 5,000-strong army of another country. Reiju said eloquently, although killing 5,000 people is nothing to Jerma, the price of 500 million Baileys is too little, so my father simply chose to refuse. If you're interested, feel free to drop by. 500 million Bailey, for the lives of 5,000 people? Even Yezhij felt that it was not worth it, let alone the kingdom of Jerma, the most powerful kingdom in North Blue. The human heart is not enough to swallow an elephant, but I can get 500 million Bailey in one breath, which is exactly what I want. Yezhij rolled his eyes, Isho. Where is that country? Take me there. Yezhij didn't say a word, he hugged Reiju, and the demon wings spread out behind him and flew into the air. Reiju was panicked by Yezhij's sudden movement, but she recovered quickly and didn't resist. Although her technological boots can float in the air, they can only fly in the air for a short distance, and she can't do the same as Yezhij. Yezhij grows a pair of wings like this, and can stay in the sky for as long as he wants. Aren't you waiting for my father to send the ransom? Reiju looked at Yezhij, who was close at hand, and said with big eyes. I make money, he sends ransom, the two are not in conflict. Your Vinsmoke family is so powerful and has the authority to dominate in North Blue, So you shouldn't be able to find a big living person like me, right? Show me the direction, 500 million Bailey, I'll come. Yezhij laughed out loud, and the demon's wings cut through the sky, leading the two of them straight into the distance. Yongstanding Kingdom, one of North Blue's second-rate countries, although its strength is not comparable to that of North Blue's powerful countries, but with 7,000 troops, it can be regarded as a tyrant. At this moment, in the hall, in addition to the king and ministers, there are also visitors. Can you really promise to kill 5,000 troops? The king was a bearded man wearing a crown, questioning a young man sitting on a chair under the hall with a questioning look. The young man is wearing a winter snow cap with leopard Madara dots, casual long-sleeved clothes, a tachi in his hand, a rather sexy mustache, and a little golden beard around his ears. The earrings, as well as the smile that often hangs on the corners of the mouth, all highlight the uninhibited nature of this person. Our captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 65 million Baileys. What's the point of dealing with a mere 5,000 people? Before the young man could speak, a group of comrades in uniform white overalls standing behind him shouted loudly. 65 million Baileys. When the ministers heard the huge bounty, they couldn't help but look shocked, and began to whisper and discuss in whispers. His Majesty the King. At this time, a general in armor and a long sword around his waist came to the king and handed a poster in his hand to the king. Trafalgar Law. The bounty is 65 million Bailey. On the bounty poster, it was Lugo's face and the bounty. How is it? Have you confirmed your identity? At this moment, the corner of Lugo's mouth raised a radian, and he looked at the king. My goal is 500 million Bailey, you give money, I kill people, the transaction is fair and reasonable. How can I trust you? The king questioned. It's very simple. After 7 days, I will bring back 5,000 hearts to you for safekeeping. I will pay with the money and deliver it with the other. Trafalgar Law smiled. Now Lugo, not long after North Blue became famous, in order to raise money to go to the Great Waterway, he heard that someone here is willing to pay 500 million Baileys on the condition that they kill 5,000 enemy people. To Lugo, an army of 5,000 people sounds like a large number, but when he went out, it was like trying to find something, and there was no threat. So he came. Okay, as long as you can bring back 5,000 hearts, 500 million Baileys, I'll give it to you. The king nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, there is someone in the kingdom of Germa asking to see you. At this time, a soldier hurried in and said respectfully. The kingdom of Germa? When the king heard this, his eyes lit up. Compared with Trafalgar Law's 65 million Bailey bounty, of course, as a killer family, the Germa army of the strongest country in North Blue is more reliable. He had made a request to Germa before, but he didn't get a response at all. It's too troublesome to report something, I don't want to wait for someone. Before waiting for the king to speak, a figure fell at the door of the hall, and the demon wings behind him froze in the hearts of everyone present. Yezhij walked in swaggeringly, ignoring the soldiers who ordered him to retreat, came to the chair next to Trafalgar Law, and sat down directly. I took your order. Come out 500 million Baileys. Yezhij said carelessly. Lugo frowned next to him and glanced at Yezhij. Boy, are you trying to grab business? Lugo said indifferently. Don't look at Lugo's calm tone, but there is a strong sense of unhappiness in his words. Lugo is not an arrogant person, but he will not allow any random guy to come and grab business with him. Trafalgar Law. I just heard from those soldiers that someone is already meeting the king. I thought someone was going to steal the business, but I didn't expect it to be you. Only then did Yezhij notice Lugo next to him, and after staring at Lugo carefully, the corner of his mouth could not help twitching. Chapter 5 Lugo, Defeat. Yezhij can't remember how many people in One Piece / King of Pirates, but Lugo in front of him is one of them. After so many days of robbery, Yezhij also basically understood that the timeline he was in happened to be 4 years before the original plot. It would be another 2 years before Luffy set sail and the war would break out. 2 years after the end of the Battle of the Top, a new chapter begins, and Lugo becomes Shishibukai, allies with Luffy, and begins a series of operations against the 4 emperors. Because of Lugo's role enough, Yezhij was quite impressed with Lugo. However, he never thought that the first person he encountered related to the original book would be him. And the other party was even ahead of his time, ready to grab his business. Hey! Who are you? Our captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 65 million Bailey, how about you? How much is the bounty? Before Lugo could speak, the partner behind him spoke up, obviously displeased with Yezhij, Chenyajin, who had killed him halfway. My name is Yezhij, and I don't have a bounty yet. But I have something more valuable than your bounty. Yezhij's mysterious issue. Worth more than my bounty? Take it out and see. Lugo glanced at Yezhij and didn't care. Well, she's in. As soon as Yezhij stretched out his hand, an elegant woman walked in at the door of the hall. It was Reiju. Master Reiju. Seeing this, the king hurried down from the hall to greet him, respectfully, and did not dare to be slighted. Germa is the most powerful country in North Blue, and even once dominated the entire North Blue. Even if several powerful countries have risen now, the majesty of Germa is still there and cannot be violated. Reiju, as the eldest princess of the kingdom of Germa, just because of her status, how could a mere little king be able to neglect her? Don't tell me anything, he took your commission. Reiju pointed to Yezhij, with him here, there is no problem with your entrustment. When the king and ministers heard this, all the eyes of the audience were focused on Yezhij. Haha, she's right, there are only 5,000 people, you leave it to me, it's no problem. Yezhij laughed. Reiju's head, what you said is a bit wrong. After seeing Reiju appear and appointing Yezhij to take the order, Lugo finally couldn't sit still and stood up. Let's not talk about the rule of first come, but if it's just based on relationship, I think he will accept it. The entrustment of this task is a bit too hasty, right? Of course Lugo would not be convinced by this unexpected visitor who suddenly appeared to steal his business. Trafalgar Law, what do you want? Said the king. Originally, no one cared about his commission, and he didn't take it seriously. Who would have known that 2 groups of people came today, and their strengths are not bad. On one side is the eldest Princess Reiju of the Kingdom of Germa, and on the other is the well-known and potential pirate group of North Blue. It would not be easier for him to offend either side. It's very simple, I will have a fair and just duel with this Yezhij head. Whoever wins will take over the commission, how about that? The scabbard in Lugo's hand pointed directly at Yezhij. Force PK? I like this one. The corner of Yezhij's mouth twitched, I just got a new ability, but I don't have a place to use it, so I just want to practice with you. Facing Lugo's challenge, Yezhij's eyes flashed with interest. Room. Lugo didn't talk nonsense. When he raised his hand, a azure blue bubble, like sphere suddenly swelled, enveloping Yezhij directly in it. It's the devil fruit ability. It's not easy for a newcomer with a bounty of 65 million Bailey. When the ministers saw this, they quickly stepped back. This is North Blue, not a great waterway. The devil fruit ability has not reached the point where the streets are full. Any devil fruit ability person is a special existence, and the combat effectiveness is amazing. Devil fruit ability. I wonder how he will deal with it? Reiju paced aside, with the mentality of watching a play. His eyes fell on Yezhij. She wanted to know how much skill this young man from a remote place had. If you don't agree with one word, you will do it, typical, sassery. The fruit of the operation. It's really powerful, but it can't stop me at this level. As soon as Yezhij stretched out his hand, the black UI giant's right arm emerged, and he slammed a punch, releasing a huge flash cannon, which instantly drowned Logo in it. Boom! A deafening sound came out, and a huge hole was blasted out of the corner of the palace, raising smoke and dust in the sky, and the strong wind blew in, making these kings and ministers unable to stand even on their heels, and almost stumbled. Fell to the ground. The power is really amazing, but unfortunately, brute force alone is not enough. At this moment, Logo's voice suddenly came from behind Yezhij. Logo used his abilities to switch positions with the chair behind Yezhij, and successfully touched the back of Yezhij. Clang _. The wild sword ghost cry in Logo's hand was unsheathed, with a fierce momentum and swift swordsmanship, a cold beam went straight to Yezhij's back. At this moment, a pair of demon wings suddenly unfolded behind Yezhij, and the demon claws at the sharp points of the wings directly caught the knife in Logo's hand. Blocked. Logo showed surprise. You must know that his attack is able to ignore the hardness of the object, the material. Whether it is steel or diamond, as long as it is within the space under his control, nothing can escape his attack. You are a devil fruit person. And mine happen to be devil wings. How is it? Are you surprised or surprised? As soon as Yezhij's voice fell, the devil's wings suddenly unfolded, and Logo was directly knocked out. As soon as Logo gang landed, before he could stand firm, Yezhij's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast. Logo pupil shrank suddenly, and he was shocked. A fist of black UI went straight to his stomach. Boom. Logo's body was like a cannonball, smashing through the walls of the palace on the spot and falling outside the palace. It's really two strokes. But Logo is Logo, even if he was hit by such a powerful blow, even though he was a little embarrassed, he was still able to stand up and stared at Yezhij coldly. Captain. The pirates of the Heart Pirates rushed over. You are stronger than me, I admit it. This time the commission belongs to you. After Logo finished speaking, he took his men and left the palace. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the palace, Logo hurriedly hid at the corner of the wall, unable to hold back any longer. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Captain, you. I'm fine. Logo raised his hand to interrupt his companions, his eyes flickering. This guy is showing mercy. With his strength, he can completely kill me on the spot. I'm still too weak. Let's go. I must practice diligently after I go back, otherwise I won't have such good luck next time. Chapter 6 True Intent. As soon as Logo left, the king and ministers all looked at Yezhij with admiration. At first, Yezhij rushed in rashly, without being famous, and he didn't look like a powerful person. Who would have thought that as soon as he made a move, even Trulfagar Law with a bounty of 65 million Bailey could not resist, and he was defeated on the spot in one round. This little brother, I'll leave the entrustment to you this time. Immediately, the king hurried forward and said respectfully. This is a world where the strong are respected. After seeing Yezhij's strength, they were all convinced, and no one questioned him again. Of course it's fine, please, but you have seen my sincerity. What about your sincerity? For the sale of 500 million Bailey, why should you pay a deposit? Yezhij sat down on his seat carelessly and glanced at the king and ministers. Yes. The deposit is definitely to be paid. The king immediately beckoned to find the general. Prepare a deposit of 100 million Bailey for this little brother. Soon, 100 million Bailey came to Yezhij. Okay, wait for me to come back with good news for you tomorrow. After Yezhij met 100 million Bailey, he grinned isho, picked up the box and left the palace without saying a word. System, I want to draw a lottery. While walking, Yezhij couldn't wait to talk to the system in his mind. Yezhij felt that the box in his hand was light, and all the Bailey banknotes in it were gone. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. When the sound of the system came, Yezhij was full of anticipation and prayed in his heart. But the truth is cruel. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with one enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. Come on. Another 100 million Bailey was lost. Yezhij felt that he was really unlucky, and couldn't help but curse. At this moment, Raju's footsteps followed. Are you really going to kill 5,000 people? Just for 500 million Baileys? Raju turned his face sideways, looked at Yezhij and asked. Hey. Don't get me wrong, my purpose is to make money, not to kill people. The corner of Yezhij's mouth twitched, and when he thought that there was still a steady stream of money waving to him in the future, the depression of failing to draw the lottery was swept away. What does that mean? Raju doesn't understand this. You'll find out soon. Yezhij's mysterious issue. The neighboring country that is hostile to Yongstantin is Helulu. Compared with Yongstanding, Helulu obviously looks more prosperous and stronger, and it is not worse than Helulu at all. Unlike Yongstantin, the one in charge of Helulu is not the king, but the supreme ruler of the army, the commander. Whether it is personal force or national strength, in the war, with the command of the commander, Helulu is naturally stronger. It's no wonder why the king of Yongstantin insisted on offering a reward of 500 million Pele to kill the 5,000 troops of Helulu. You want to see me? In the main hall, the commander sat upright, with his right hand holding the long sword pinned to his waist at all times, his eyes sharp like an eagle. Master, you should know who I am, right? Yezhij took a bite of the delicacies on the table and glanced at the handsome. Accepted the request of Yongstantin to kill my 5,000 troops. Your name is? Yezhij. The big man took a sip of tea. Since you know that I accepted an entrustment to kill your 5,000 troops, you still dare to let me in, Commander, you are really brave. Yezhij narrowed his eyes. I believe in my 5,000 troops. They are all my proudest soldiers. If Yongstantin's mere 500 million Baileys can kill them all, I'm the commander-in-chief. But to be bold, don't you think you're a little bolder? Knowing that this is my mansion, as the first person wanted by Helulu, you dare to visit me openly. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot? The commander's sharp eyes looked directly at Yezhij. How could Yongstantin's commission, Helulu, not know about it? When the commander heard that someone had accepted the entrustment, he immediately used all the intelligence networks to search for the entrusted person. He thought that it would take a lot of effort to find this person, but who would have thought that Yezhij would come to the door on his own initiative? I have the confidence to walk through that door of yours, and of course I have the confidence to walk out alive. After Yezhij finished speaking, he drank a big bowl of wine. Ah, this wine is so good. However, after I came to this country, I found that your country is much more prosperous than Yongstantin, and I heard on the way that your army of 5,000 has very powerful strength, and is fully qualified to step on Yongstantin and unify the entire territory. Commander, I'm very curious, why don't you try to start a war directly, destroy Yongstantin, and rule this territory completely? Yezhij looked at the commander and said, Young man, war is no child's play. It will kill and bleed. The commander said solemnly, I train the army, not to start wars, nor to plunder territory, or to slaughter, but to prevent the invasion of other countries and protect the people of my own country. Hearing this, Yezhij glanced at the handsome man somewhat unexpectedly. In a world where the strong are respected, there is still such a clear stream. Master, although I agree with what you said, business is business, so let's talk about practical issues. Yezhij wiped his mouth with the tablecloth. The actual problem? The handsome man's eyes flashed. I'm not a professional killer, my main purpose is money. As long as I have enough money, I can solve anything. Yongstantin offered 500 million Baileys and let me kill your 5,000 troops. If you are willing to pay 1 billion Baileys, I will spare your 5,000 troops. Not only that, the whole palace of Youngstantin I will how about giving it to you as a bonus? Yezhij explained his real purpose this time. Chapter 7 Threat of Force. Yezhij had thought about it from the beginning. He is not good at killing people, but he is very good at threatening with force and asking for a price. The king of Youngstantin was insatiable greed, and naturally wanted him to know how bad greed was. What do you mean? Give you 1 billion baileys, and you give up Youngstantin's entrustment and hire me instead. The commander immediately understood what Yezhij meant. That's right. What I want is money, and whoever gives more money, I will do things for whomever. Yezhij said rascally. Why should I trust you? The commander looked at Yezhij coldly. Let's not say whether you have the ability to annihilate my 5,000 troops, you can go back and betray your employer just for money. Do you think you can win trust from me? Sure enough, people today. Just don't cry without seeing the coffin. Yezhij's mouth twitched. See that iron tower? I saw him stand up, pace to the door of the main hall, and stretched out his hand to point outside the hall. Follow the direction Yezhij pointed, you can see a towering tower. This iron tower is the national symbol of Honolulu. It is 100 meters high. Standing on it, you can easily capture the movement of hundreds of kilometers away. Standing, is the belief of all the people of Honolulu. When the war started, this iron tower was once the target of Youngstantin's attack, but countless muskets and cannons failed to knock it down. This shows how exaggerated the hardness of this iron tower is. What do you want to do? The handsome face was expressionless. Okay. The demon wings behind Yezhij spread out suddenly, with Yezhij's body fluttering up and rushing towards the sky. The commander was startled and quickly walked out of the hall, looked at Yezhij's body from a distance, and approached the iron tower in the sky. All the civilians in Honolulu below saw a flying person appearing in the sky, and couldn't help but look up curiously. Just then, a violent flash of light pierced the tower, splitting in two from the Vice Admiral Tower. What? The handsome pupil shrank suddenly. A second later, the upper half of the tower began to tilt slowly, and fell staggeringly downward. I saw Yezhij's figure flying directly over, grabbing the half of the iron tower with one hand, and then flapping his wings and flying towards the palace. Boom! Half of the iron tower smashed to the door of the main hall, raising a puff of smoke. Yezhij's figure landed on half of the iron tower, looking down at the handsome man with a smile. All of a sudden, all the soldiers were surrounded by muskets and broadswords, and the surroundings were filled with water. Master, do you know now? Not only your 5,000 troops, but even your entire country. I can destroy it at will. This business, you don't lose any money. Yezhij grinned Isho. The handsome face turned pale, and cold sweat fell on his forehead. This power is really amazing. No one knows better than him how hard the iron tower is. The steel cast inside, as well as various reinforcement materials, are built with a large part of the funds drawn from the national treasury every year. This Yezhij cut off the iron tower with ease. Not only that, he even threw half of the iron tower at the entrance of the main hall. Amazing destructive power, amazing arm strength. The commander thinks he is a master in the sea area, but compared to Yezhij, he is just a baby in the swaddle, and the other party kills him, just like it's as easy as pinching an ant to death. I see. The commander took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind. Come here. Prepare for 1 billion baileys. Commander, the treasury is not rich enough. If you give 1 billion bailey, I'm afraid. The minister was worried. Needless to say, just follow my orders. The big man said without a doubt. Ha ha. The handsome man is indeed a cheerful person. When Yezhij heard that 1 billion bailey was in his hand, he felt relieved. That night, the commander specially arranged a room for Yezhij to stay. So that's what your ghost idea is. Raja leaned against the window, and said with a smile, showing her elegant long legs. "How's it going? Isn't my trick cool? Save time, save energy, and don't become a killer. And still make money. Tisk tisk, this IQ, even I am starting to admire myself," Yezhij said triumphantly. Hearing Yezhij's boastful Chinese, Raja covered his mouth and smiled. She originally thought that Yezhij was really going to kill 5,000 people to earn rewards for accepting Yongstanden's entrustment. "I didn't expect him to put on such a good show. As Yezhij said, there is no need to waste time and energy, sacrifice so many people's lives, and earn more money. This guy is getting more and more interesting. What you did is really amazing, but I have already received the exact news that the king of Yongstantin heard that you accepted 1 billion baileys and violated the entrustment requirements. A few powerful pirate groups will come against you. As an entrusted employee, he violated the agreement and ran to the target to ask for money, and he had to deal with the employer in the opposite direction. Is there any reason for this?" Of course, the king of Yongstantin couldn't swallow this breath, and he had to let Yezhij know what a heavy price to pay for breaking the agreement. "Really? That's great. Zheng Zhou has no reason to go back and ask for money in an open and honest way. Now it's all in line with my heart. And the heads of the pirates that Yongstantin found should be worth a lot of money, right? I have to thank the king of Yongstantin. He didn't have to find them one by one, he took the initiative to call them for me." When Yezhij heard the news, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 8 Consecutive Draws. Don't be too happy too soon, there's bad news, I'm afraid you're not so easy. Raja glanced at Yezhij with interest. I have already received a secret message from my 2 younger brothers, they are already on their way, no accident, they will arrive on this island tomorrow. This time they brought 1,000 fighters, fully armed and equipped. Don't underestimate them, my 2 younger brothers are not ordinary people. With their strength, it may not be so easy for you to win. The Vinsmoke family was able to dominate the North Blue, not only by their collective fighting power, but also by their personal strength. Plus they have advanced technological combat weapons, sweeping a country is nothing but an easy thing. Although Yezhij is also very powerful, it is still unknown whether he can win against such powerful troops and weapons. It will be more exciting to fight against the strong. But they'd better bring the 1 billion bailey I want, otherwise it might end badly. Yezhij grinned Isho. The next day, Yezhij got 1 billion bailey as he wished. When he opened the box and looked at the box full of large bills, Yezhij felt so comfortable and happy. After leaving the hall, Yezhij started the lottery without saying a word. It is detected that you have the enhancement points for the 1000 level lottery. Do you want to perform the 1000 level lottery? The system asked. Don't, give me a 100 level lottery first. This breath is 1 billion baileys. If it's all gone at once, my little heart can't take it anymore. Yezhij waved his hands again and again. 1000 has a higher chance of obtaining advanced abilities, the winning rate is too low, only 30%. In terms of my current poor Vice Admiral times, level 100 is still the most stable, with 10 lottery draws, how can it be? 5 to 6 times in the middle, right? 5 to 6 times, that's 5 to 6 abilities. When you have all the 4 parts of the head, hands, body, and feet together, the combat power will soar, and then you will hit a higher realm. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. As Yezhij expected, With 4 lottery draws on his face, Yezhij avoided the winning result with precision and perfection, and only got a consolation prize, a strengthening shard. By the 5th time. Congratulations, you have obtained the B-level body ability, the body of white silver. Cool. When Yezhij heard this ability, he couldn't help shouting with excitement. Among the 4 divisions, Yezhij currently has the right arm of a powerful offensive giant, and also has the wings of a mobile demon. The only thing he lacks now is the ability to protect himself. Don't look at him being able to cut the 100-meter-high iron tower in 2 with 1 punch, but his body is still mortal, and any musket shot to the heart can kill him. Taking out a small dagger, Yezhij stabbed directly in his abdomen. The dagger pierced for a few minutes, and then broke directly from it. The wound that was stabbed did not shed a drop of blood, and it healed completely quickly. With this hardness, there is no problem with resisting ordinary cannonballs, knives, and guns, and the ability to heal wounds automatically without treatment. It's really powerful. It's a pity that it's the body of a white silver. If it were the body of a water silver in the Terminator, well, it's a match for Logia's Devil Fruit. In the final analysis, the body of white silver is only the lowest B-level ability. Use it now, supplement the neutral position, and then consider replacing the higher level ability after all the abilities of all the departments are collected. Yezhij didn't stop and continued to draw the lottery. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Congratulations, you have obtained the B-level hand ability, Wolverine Claw. When the sound of the system came, Yezhij's eyes lit up and he checked it out. Sure enough, it happened to be the left hand ability he lacked. Yezhij raised his left hand and clenched his fist. Zheng. Between the bones of the fist, 3 steel claws glowing with cold light burst out of the skin. Yezhij swiped on the ground casually, and 3 long fine marks were plowed out of the stone ground. I have to. This is a genuine Edmund alloy. It can only be regarded as a B-level ability. It seems that the world of pirates is really not easy. Yezhij couldn't help sighing. There are still 2 lottery chances left. 2 new abilities have already arrived. Why do you have to give me another one? The hands and the body are all complete, but now the feet and head are missing. The Buddha, God Jesus, just give me one of them. Yezhij prayed in his heart. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Congratulations, you have obtained the B-level foot ability, Flame Feet. I'm coming. As soon as he heard the words congratulations, Yezhij immediately became excited. Huh. When Yezhij thought about it, his left foot suddenly became a piece of UI, and then the flames rose up, wrapping the whole leg in it. In between, Yezhij kicked out, and a group of flames swept out violently, blasting the land in the distance into a big pit. Knees bent, the solace of the flames sank into the ground for several centimeters, and then Yezhij jumped up like a springboard, soaring to the sky at least 20 meters. Chapter 9. Basil Hawkins. It's not as powerful as the giant's right arm. After all, it's only B rank, but it has improved my movement speed a lot. Having obtained 3 abilities in one breath, Yezhij was in a better mood, feeling that the whole thing was about to float. It was scanned that you have 10 enhanced shards that can be combined into 1 enhanced gem. Do you want to combine? At this time, the system prompt sound came again. Strengthen gems. Yezhij rolled his eyes. Synthetic. Ding. Enhanced gem synthesis is successful. A crystal clear, jade-like round gem fell into his palm out of thin air. The presence of strengthening gems is detected, and any part of the head, body, hands, and feet can be strengthened. Please select the strengthening part. Can you strengthen any part? I don't know what improvements can be gained after strengthening. Then strengthen the head first. Among the 4 parts, only the head has not been strengthened, and Yeshij pressed the strengthening gem on the eyebrows. In an instant, the strengthening gem emitted a shimmering light, and then it disintegrated like water droplets and merged into Yeshij's skin. Yeshij only felt a cool breeze rippling in his head, making him feel as if he was soaked in wen izumi. When Yeshij opened his eyes again, he felt that everything in front of him seemed to have been polished into a mirror, and he could see more brightly than before. Listening, seeing, smelling. Enhanced gems have strengthened my facial features. Yeshij can clearly feel that his facial features have become sharper after the strengthening, and now he can clearly perceive all the things he could not hear before, the things he could not see before, and the things he could not feel before. 1 billion Bailey has only changed 3 abilities, and they are all B-level abilities. I was lucky to get an A level before. It's time to fulfill my promise and get my 1 billion Bay back. By the way, there's a bounty on Lee. The demon wings behind Yeshij unfolded, returned to his residence, took Reju with him, and flew straight to the kingdom of Yongstanding. Yongstanting country. Your Majesty, don't worry. With our vicious dog pirates, you can rest assured. I will definitely take off his head and give it to you for that kind of treachery. A sturdy, ferocious man carrying a wolf kiba stick patted his chest and said, "Stop talking there. You vicious dog pirates, the total bounty does not exceed 50 million Baileys, and the total bounty of our UI Eagle pirates is as high as 80 million Baileys. That bastard is going to die, it should also die at our hands." The other, a thin man with a large scar on his face, was wearing a pirate captain costume, with 2 large muskets pinned to his waist. The bounty is high because you've been seen doing too many bad things by Marine, and it doesn't represent your true strength. Haven't you heard of the reputation of our fierce leopard pirates? Even one of Marine's warships was taken by us. It's down. In terms of strength, who of you can be as powerful as our fierce leopard pirates? A lean man swept the audience, his eyes flashed fiercely, and said in a contemptuous tone. Under the hall, there are 7 or 8 well-known pirate groups in the nearby sea area. These pirate groups are all strong, and each has a proud record. They were recruited by King Yongstantin. As long as anyone can win the head of Shij, which pirate group can get a bounty of 1 billion Bailey. They have no way to deal with 5,000 people, but there are many ways to deal with 1 person. Among the 7 or 8 pirate groups, 1 pirate group was exceptionally silent. It was a man with flowing blonde hair, a slender body, 6-path signature vertical lines on his eyebrows and eyes, and a white lotus leaf coat. If Yeshij was here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this person is magician Basil Hawkins, one of the supernovas 2 years later. Basil Hawkins ranked 3rd in the newcomer bounty after 2 years, with a huge bounty of 249 million Bailey, and is a master who cannot be ignored among the supernovas. Although it is 2 years ago, he debuted not long after. K also accumulated a bounty of 59 million Bailey, which was one of the few pirates present with a bounty of more than 50 million. Hawkins is now taking out a divination card for divination. "Captain Hawkins, any results?" asked the companion behind him. The opponent to face this time is not easy. Hawkins put away all the divination cards and said expressionlessly, "No matter how many times I divination, the probability of winning this battle will not exceed 10%. When the companions heard it, they all looked at each other, and they all saw worry in each other's eyes. Hawkins' divination has always been accurate. Every time he makes a major decision, he will ask going to do some divination. As long as they grasp more than 30% of the battle, they will basically win. Below 30%, it means that the outcome of this battle will be inconsistent and out of control. Now that it is less than 10%, it can be said that there is absolutely no chance of winning. Captain Hawkins, then this time. Do we have to participate in this commission? The companion hesitated. Before Hawkins could speak, all the eyes of the pirate group came over. Hey! Now, the Hawkins pirates are the only ones left to make a statement. Would you like to deal with that bastard? You should keep quiet. Except for the Hawkins pirates, all the pirates present have unified their goals and formed an alliance to deal with Yeshij. As for who gets the bounty of 1 billion Bailey in the end, it depends on who is stronger and can defeat Yeshij. The first level is for your own. Hawkins stood up and walked through the crowd to the king. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, this time, our Hawkins pirates chose to give up. Hawkins' voice was low and powerful. Chapter 10 Disaster is coming. You want to give up? Why? As far as I know, your bounty is as high as 59 million Bailey, and your crew is also very powerful. The total bounty of the entire pirate group has exceeded 100 million. The king frowned and said, with the strength of your Hawkins pirates, and with so many pirates helping each other, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with one person, right? Your Majesty, I have made up my mind. I'm sorry. Hawkins Vivi nodded. Humph. I thought the Hawkins pirates' bounty was so high. What kind of ruthless characters are they? After a long time, they turned out to be a bunch of scumbags. I gave up before the fight started. I really don't know how this kind of pirate group became famous in North Blue. I guess it took a lot of hard work to accumulate some soft persimmons to start with. You can see that they have thin arms and thin legs. They are not powerful people. If you give up, then get out. It's a humiliation to us to be with you. When the pirates of the other pirates heard this, they couldn't help sneering. You bastards! Hawkins' pirates couldn't listen anymore, and their hearts burst into flames. Okay. Hawkins raised his hand lightly and stopped their movements. He glanced at the pirate groups without changing his face. I just did a divination for you, the chance of you winning is 0%, if you want to lose it if you are dying, leave now. Hey! Do you think we are the same soft-footed shrimp as your Hawkins pirates? A bunch of cowards, get out of here. It's ridiculous to even encourage us to run away. From now on, don't call it the Hawkins Pirates. How about changing the name to the Coward Pirates? Ha ha ha. Faced with the ridicule of these pirates, the pirates of the Hawkins Pirates were furious and tried to go up and beat those mocking faces. Only Captain Hawkins remained unmoved. In his eyes, these pirates are no longer pirates, but corpses. Hawkins turned and left the main hall with the pirates under his command. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, he suddenly raised his head and saw above the sky, a man with bat wings growing behind him was diving towards the palace. The disaster of Jonestown has come. Boom. Hawkins finished speaking. Yeshij suddenly landed at the entrance of the hall, stepping on the ground into a cobweb-like shallow pit. Enemy attack. How dare you trespass into the palace? Looking for death. Surround him. There was a clattering sound all around, and a group of soldiers held muskets. Captain Hawkins, that's what we're dealing with this time. Looks very young and doesn't feel any danger. Is this guy crazy? He actually came to the door on his own initiative, and he was alone. Hawkins looked at Yeshij in surprise. Yeshij looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. He looked handsome and tender. Compared with the pirates who galloped across the ocean, he looked like a child. But to their surprise, this little guy accepted the entrustment without regretting it, and even dared to appear here openly. Does he want to face a country alone? I'm here to talk about business. You're pointing guns at me like that, how do you want me to talk about business? Call. A flame suddenly rose from Yeshij's left foot, turning into a flame foot, and the flame was extraordinarily prosperous. Yezhij raised his foot, and a 360-degree sweep came. A ring of fire suddenly appeared, and then spread out like a ripple, attacking all the soldiers around. Those soldiers didn't expect that Yezhij actually had this foot, all covered in flames, turned into a man on fire, tumbling on the ground and howling everywhere. Devil fruit ability. Flame. Is he Logia? Looks like Captain Hawkins is right, this guy looks young, but he's not to be underestimated. Hawkins' pirates saw that Yezhij killed those soldiers with one kick, and their initial impression of Yezhij was greatly changed. Hey! Old man, I'm here to talk business with you. It's not good to hide in there and not come out. Yezhij shouted loudly, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was here. Hawkins looked at him indifferently, without saying a word, wanting to see how powerful Yezhij, who was offered a reward of 1 billion Bailey, was so good. Arrogant boy, don't let me get carried away. Carrying the wolf kiba stick on his shoulders, the big man, the big and the three thick, came out with an unkind tone. Don't think that you can show off your strength in front of us if you solve some unpopular guys. Your head belongs to the UI Eagle Pirates. The skinny man in the costume of the pirate captain took out the two large muskets around his waist, clasped them tightly in his hands, and looked playful, ready to remove Yezhij's head at any time. I'm also worried that it will take a lot of time to find you. How dare you come to the door yourself? Don't rob me of the fierce leopard pirates today. We're going to set a bounty of 1 billion Bailey. The captain of the fierce leopard pirates, a lean man, came out, the dagger hidden in his sleeve was blazing with cold light. A lot of pirates rushed out from the entrance of the main hall, and the clamor was louder than each other. However, their goals are very consistent, to take Yezhij's head and compete for the ownership of 1 billion Bailey. Your Majesty, you see, these are the most vicious pirates in the nearby waters that I brought for you on a special trip. With them here, the shame of Yong standing today will definitely be washed away. The minister approached the king and asked for merit. The king didn't speak, his eyes passed through the door of the hall, and fell on Yezhij, who was surrounded by circles, and there was a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. 1 billion Baileys. That's a lot of money. When Yezhij heard this amount, he shook his head and said, if he had taken out this amount of money earlier, how could there have been so many incidents? But it's just right, there are 1 billion in your treasury, he. It's all mine. Chapter 11, A one-man battle. Rampant boy, it seems that I won't let you suffer a little, you don't know what it means to be high. Brothers. Come on. Kill him. The pirates of the 7 or 8 pirate groups shouted in unison, and without saying a word, they raised their muskets and pistols to attack Yezhij. Yezhij bends his knees, and one leg burns with flames. His body slams sideways and jumps out, creating an arc of flames in the air, using a flexible posture to avoid the bullets. But these pirates are not vegetarian, and the bounty and strength are there. If they don't have any skills, how can they gallop in the ocean for so long? The bullets were in hot pursuit, and many of the pirates who were good at swordsmanship and melee combat even jumped up, waving the long sword, machete, wolf kiba stick in their hands, and all of them greeted Yezhij fiercely. Give me death. The other party is so vicious, how could Yezhij still show mercy to them? The right arm turned into a shield fist with black UI patterns, and it slammed out with a punch. The virtual flash erupted, and the huge flash cannon devoured all these melee pirates. Boom! I am afraid that the power will explode, not only these pirates, but also the palace hall behind them, and the whole corner of the palace has completely fallen. The smoke and dust in the sky swayed, and a huge gully was blasted out of the earth, and the gravel fell in a rustling. Many ministers also lost their lives in this attack, only the king escaped in embarrassment under the escort of the generals and soldiers. Protect His Majesty the King. Kill the intruder. Yongston Tin soldiers swarmed one after another, and without saying a word, they raised their guns and started to attack Yezhij. There are so many small soldiers. Yezhij's eyes turned cold, and when he looked back, he threw his 5 fists in all directions. The 5 phantom flashes were issued almost at the same time, annihilating all the soldiers of the palace on the spot. 5 huge shelling ravines appeared on the ground, and the smoke and dust filled the sky. The only one Hawkins pirates who didn't participate in the war, and others were terrified. What kind of terrifying power is this? Captain Hawkins is amazing. Fortunately we chose to give up early. My God. If we were hit by that blow, I'm afraid we would be like those soldiers and pirates now, with only one pair of arms or one leg left. They swallowed hard and looked terrified. With such extreme destructive power, how can this person be unknown in North Blue? Hawkins is the only calm person. He seems to have expected this for a long time. But what makes him a little puzzled is that Yezhij, who has such strength, has not made a name for himself in North Blue. This is either because the other party has just risen, or the other party deliberately concealed, not showing the mountains but not the water. While Hawkins and others were still amazed at Yezhij's powerful destructive power, the other pirate groups did not choose to stop. It has to be said that the bounty of 1 billion Bailey is indeed crazy enough. You must know that even in the Great Waterway, the heads of those big pirates are only worth 100 million or hundreds of millions of Baileys. Those who can really be rewarded with 1 billion Baileys are amazing superpowers like the 4 emperors. But at that time, the official reward offered by the world government was a private reward. The price was the same, but the strength was very different. 1 billion is not something that 10 can encounter. As long as they take down this guy's head, they are eligible to get more weapons, and they can even buy devil fruits to enter the Great Channel. Boom. 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 Die. Die. Yoi Eagle Pirates, a thin man with 2 spears, grabbed the gap, came to Yezhij's back, and fired wildly at Yezhij's back. However, when the bullet hit Yezhij's back, it left shallow craters with a silver-colored metallic luster. Ding ding dong. The bullet casing fell to the ground, and all of Yezhij's silver wounds healed completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Yoi Eagle Pirates saw this scene, his eyes almost went straight. The musket in his hand was snatched from Marine's hand. The bullet is extremely powerful and has a strong penetrating power. Even a steel plate with a thickness of tens of millimeters can be punched through. Is this guy's body made of steel? The bullet hit him, and he didn't even shed a drop of blood. Look at me. The captain of the fierce leopard pirates came quietly behind Yezhij at some point. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger in his sleeve suddenly pierced into Yezhij's neck. The scene of blood splattering and people's heads being thrown flying is just around the corner. The captain of the fierce leopard pirates has already thought about it. After getting the 1 billion bounty for killing Yezhij, he can buy more powerful weapons and recruit more troops. You can change to a more luxurious pirate ship, or even go to the Great Waterway to become a famous pirate in the world. Backfired. Row is that he has used all his strength, but after the dagger pierced about 2 centimeters, it was like being blocked by steel, and he could no longer penetrate deeply. You two are very active. How dare you be so close to me? Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. The captain of the fierce leopard pirates was already terrified at this moment, and he prepared to retreat quickly, but before he could move, Yezhij's black Yoi grabbed his throat and lifted him up. Gera. When Yezhij used Vivi in his hand, the still struggling captain of the leopard pirates glared, his legs loosened, he lost his breath on the spot, and was thrown out by Yezhij like trash. And you? Yezhij came at a rapid speed, and the captain of the Yoi Eagle Pirates knew that Yezhij's mutated right arm was very powerful, so he didn't dare to make a hard connection, so he hurried away, intending to avoid it. Puff. However, Yezhij didn't intend to use his right arm at all, but the wolverine claw on his left hand broke out, leaving 3 hideous wounds on the chest of the captain of the UI Eagle pirates. Blood splashed, and the ribs of the captain of the UI Eagle pirates were cut open by the super hard Edmund alloy. Just a little bit, the whole person was torn in half by Yezhij. Chapter 12 1.4 billion in hand. The battle continued, but Yezhij did not stop his attack. His primary target of attack is those pirate groups. After long-term fighting and battle tempering, these pirate groups are stronger than Jonstantin's soldiers, hindering Yezhij's attack and becoming a Yezhij's primary kill target. Of course, the most crucial reason is that the heads of these pirates are valuable. Any pirate group is worth tens of millions of baileys, and 7 or 8 pirate groups are here, that is, several hundred million are waiting for Yezhij to harvest. How could he let such a large amount of wealth go? No. No. He's terrible. We're not his match. Run. Is this guy a devil? He actually split a man in half. What the hell is the iron claw in his hand? Why is it so hard? The captains have all been killed. What should I do? Who can tell me what to do next? After a while, the pirates panicked. Their bullets hit Yezhij, and Yezhij was just like no one, unable to cause any killing effect at all. And Yezhij casually kicked a flaming foot, or gave them a punch, and he could make them drink a pot. This almost crushing battle did not last long, and all the captains of the 7 or 8 pirate regiments were killed by Yezhij. The leader died, the morale of the pirates took a huge blow, and they couldn't help but start to get scared. In the end, their psychology completely collapsed and they began to flee. Want to go? All of you are my treasury. I can't let the duck to the mouth just fly like this. Yezhij had no intention of letting go of these pirates, and began to frantically harvest their lives. But after a while, the pirates of the 7-8 pirates all died on the spot. Save me. Captain Hawkins. Save me. A pirate covered in blood climbed to Hawkins' feet, stretched out his hand, and asked Hawkins for help eagerly. Humph. Still want to ask for help? Weren't you very arrogant before? You also said you want to take off that person's head. Now you know how powerful our Captain Hawkins is. Go away. Hawkins didn't speak, but the companion behind him flew out without hesitation, kicking the pirate out. Yezhij glanced at Hawkins and the others and ignored them. He can see that Hawkins is one of the supernovas 2 years later, and he is also a devil fruit person. And the key point is that his devil fruit ability can make people take damage for him. Even Admiral Kizaru took a little effort to defeat him. If Hawkins had just shot him, Yezhij might have to take his head today. But since the other party didn't take the initiative to attack and chose to stand by, there was no need for him to cause more troubles. Old man, is it still useful to hide inside? I'm flattered to get rid of me at a cost of 1 billion baileys. Yezhij walked grandly into the ruined palace, which had become scattered during the battle. The king hid in the corner and shivered. The general in charge of protecting the king had just died in Yezhij's destruction, and the few remaining soldiers also fled for fear. The king squatted in the corner alone, with fear written all over his face. Hero. Hero. Anything can be negotiated, so why go to war? Seeing Yezhij approaching, the king shouted in a panic. I wanted to talk about business with you before, and you asked those pirates to talk to me. Now I don't want to talk, and you came to discuss it with me again. Unfortunately, I refuse your suggestion. Yezhij stepped forward and punched the king in the abdomen. The king suddenly curled up like a shrimp, his face was flushed with UI, his blue veins burst out, and the pain swept his whole body, causing him to let out a miserable howl. Shut up. Yezhij stepped on the king's chest, and the flames rose up. The burning pain made the king sweat coldly, but he could only bite Kiba and groan. He didn't dare to scream anymore. But he looked at Yezhij. His eyes were full of resentment and murderous intent. Old man, tell me, where is your 1 billion bailey? Take me there. Yezhij lifted the king with one hand like a chicken. I said. The king did not dare to resist, and hurriedly showed Yezhij the way. Along the way, more and more soldiers arrived. Although Yongstantin was not as good in fighting as Heluru, he was still a country with 7,000 troops. No matter how fast Yezhij killed, he couldn't kill them all at once. When the soldiers saw that the king was in Yezhij's hands, they did not dare to shoot or approach, so they watched Yezhij come to the treasury. Boom! The big iron gate of the treasury was knocked down by Yezhij's fist. After it collapsed, there were piles of gold coins, gold-silver jewelry inside. It turned out to be these gold-silver jewels. I said, where did you get so many banknotes? Not even that much more prosperous Helulu than yours. 1 billion baileys is no small amount. You must know that a big pirate like the Four Emperors has a bounty of more than 1 billion baileys, and 1 billion baileys can completely buy a small country. The commander of Hululu was a piece of cake, and he finally saved up 1 billion bailey to give to Yezhij. After seeing the treasure, Yezhij's eyes brightened, he stepped forward without saying a word, and let the system scan it. Scanning completed, new account, 1,397,850,000 bailey. Your account balance, 1,409,270,000 baileys. Nearly 1.4 billion bailey. The treasury of corrupt countries is rich. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yezhij felt more joyful in his heart. Hero, you have got what you want, can you let me go? The king said cautiously. I got something, but I promised others before, 1 billion baileys, a package for the Yongstantin Palace. Unfortunately, you are the first. After Yezhij finished speaking, he threw the king into the air. Then a punch slammed into the ceiling. Boom! The flash cannon drowned the king and penetrated a large hole in the ceiling of the treasury. The demon wings behind Yezhij unfolded, and with his body, he rose straight into the air. Chapter 13, A Level Ability Sherinan. Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty the King. He assassinated His Majesty the King. Shoot. The soldiers turned pale with fright, and immediately lifted their guns and shot into the sky. But how could their guns keep up with Yezhij's movements? Yezhij flew up nearly a kilometer into the air, and in the eyes of these soldiers, the whole person almost turned into a black spot smaller than sesame. Their bullets flew less than half, and they fell directly. Even Yezhij's side Kakozu couldn't touch it. Yezhij just got 1.4 billion bailey, so Yezhij didn't have the mind to pay attention to other things. The first priority was to draw the lottery first. System, I want to draw a lottery. Give me 4 100 level ones first. Yezhij said carelessly like a nouveau riche. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtain the B-class head ability, Fishman Mask. What is a character? This is character. Yezhij feels that today is simply his lucky day. I got 1 billion bailey in the morning, and it took a long time to get 1.4 billion bailey. Now, as soon as I make a move, I have directly drawn an ability. Fishman Mask. Can be used to breathe in water like Fishman? Yezhij checked the description of Fishman's mask. Fishman Mask does not have any actual combat power, and its only function is to allow the user to breathe freely in the water. In other words, as long as the Fishman Mask is worn, Yezhij can live completely underwater. Chicken ribs are a bit tasteless, but it is a pleasant thing to be able to roam freely in the sea. It seems that you don't have to bother to find a boat in the future. Yezhij continued to draw the lottery. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. Please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard. please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Yezhij's character seemed to be exhausted at once, and the next 3 consecutive lottery draws were directly unsuccessful. Originally, I planned that if I could get a useful head ability 4 times, I would just go up to the 1000 point level to draw once. But now it seems that it is a little overhang. Yezhij now has all the abilities of the 4 departments, but only the ability of the head does not have much effect. If he could just come with a head ability with actual combat effectiveness, then Yezhij could barely gather the abilities of the 4 divisions. With the foundation, he could start thinking about stronger aspects. After all, in the 1000 point lottery, the lowest level is A, and there is even a certain probability of getting S level ability. An A level ability is enough to be worth a bunch of B level abilities, such as the giant's right arm he now has, and his demon wings, are the best examples. But obviously it can't be done that way now. 1000 point level is too low. If you go your own way, maybe all 1 billion will be lost. System, continue to level 100, I will draw 10 times in a row. Yezhij said directly. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtain the B-level hand ability, Flame Hand. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtain the A-level head ability, Charater-1-80. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtain the B-level foot ability, Giant Elephant Feet. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtain the B-level hand ability, Dragon Scale Claw. Consuming 100 enhancement points. The lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't win any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced shard, please make persistent efforts. The 10 draws were completed in one go without any pause in between. Even so, Yezhij still heard the voice of A-level ability, Charater-1-80. Wow, ha ha ha. Today is really my lucky day, come whatever you want. A-level ability Charater-1-80 made Yezhij very excited. He ignored the other 3 B-rank abilities he got, and hurriedly started to cast Charater-1-80. I saw him close his eyes, and after a while, when he opened his eyes, the left eye was no longer the human eye, but replaced with blood, and there were 3 Tomos Charater-1-80 in a circle. Raising his hand, Yezhij saw the change in his eyes with the reflection of Wolverine's claws. Squawk. 3 Tomos at the start? As expected, it's an A-level ability. Yezhij said excitedly. The 3rd Tomo Sharingan is already the highest form of ordinary Charater-1-80. If it continues to rise, I am afraid that Charater-1-80 will not be as simple as A, but S. The other 3 abilities, except that the giant elephant's foot just meets the ability of his right foot, are all repeated. System, the ability to repeat can only be shelved in vain? Is there any other use? Yezhij checked the 3 other B-level abilities he had obtained. The giant elephant foot just satisfies the vacancy of the right foot, but the dragon scale claw and the flame hand are all repetitive hand abilities. The useless ability judged by the host can be enhanced in the form of Matsuri to the ability of the same level and the same position. Chapter 14 The Vinsmoke family is coming. Can it be used to strengthen the ability of the same level and the same position? The system's answer made Yezhij's eyes light up. He was also worried that if he gained too much power, he would become tasteless to eat, and it would be a pity to abandon it, but now it seems that he thinks too much. The ability of the same level and the same position can be used to strengthen. This setting is simply a perfect use of waste, so that I can become more powerful. Immediately, his mind fell on the flame hand. This ability belongs to the left arm, and it happens to be the same level as Wolverine's claw. In addition, I already have flame feet. One more flame hand can't improve the combat power much. It's better to use it as a Matsuri product enhancement. System, use the flame hand as a Matsuri product to strengthen my Wolverine claws. Yezhij said. Matsuri product, Class B hand flame hand, strengthen the main item, Class B hand Wolverine claw, whether to strengthen it. Yes. Yezhij didn't hesitate at all. Consuming B-level hand flame hand, it is being strengthened, please wait. Strengthened successfully. Obtained grade B hand Wolverine claw +1. When Yezhij heard this, he couldn't wait to display Wolverine's claws. Zheng_. 3 razor-sharp iron claws emerged, imprinted with a faint UI-colored light. With a wave of Yezhij's hand, he could still capture it very clearly. The 3 iron claws brought out the trail of flames. Can this Matsuri grade ability be added to the enhanced main item? It's amazing. Yezhij felt that this supreme strengthening system made him more and more looking forward to it. Host, some Matsuri abilities can be added to the enhanced main item, but some abilities cannot be added. For details, please refer to the final result. Also, there is a certain probability of failure in strengthening. Yezhij nodded. After squandering all the 1.4 billion that he had just received and not yet heated, Yezhij fluttered his wings and returned to the ground. However, to his surprise, all the soldiers on the ground at this time of Youngston were shot and fell to the ground, and there were corpses everywhere. What's the matter? Yezhij just raised his head. Boom! A super high-speed bullet came straight to his eyebrows. Yezhij's left eye immediately turned into Sherinan, the blood-colored pupil, the black 3 tomo, captured the trajectory of the bullet in an instant. I saw Yezhij's head on one side, and the bullet passed by less than 1 centimeter away from his face. When the bullet passed Yezhij, it landed on the wall far behind Yezhij. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall was directly blown to smithereens. Hidden away? This is my latest pyrotechnic bomb. It can reach a speed of 1000 meters per second when it comes out of the chamber. It seems that you have some strength. A playful voice came from not far in front of Yezhij. Then I saw a figure jumping up and standing on the wall of the palace. Yezhij looked at him coldly. It was a man in the head of a plane wearing a number 2 cape, combat sunglasses, a combat uniform, and technical equipment, looking at him with a playful smile. Niji, you are too impulsive. If you accidentally kill him, where do we go to find my sister? Next to Vinsmoke Niji, another man jumped up the wall. Similar to Vinsmoke Niji's outfit, but with the number 1 written on his cape, weird hairstyle, UIS hair color, and a confident smile on his face. Don't ask, he's here to find Ye, this time another Vinsmoke, son of the troubled Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke-ichi. Afterwards, batches of fighters from the Vinsmoke family appeared. They were strong, wearing uniforms and sunglasses, and their faces were meticulous. So these are your masterpieces. Yezhij narrowed his eyes. Obviously, these soldiers in the Youngston Palace were killed by them. It is indeed the strongest killer family in North Blue, and even one of the 4 emperors, the ant, is envious of the technological power. In time, they almost wiped out the entire army of Constantine. They're all idiots who can't get on the stage, but I just met a group of pirates. Their captain is a weird guy. He shot twice and didn't kill them. Let them run away. Naji said nonchalantly, then looked at Yeshij, and said Kiba Isho, but don't think about it, you can't run away today. The pirates they are talking about must be a group of Hawkins pirates. I have to admire you, a person, in this area of North Blue, who actually took action on our Vinsmoke family. And destroyed our ship to be disrespectful. You know what? How miserable has it been for the country that has offended our Vinsmoke over the years? Up to now, the pictures of their lost heads are still hanging on the walls of our house. Iji's sunglasses were glowing in the sun. Obviously tell me the whereabouts of my sister, maybe our brothers are in a good mood, and we can leave you a whole body. Oh? Is it? Want to know your sister's whereabouts? No problem. Did I get my 1 billion Baileys? Yeshij's mouth twitched. Brother, do you think this guy can't understand you? Naji laughed. Some people are like this, they are about to die, and they are still thinking about money. This kind of person, it is not a pity to die. Go. Iji's face turned cold, no nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, all the surrounding Vinsmoke family fighters charged out with advanced firearms. Da-da-da-da. H_. Unlike the soldiers of Constantine, who are no longer ordinary muskets or pistols, the Vinsmoke family has obviously undergone fundamental changes in weapons. Bazooka, machine guns, all kinds of firearms, and strategies for combat. There is a world of difference in combat effectiveness with the soldiers of Constantine and those pirates. But whatever their weapons, what are their tactics? In the face of absolute power, everything is just a cloud. Chapter 15 All Out. The bullets were intertwined into a net of fire, and the rockets all over the sky were neatly aligned, swiping across the arc and falling towards Yeshij. It's a bit tricky. Yeshij's eyes flashed, and the demon wings spread out behind him. Using Sharinan's ability to see through all subtle movements and capture the trajectory of objects, Yeshij perfectly calculated the trajectory that these shells and bullets would pass. Everything seemed to slow down in an instant in his eyes. In an instant, Yeshij's body turned into a black shadow. Using the swift flying power of the devil's wings, he swam nimbly like a small fish in the rain of gunfire, dodging all the attacks. In almost a breathless effort, Yeshij came to the top of Yuji and Naji's head. Giant elephant feet. War trample. Yeshij's right foot suddenly turned into a big elephant leg, bulging like a balloon. It swelled up, and stomped on the position where the two were standing. The thief is the first to capture the king. Those ordinary combatants are not lethal, the real strength is these two brothers. Of course, Yeshij has to deal with them as soon as possible. What a quick move. Not at all slower than our bouncing boots. Seeing this, Iji and Naji jumped out immediately. Boom. The wall of the palace where they had just stood was reduced to ruins at the foot of Yeshij's giant elephant, leaving a huge footprint on the ground. Arrogant bastard, come and taste my thunder bomb. In the air, Naji Hayisho, after pressing a button, the short pistol in his hand quickly turned into a thick long gun, and even the muzzle became larger. Naji pulled the trigger, and with a bang, a thunderbolt glowing blue lightning shot up into the sky, heading straight for Yeshij. Bang! The thunder bomb exploded in the air, and the thunder and lightning in the sky reflected the surroundings even brighter than the daytime. Have you dealt with him? Naji and Iji both landed firmly on the ground, looking up as the thunder and lightning gradually dissipated. Ding! Suddenly, in the lightning that was about to dissipate, a violent white flash burst out, and then a powerful flash cannon descended from the sky and bombarded the location of the two brothers. Human wall! Iji shouted, and immediately 4 combatants threw away their guns, turned on the photon shield on their arms, and stopped in front of them without hesitation. Boom! The terrifying flash cannon drowned them all, and the earth was terribly destroyed in an instant. A deafening sound came out, smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel splashed around. Above the sky, Yezhij, who slowly put away his demon wings, looked down. It was demon wings just now, which helped him resist the lightning damage of thunder bombs. The A-level ability is really extraordinary, and even the defense is first class. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and Yezhij saw that the 4 fighters were smashed into pieces by the flash cannons, and the arms carrying the photon shield were all shattered into scum, and their bodies were burned by the strong flash. Even the white bones can be seen. These guys died on the spot. Naturally, Neji and Iji, who were behind them, were not injured in the slightest. A combat clone that can be sacrificed at any time. These guys seemed to be well prepared. He suddenly remembered that the fighters of the Vinsmoke family are all clones cultivated using bloodline factors. It only takes 5 years to cultivate a 20-year-old clone soldier. From the moment of birth, clone troopers have been infused with genes to obey orders. These Vinsmoke family members only need an order, even if they sacrifice their lives, they will not hesitate, they are absolutely loyal combat weapons. Look. Big brother, I said it all, this guy can destroy our battleship so badly, and he has a special attack method. Fortunately, this time I specially made them all wear photon shields, otherwise with this destructive power, we will be finished in one hit. Neji threw the clone trooper who had just sacrificed his life for him like a piece of useless garbage, and joked. I underestimated him. Yazi swept out with 1 foot, and the dead clone trooper was swept away by him. His eyes under the sunglasses stared at Yezhij in the sky. It should have been thought long ago that it was no accident that he was able to kidnap my sister. Since he's so strong, he can't be dealt with by ordinary standards. Everyone, all out. Iji pressed the radio on his ear and gave the battle order. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, from around the palace, the figures of Germa 66 fighters appeared one after another. Either jumped up, fell from the sky, or climbed over the palace wall and ran fast. These fighters who were quietly lurking at various entrances and exits to prevent Yezhij from escaping all rushed out at once. On the other side, a cathedral in Yongstantin, several kilometers away from the palace, Reiju, who was standing on the roof, finally showed a dignified expression when he saw this scene. She wanted to see how Yezhij would deal with her 2 younger brothers. But I didn't expect these 2 younger brothers to be so incompetent. They had no intention of fighting independently at all, and directly used the most inferior crowd tactics. From where she was, nearly 1,000 fighters from Germa 66 were like crucian carp crossing the river, and the entire palace was surrounded by black masses. With the participation of such a large number of people, plus her 2 younger brothers, Reiju can't be as calm as before. You have to hold on, don't wait for me to arrive, you are already dead. Reiju jumped up, stepped on the air with a solemn expression, and quickly approached the palace. In her opinion, there are nearly 1,000 fighters, plus Iji and Neji who are not weaker than her, let alone Yezhij. Even if he tries his best, he will not be able to escape. This is no longer a fair battle, but a one-sided crush and slaughter. Chapter 16 Harvest. Da-da-da-da. Boom. 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 Left flank, right flank, attack together. All-round fire coverage, covering the close combat team. Germa 66 approached Yezhij with a frantic attack. The guns in their hands kept spitting out tongues of flame, interweaving into a huge firepower net, shrouding Yezhij from all directions. Skilled tactical formation, perfect coordination, absolute loyalty and obedience, and no will to fear death. Such an army, even with only 100 people, can easily sweep a small country. Not to mention that there are nearly 1,000 people dispatched at the moment, the combat power has increased tenfold. As expected of the Vinsmoke family that has dominated North Blue for many years and still has a dominant position so far, the strength is indeed terrifying, no wonder no one dares to provoke. But unfortunately, this time you have hit an incredible iron plate. Now. Yezhij grinned Isho, and his eyes showed a deep meaning. Zheng _. The light of your eye was glowing, and the wolverine wolf claws that dragged the flame tail in the air burst out of the skin, showing a cold glow. It's time for a grand slaughter. I saw the demon wings behind him spread out, the blood-colored three-tomo in his left eye turned, and then the entire figure turned into a swift shadow, swept away towards the bottom tier. Yezhij's stature was astonishingly fast. Wherever Wolverine's claws passed, 3 thin and long flame tails were dragged, and those Germa 66 fighters who were scratched by Wolverine's claws were pulled out of a body on the spot. The ferocious wound, the blood splattered. What kind of weapon did he use? He could cut through the special battle uniform directly. He's moving too fast. The sights can't track him at all. Help me. Germa 66's combatants are indeed very powerful, armed with the most advanced weapons, wearing special combat uniforms with strong defenses, and armed with many avant-garde combat equipment. But they are only suitable for fighting that kind of huge war with thousands of people. Only on that kind of battlefield can the power of their equipment be highlighted. It can be used to deal with a person, especially when their eyes can't catch up with the enemy. The advantage can't be exerted at all. Yezhij only needs to pass them lightly, without too much movement. The sharp and extremely tough Wolverine claws can cut through their battle suits, tear their flesh and blood apart, and even the whole person all split in half. You don't need to waste an ounce of energy. Yezhij is like cutting rice, he can take a piece of blood and heads with a light brush and rise into the sky, killing these Germa 66 fighters on the spot. Huh? Reiju, who was galloping in the direction of the palace, noticed this, and his footsteps suddenly slowed down, and a bright color appeared in his beautiful big eyes. Under the siege and suppression of so many fighters, Yezhij did not get into trouble as she thought, forced into a crisis, or chose to flee in embarrassment. Instead, in a posture she could not imagine, like a flexible blade in general, madly shuttled among the crowd, harvesting the lives of those combatants. And the fighters of Germa 66 have nothing to do. This guy can not only launch a flash cannon with huge destructive power, but also has such a tough weapon in his hand. Niji looked surprised. It's only been less than a minute, and more than 100 people have lost their vital signs. He must be stopped. Iji's face was solemn, and his sunglasses shone brightly. They originally thought that this group of well-trained and fully equipped 1,000-man combat troops was enough to deal with Yezhij, and they just needed to wait for the fruits of victory. But Yezhij's strength is obviously beyond their imagination. At this speed of harvesting lives, within 10 minutes, all the fighters of Germa 66 would have to die here. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, the two stopped watching, jumped up suddenly, and attacked Yezhij from both directions. I can't watch it anymore. When Yezhij noticed the movements of the two brothers, the corner of his mouth twitched. To deal with this group of ordinary combatants, Yezhij didn't use his full strength at all, he was just harvesting at will. He knew that only those two brothers were the ones to deal with, so he had been staring at those two brothers from beginning to end. If it weren't for the number of these fighters being too much to harass, how could Yezhij ignore them? But it's all right now, the two brothers took the initiative to send them to the door. Hee, then I can't blame myself. Huh? Gone. At this time, Yezhij looked startled, and suddenly found that Niji and Yazi had all disappeared from his sight. A mere unknown bastard dares to yell at my Vinsmoke family. You really take yourself seriously. Suddenly, the figures of Niji and Yazi appeared behind Yezhij, and Niji sneered. Power generation pointer. Along with the sneer, Niji's knee with a strong electric shock went straight to Yezhij's back. In front of the king, your best choice is to submit obediently. Not against us. Fire soldering iron. On the other side, flames suddenly erupted from Yazid's fist, wrapped his fist in it, and hit Yazid's head fiercely. The two appeared almost at the same time, shot at the same time, and cooperated flawlessly. You two are not very strong, but you are quite good at talking. Yazid turned his head sharply, and among the blood-colored Renegan, the black three-tomo turned quietly. Suddenly, all the subtle changes were reflected in Yazid's eyes, and the movements of Yuji and Neji were also slowed down several times at this moment. Sherinan, the more concentrated the mental power, the more able to see through the enemy's movements, no matter how subtle, no matter how fast, it is difficult to escape Sherinan's insight. Not only that, Sherinan has another even more powerful ability, copying other people's actions, copying other people's every move, and returning them to others intact. Recommended book, The God-Level Insect King of Special Forces. Chapter 17 Tyranny of Two Brothers. Aren't you a knee-jerk? Then compare it with my giant elephant's knee, whose knee is more powerful. Yazid couldn't copy Neji's moves, he sent thunder and lightning like him, but his knee strikes could be imitated perfectly. Almost as soon as Yazid's thoughts moved, his right leg had changed into a giant elephant's leg, and his knee was suddenly lifted. And this guy's flaming fist, in terms of fist, I'm not targeting anyone. At the same time, Yazid also restored every detail of Yazid's punching movements, and returned it to Yazid in the form of a giant's right arm. In just a short time, from an outsider's point of view, Yazid seemed to be doing exactly the same action as Iji and Neji, and reapplied their attacking moves to Iji and Neji. Bang! Boom! A loud bang came out, and the moment Neji and Iji touched Yazid, their expressions suddenly changed. What? When they saw that they were completely sunk, their knees were deformed, and their arms were crushed by a fist like a can, their pupils shrank at the same time. They are superhumans created by the top technology of Germa 66. They are born with physical qualities far exceeding ordinary human beings. Especially their bodies are no longer ordinary flesh and blood, but steel that can defend against bullets, knives, and guns. Body. Not to mention the strength of their attack just now, but this steel body alone cannot be shaken by ordinary power, let alone hit them so badly with a single blow. The giant force came, and the two flew out upside down, smashing the ground hard, smashing the ground into two shallow pits. At a glance, you can see that you usually rely on high technology and don't practice much, right? You are full of flaws. Your attitude towards paying the ransom is too bad, so I have to charge some interest from you. The devil's wings shook, and Yazid's body swooped down. Hurry up and stop him. Neji hurriedly shouted. One blow is enough for him to drink a pot, what if he does it again? Germa 66 immediately followed the order and fired on Yazid. But even if they have the most advanced weapons, in front of Yazid's Sherinan, they can't play any role at all. Yazid turned over a few times in the air and easily avoided most of the attacks. A small part fell on Yeji. On Ji's body, there were only silver-colored scars, and it couldn't hurt the inside at all. At the same time, several Germa 66 fighters quickly came to Neji, turned on the photon shield, and formed a human wall. What I did once didn't work for me the second time. Instead of using the giant's right arm, Yazid used Sherinan to detect the gap between the Germa 66 fighters. In an instant, there was nothing in front of Neji, and there was nothing to stop him. Just collect some interest from you first. After sweeping with one leg, Yazid punched Neji from the air. Boom! The huge flash cannon burst out at such a close distance, and it is conceivable how terrifying the power produced is. Neji. When Iji, who was not far away, saw this scene, it was too late to rescue him. When the light dissipated, and in the smoke, Neji's tattered body appeared. He was lying on the big pit that Yezhij blasted, and the special battle uniform specially made for their royal family saved his life. Unable to resist the huge power that followed, he lost consciousness on the spot and was unconscious. 2 troubles, 1 solved. Yezhij put his eyes on Yazi, who was on the side. The pupils under Iji's sunglasses shrank, and cold sweat oozes from his forehead. Human wall. Come on, human wall. Iji shouted hurriedly. Germa 66 resisted in front of him, turned on the photon shield, and he chose to run. That's right, the prince of the Vinsmoke family, the king of the dignified North Blue, chose to flee in a hurry. Yazi is not stupid, although he has only 1 round against Yezhij, but this round is enough for him to analyze a lot of things. One of them is that the 2 brothers together are probably not Yezhij, the opponent of Zhij. Not to mention now that Naji has half his life left, how could he and these ordinary combatants be able to deal with Yezhij? Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Iji immediately activated the jumping boots under his feet, and hurried to the distance, intending to escape from this place quickly. Suddenly, a strong wind came. Yazi turned his head and saw that Yezhij was chasing after him, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw that standing not far from him, the demon wings spread out behind him, and his left hand Wolverine's claws, the right arm of the giant with the right arm, the flame foot of the left foot, the giant elephant foot of the right foot, a Sherinan, is staring at his Yezhij with cold eyes. Looking at Yezhij from his position, it was like seeing a demon from hell. Didn't you just say you were going to teach me a lesson? Now you're going to run away again. You're from the Vinsmoke family. If you only have such a backbone, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Yezhij raised the corner of his mouth and joked. Shut up. Iji was furious and put his hands together, and the muzzle of a black hole appeared in the palm of his hand. Ignition Skyfire Bomb. Call. A huge fireball erupted at Yezhij. It's really immortal. Yezhij punched out, and the instant the flash cannon touched the huge fireball, a violent explosion occurred. Yezhij didn't stop at this point, the devil's wings shook, and a violent wind roared out, shattering all the debris set off by the explosion. Huh? Gone. However, behind the smoke and dust, Iji's figure has disappeared. Apparently, they used their special combat uniforms to keep them invisible. I have to say, the power of science and technology is really powerful. Unfortunately, it was me who you encountered today. Sherinan. Sherinan swept around quickly, and immediately found a vague figure fleeing from the other direction. Chapter 18 Found the one you want. Vinsmoke family is indeed powerful, and the special battle suits can make them invisible at any time. But this kind of invisibility does not mean disappearing from the world. As long as you move, it will produce a faint outline. Maybe this outline can't be seen clearly with the naked eye, but under Sherinan's gaze, even the smallest details have nowhere to go. Can dodge. Technology changes life, and ability crushes technology. I found you. The demon wings fluttered up again. Yezhij did not go after Yazi directly, but rode among the Germa 66 fighters who were constantly harassing him, like playing a game of cat and mouse, little by little. Close to Iji, and harvest the lives of those Germa 66 fighters one by one. This bastard. When I go back, I must bring more people to kill him. Iji gnashed Kiba's teeth in his heart. From his debut to now, he has never been so embarrassed. Obviously he has an absolute advantage, but it was Yezhij who disintegrated their so-called advantage little by little, putting him in a situation where he had to escape. As for Naji, although they are brothers, these special human beings who have been created have long been eliminated from their genes. If you have strength, you are brothers, you can cooperate and fight the enemy together. But once there is no strength, or the value of use is lost, it is waste and a burden. It is precisely because Raja still has great use value that Vinsmoke Judge chooses to let them come to the rescue. Otherwise, Sanji will end up being abandoned directly. If Sanji is not required to go back to complete the political marriage, it will be of great benefit to the family. How could he still have contact with him? It's time. When Yezhij saw that Yazi seemed to be running a little far away, he accelerated and approached Yazi quickly from the air. At first, Iji thought he had escaped Yezhij's tracking. After all, he was wearing Vinsmoke's most advanced combat equipment. Even if he had observation haki after being invisible, he wouldn't even want to detect his tracks. But when he heard the whirring sound of wind coming from behind, he turned his head to look, and suddenly his heart trembled. How is that possible? How did he catch up with me? I've clearly entered the invisible state. Iji roared in his heart, full of disbelief. Without giving Yazi much time to react, Yezhij's figure swooped down, and the giant elephant's foot and the flame's foot stepped directly on top of Yazi's head. Bang! Iji's escaping steps stopped, the whole person almost fell into the ground, and a large piece of head was slumped down. Damn it! How did you find me? Yazi was still haunted by Yezhij's ability to track him down, biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth unwillingly. I said you were dying, and you still have the heart to care about these things. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, have you brought my billion Baileys? Yezhij didn't immediately kill Yazi, he just wanted to find out the whereabouts of his 1 billion ransom from his mouth. Heaven and earth are big, not as big as those money. 1 billion Baileys. You despicable bastard, really thought we Vinsmoke would? Ah! Before Yazi's words were finished, Yezhij's wolverine claws pierced directly into his abdomen, pinning his whole body to the ground. Blood oozes from the wound, and the stinging pain and the burning pain of the fire made Iji scream in pain. I advise you not to challenge my patience. If you think 1 billion Bailey is more important than your life, you can tell me, and I will fulfill you. Yezhij's eyes froze. He had already figured out murder as early as the month he first came to this world when he was a sea bandit. Good people can show mercy on their own, like Los. As for the bad guy, unless he's in a good mood, he's just like the 7 or 8 pirates from the pirate group that Youngston Tin invited, all of them don't even think about surviving. You bastard! If you kill me, Germa, Vinsmoke, the whole North Blue won't let you go. Iji bit Kiba with hatred. Oh? You're so important? You can make the entire North Blue deal with me. But just so, if those guys are rich, I don't mind them coming to me. Now I'll ask you one last time, 1 billion Baileys, to explain or not to explain. Yezhij dripped Wolverine's claw on Yazi's back, where Yazi's heart is located. Although Iji, Niji, and Reiju were born with altered genes, they are also living human beings, and naturally also have fatal weaknesses such as hearts and heads. Aware of Yezhij's actions, Yazi did not dare to speak. He was ashamed, angry, but helpless. 1 billion Baileys on board, right in my room. In the end, Iji chose to compromise. Puff. As soon as Yazi's voice fell, Yezhij's wolverine claws cut off his hands and feet. Ah! You don't keep your promise. Iggy let out a hysterical howl of pain. For the sake of 1 billion, you can be spared the death penalty, but the life crime is hard to escape. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can let your father come to me. But next time, it won't be a mere 1 billion Baileys, but 10 billion. The corner of Yezhij's mouth twitched, and he didn't pay attention to Yazi any longer. The Devil's Wing was shocked and rushed to the coast. 1 billion Bailey, here I come. Not long after Yezhij left, the fighters from Germa 66 arrived late. When they saw that Yazi was covered in blood, his limbs were all chopped off, and he was lying in a pool of blood, they couldn't help showing shock. Color. You bastards, what are you doing? Come and carry me away. Ichi said sharply. Yes. The fighters rushed over. Iji, I didn't expect you to be so useless. Suddenly, a melodious female voice came, and everyone looked at them, only to see Reju slowly pacing not far away. "Miss Reju." The combatants saluted respectfully. "Sister?" Iji looked at Reju in surprise. "Didn't you get kidnapped by that bastard? Go back for me and tell my father that I have found the person I want, so that he doesn't have to bother to find me anymore," Reju said calmly. Chapter 19 S-Class, Cyclops. After eliminating the last fighter stationed on the ship, Yezhij rummaged through the ship, and finally managed to find an iron box in one of the rooms. As soon as he opened the box, Yezhij's eyes lit up immediately. Inside are all neat green bank notes. Don't ask, 1 billion Baileys are a lot. These Vinsmoke guys were already prepared for it? Yezhij snorted. If Yezhij threatens Reju's life, they will definitely use money to stabilize him first, and then choose to attack and take down Yezhij after everyone is safe. Then the people will be there, and the money will be taken back. Nothing is lost. But when they saw Yezhij alone, they didn't mean to threaten them, so they immediately chose force. It's a pity that they misestimated Yezhij's strength, and they failed miserably in the end. System, 1 billion Bailey has been collected. I want to draw a lottery. Without further ado, Yezhij directly chose the lottery. If you want to gamble, you should bet on a big one. Anyway, the abilities of all parts of the body are basically collected. A little more B-level ability will not greatly improve the combat effectiveness. It is better to go directly to higher level abilities. System, give me a 1000 point level. Yezhij knew that his character was not good, and his 50% chance of winning the lottery was repeated. But as he said, he is full of B-level abilities, and it takes a long time to deal with the two little guys of the Vinsmoke family and those miscellaneous soldiers. If you can have another A-level ability, or a higher S-level ability, then the improvement can be improved. Not a little bit. 1000 point level lottery draw will give you an A-level ability at a minimum. If you are lucky, you can get an S-level ability and you will make a lot of money. The current Yezhij seems to be very strong, but in fact it is incomparable to the real strong men in the pirate world. If you want to catch up with these strong men, you must take this risk. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Congratulations! Obtain the S-rank head ability, Cyclops. I am CAO. When he heard this sound, Yezhij's whole body was full of energy, and he jumped up in place all of a sudden. S-class ability. Ha ha ha. I knew that I didn't hit the high probability things, but I could run into the low probability ones. Yezhij looked up to the sky and laughed. Before the 50% chance of winning the lottery, I didn't even get half of the ability every time, but this time it was only once, and there was only a 30% winning rate, and the S-level ability was estimated to be even less, even 10%. He just hit it? What is life? This is life. Cyclops. This is also the ability of Marvel heroes. It is 2 levels higher than Wolverine Wolfclaw. Even the right arm of the giant is not high enough. How exaggerated its power is. Yezhij immediately chose to give it a try. According to the information about controlling Cyclops that kept coming in his mind, Yezhij gradually became familiar with all the operations of Cyclops. Change. On. Sizzle _. As soon as Yezhij used his Cyclops ability, his right eye immediately burst into light, and then a dazzling DPI laser suddenly shot out. Germa 66's room were pierced in an instant, and all the walls were like paper, which could not hinder the laser beam for half a minute. When the laser extended out for 100 meters in an instant, it stopped suddenly and did not continue to extend back. Obviously, the limit range of this laser is 100 meters. Yezhij twisted his head, and the entire laser was like a sword, instantly cutting through the entire ship castle of Germa 66. Boom! The upper half of the castle kept sliding down and finally fell into the sea, setting off huge waves dozens of meters high. Squaw. Yezhij's right eye changed, the laser disappeared, and it returned to normal. Seeing that smoke was constantly coming from the cut place in front of him, and sparks were scurrying about, Yezhij was amazed at the ability of Cyclops. S-class ability is really powerful, whether it is single or group attack, it is first class. With this ability in hand, Yezhij's strength has risen a lot. If he were to return to the previous battlefield now, nearly 1,000 fighters of Germa 66, as well as the Naji brothers, I am afraid that it would only take a second for him to directly solve the battle. This 1 billion is worth the gamble. Yezhij was very excited. Are these your masterpieces? Looks like you've gained incredible power again. At this moment, Raju's voice came from behind Yezhij. When Yezhij turned his head, Raju had a slight smile on his lips, and a pair of beautiful big eyes looked at him, and the color of admiration in his eyes became even stronger. Why are you here? 1 billion Bailey has been obtained. Although the transaction is a bit of a loss, it has brought me a good profit. Now I am in a good mood. I won't kidnap you, let's go. After getting an S-rank ability, Yezhij felt more at ease, he kept his promise and let Raju go. And from the beginning, he didn't plan to kidnap Raju for a long time. He just wanted to attract people from the Vinsmoke family to come over and see if there was anything valuable to loot. Now that you have got what you want, it is nothing to be generous. I want to join you, you take me away. Raju said with a smile. Join me? Are you kidding me? I'm not a pirate, why do you need so many people? Yezhij was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still waved his hand. He is not one of those pirates. In order to be able to compete with others for territory and power in the Great Waterway and the New World, he aggressively recruits troops, strengthens himself, and then occupies the land as the king, calling himself the Four Emperors, Shichibukai. He just wants, isn't it fun to be free, especially a person, to go wherever you want? You're not a pirate, but you don't want to stay in this place, right? I know navigation, and I have the ability to protect myself. I won't hold you back. I can take you to the Great Waterway, or a deeper New World. When you get there, there are many more opportunities to make money. What's more, I know a piece of information, worth at least 500 million Baileys, that can be given to you for free in exchange, how about that? Raju's mouth curved into the moon kiba, and the smile was extraordinarily bright. Chapter 20 Special Lockbox. As soon as Yezhij heard the information worth 500 million Bailey, his eyes lit up. He thought about it again. Yes, it is impossible for him to wander around North Blue all his life, and there is no meat to eat here. He can't go to destroy countries one by one and directly rob other countries' money, right? Besides, countries like North Blue generally don't have much money, and it's not bad to have more than 1 billion Baileys. It's a question of whether they can get 500 million Baileys. But the Great Channel is different. It is a place where the strong gather, and there are countless going jewels buried, danger and opportunity coexist, plus so many pirates, everyone is so valuable, just collect a few and you can draw a 1,000-point prize. What's more, those pirates basically came from various sea areas, and the money on the ship is definitely not small. Searching for a pirate group of them is completely equivalent to looting a country. Of course, what's more important is that Yezhij doesn't know much about sailing. He wandered around for a month, all in the remote areas of North Blue. It can be seen that he is a sailing idiot. He is extremely exaggerated in various weather changes. In the extremely dangerous and great waterway, Yezhij certainly needs someone who knows navigation to help him guide the way. After thinking about it, Yezhij looked at Raju a few more times. In this way, you first tell me what that intelligence worth 500 million Bailey is. After I listen, I will weigh whether I will accept you or not. Yezhij did not agree immediately, but shrewdly inquired about the whereabouts of 500 million Bailey. There are some rules in our Vinsmoke family. One of them is that whenever we encounter valuable things at sea, we will collect them. Yezhij turned over the Byakugan, and if he collected it, he made it clear that he would grab it. And these valuable things will be temporarily stored on the ship and kept in a special password box. Raja said this and stopped. Yezhij's eyes lit up immediately. You mean both of your younger brothers have a special password box? They contain their treasures. That's right. Raja nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the box should be not far from you. Hearing this, Yezhij quickly lowered his head, turned on Sherinan and started rummaging in the room. It's a pity that this is Sherinan. If it were Byakugan, you don't have to look for it, you can find the thing immediately with a look. But no matter how deeply hidden things are, they can't escape Yezhij's carpet-like search. Wolverine's claws stretched out, Yezhij was rude and began to cut everywhere. The power of Edmund alloy is manifested, and even the hardest things are cut mercilessly. Ding! Suddenly, Yezhij moved in unison, and the Wolverine claws in his hands actually encountered something that could not be cut. Found it? Yezhij took a closer look and saw that it was under the floor. He stretched out his big hand, and the giant's right arm pulled the whole floor out. Under the floor, he found a rather large silver-colored box. This silver-colored box is very expensive at first glance, especially since even the Edmund alloy cannot be cut, and there is not even a trace left on it, which shows how exaggerated the hardness is. If there are knowledgeable people here, you can even tell that the materials that make up these boxes are not only the hardest gold and steel, but even mixed with sea stone. Sea stone itself is extremely hard, and it is made of other materials and special processes. It can be said that in addition to the password, it is difficult to break the password box with external force. Looks like you've found it? Raja fell beside Yezhij. This one needs a password to open. Do you know their password? Yezhij slipped out the silver-colored box. There was no additional lock on it, but the built-in combination lock. Everyone's password is known only to him. Raja shook his head. This is a password box customized by Vinsmoke for our royal family. It is extremely hard. Once you enter the wrong password more than 3 times, it will immediately start the self-destruction program. Then your information is not worth talking about in the end. Yezhij was speechless. No, since they know the password, I'll go find them now. Don't waste your energy. When you searched here, they had already left quietly in a submarine. Even if you catch up now, you can only chase a group of soldiers, and you can't find Iji and Niji. Raja said, I've seen him, and when he left, he knew you'd find the lockbox, and decided that you couldn't open it in the end, so you could only choose to throw it away. Then he'd bring more soldiers to come and recycle it. The password box, if you're there, I'll recycle it with you by the way. Yazi suffered such a big loss here, how could he just let it go? As the Vinsmoke royal family of the dignified Germa kingdom, they were actually defeated by a little-known little guy. Of course, they have to go back to raise troops and horses and come back to find their way back. Yo! This guy provokes me before he leaves. Don't let me see him next time, or I'll chop up both of their brothers and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Yezhij snorted, isn't it just a password box? Do you really think it can stop me at this level? I have never been able to get anything I want. What good means do you have? Raja folded his fists in his chest and looked at Yezhij with interest. Her intention seems to be here. She wants to see how Yezhij can deal with something that even Vinsmoke is helpless. Look, what a broken password box. For me, it's very easy to break it. As soon as Yezhij finished speaking, his right eye suddenly changed, and a powerful DPUI laser burst out from his eye. Sizzle _. The DPUI laser was like a knife, falling on the lockbox, and the material on the lockbox began to melt away gradually. He actually has this ability. This scene, Reju leaned forward involuntarily, and his eyes lit up with brilliance. Chapter 21 Zo, an ancient species. No one else knows, but Reju, as the royal family of Vinsmoke, knows very well how exaggerated the hardness of this lockbox is. Vinsmoke Judge, that is, her father, the king of Germa Kingdom, brought back from Vegapunk not only the bloodline factor that can clone soldiers infinitely, modify genes, but also mix with sea stone, making the world's most solid hard solid. Tech means. Don't look at these lockboxes, but the scientific research room has spent a lot of effort to create these lockboxes. After it was released, I tried various means, but no means could break it. The reason why she told Yezhij about the existence of the lockbox was purely to see how capable Yezhij was. She thought that Yezhij would definitely try to open the lockbox, but to her surprise, Yezhij can actually open it. It's really melting a little bit. Reju looked at the deep UI laser in Yezhij's eyes in amazement. He could feel the heat wave coming towards him, and the surrounding temperature began to rise gradually. Not only that, Yezhij can also judge the cutting depth very accurately. 1 point is not much, 1 point is not less, and the circular cutting can be carried out perfectly without affecting the contents of the treasure chest. After a while, dang bang! As the top half of the box was cut off, the items in the box were finally presented to Yezhij and Reju. This is a devil fruit. In the box, there is only a strange shaped fruit with a shape like a durian, with copper yellow, colored lines all over it. It turned out to be it. No wonder Iji put him here as a treasure. Reju's eyes lit up. Do you know the origin of this devil fruit? Yezhij asked curiously. Although he recognized it as a devil fruit, he didn't know whether the devil fruit was Logia, Zoan or Paramecia, and he couldn't tell the specific abilities. This is the ancient Zoan ancient bison devil fruit. Even among the devil fruits, it is a very rare species. Reju explained, this devil fruit is an item that the king of the entrusted country paid us as part of the reward in the last commission I did with Iji. I thought that I had left it behind myself, and it was also packed in a treasure chest. Zoan ancient species, people who eat it can gain the ability of a certain animal in ancient times, and its power is stronger than ordinary Zoan. If it is awakened, its awakening power is even more incredible. Such a rare devil fruit, no wonder Iji chose to keep it and put it in his password box. Zoan ancient. So, isn't it worth a lot of money? Yezhij's eyes brightened. He had no intention of eating devil fruits by himself. He already possessed a variety of abilities, and a mere devil fruit was not enough for Yezhij to sacrifice water to become a landlubber. What's more, a rare devil fruit represents a lot of real gold and white silver. If you can really get these real gold and white silver, the ability to get a random lottery is much more than the benefits brought by the devil fruit. According to what I know about the underground black market, the value of this devil fruit is at least 500 million Baileys. If there are multiple competitions, the price may be higher. Reju nodded. Devil fruit is a scarce thing, and anyone can sell for a high price of hundreds of millions of bellies, not to mention that they are still holding a rare variety of devil fruits. 500 million bellies are not expensive at all. You must know that the fruit of Lugo's operation was traded at a price of 5 billion Bailey. Although I don't know if Marine deliberately quoted such a high price to fool them, but this is enough to prove that Yezhij's hands the price of this devil fruit can even be higher than 500 million Bailey. That's great. Your two brothers really take care of me. Yezhij said with a look of getting a baby, especially excited. Don't get too happy so early, have you heard a word? People who carry treasures, even if you are not guilty, will become guilty. Reju said, if the news of such a rare devil fruit spreads out, the Shishibukai, the four emperors, and the marine world government will definitely contact you through various channels. At that time, it will be a difficult problem for you to choose whom to trade with. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. Who wouldn't want such a rare devil fruit? Shichibukai da Flamingo, Kaido of the Beasts of the Four Emperors, Marine World Government, everyone will care. A rare devil fruit makes a strong man. Big enough to be famous in the New World. What kind of value it will bring to each of them is self-evident. At that time, no matter who Yezhij deals with, he will offend the other parties. It's not something we have to worry about. Yezhij waved his hand. He show indifferently. If they are dealing with a small pirate group, they will definitely not be polite, but if they are facing an unimaginable powerful enemy, the help guy will definitely pay for it. Yes, the power is enough to suppress everything. If they want to use their brains, then use force to dispel their thoughts. What about the four emperors, Shichibukai, world government? In the face of powerful forces, you can only choose to be friendly, instead of blindly making enemies for yourself. That's it. Go to the Great Channel first, and spread the news of this devil fruit on the way to see who will be the first to bid. Yezhij looked at Reiju, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, by the way, you just said that everyone in your Vinsmoke family has a password box, and now I only found one. Where is yours and another brother's? You don't have to make up your mind about mine. I have already collected it. Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. As for Naji's password box, you can look for it. Maybe it's really on this ship. Reiju turned over the big Byakugan and said angrily. This guy is really addicted to robbery, even himself. Chapter 22 Outraged. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you now. Take this ship as my little intention, I hope you can accept it. On the coast of Helulu Kingdom, the commander held Yezhij's hand excitedly, his eyes full of sincerity. After the king of Youngstanton and most of the soldiers were killed, they got the news and immediately led their troops to the palace. Without a single soldier or even a single shot, they broke into the palace and occupied it completely. Youngstanton. Since then, there will be no two separate countries on this island, only Helulu. And Yezhij, who was the initiator, naturally became the great hero of Helulu, and became the chief object of gratitude of the commander. The commander never imagined that Yezhij would actually do it, and he would wipe out the entire Youngstanton palace by himself. When he saw the ruins of Youngstanton's palace, he didn't know how grateful he was for his original choice. If he had been tough at the time and resisted, maybe the end of Youngstanton now would be the future of their Heluru. He. You're welcome. Thanking me is actually very simple, you just need to take this. You can thank me very well. Yezhij rubbed his fingers and raised his eyebrows, the meaning couldn't be more obvious, money. Just take the money. I'm really sorry, we searched the treasury of Youngstanton, but we couldn't find even a penny. It may have been looted by the citizens of Youngstanton. I'm afraid. The handsome is it? Okay, it's okay, I'm a good talker. When Yezhij heard this, he immediately turned into a bold and unconcerned look, waved his hand, forget it. And Reiju, who knew the truth, couldn't help but gouged out Yezhij's eyes, and admired Yezhij's shameless and cheeky. In order to collect 1 billion Bailey for him, he almost went bankrupt, and now he has become a great benefactor, and a great hero. The thickness of the real face, the city walls are ashamed. Master, don't give it away. If you have money in the future, just remember to call me. Yezhij's words made the big handsome mouth twitch. Still calling you? Unless you think you have too much money, and your brain is wrong, you will do this. A phone call is equivalent to dedicating the entire treasury. The boat left the harbor. Yezhij was lying on the beach chair, enjoying the warm sea breeze blowing by, the warm sunshine falling down, and the warm feeling made him extraordinarily comfortable. Zigo, now it's time for us to decide which way to go to the Great Channel. One is to go through the upside-down mountain and enter the Great Channel, which is a long way but safer. The other is to go through the windless zone, which can greatly shorten the journey, but the windless zone, as the name suggests, is a zone without wind. After entering, the ship will stay in place. In the ocean inside, there are large and even giant sea kings everywhere. Have you made up your mind? Decided which way to go? Raju is also the same as Yeshij, lying on the beach chair next to him, wearing sunglasses, wearing a bikini, white fair long legs, devil-like arrogance dazzling. In exchange of information, Yeshij agreed to Raju's request to follow. No, the two decided to set off from North Blue and head to the Great Channel. Raju is now a navigator on the ship, and Yeshij is the captain of this ship. Which way to go and which direction to go, of course, the captain has to make up his mind. Of course, the shorter the journey the better. I don't want to take a detour and spend months of my time, all my time is money. Yeshij didn't care and said, isn't it just some incompetent sea kings? What a trifle. Then think about it clearly, if we go on a windless road, we will encounter not only sea kings, but also marines. Raju pulled off his sunglasses and looked at Yeshij. Don't forget, our Vinsmoke family's authority in North Blue. Since we can participate in the World Conference, how could we not have an intersection with Marine? You beat Aji and Naji so badly, and you kidnapped me. Your father will definitely ask Marine to help you in order to preserve the reputation of the Vinsmoke family. When Yeshij heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Then let Marine come. Hopefully their ship has enough to pay for their lives. North Blue, a complete kingdom made up of dozens of ships. This is the kingdom of Germa, ruled by the Vinsmoke family, who used force to dominate North Blue many years ago. Germa has no fixed maritime territory and no fixed rule, but their prestige is everywhere. To this day it still has a complete army that makes the world tremble, Germa 66. Most of the Germa citizens are male, and everyone is a soldier of Germa 66, absolutely loyal to the Vinsmoke family to the death. At this time, in the king's office, a tall man with a sky-high beard, a white cape, a Germa battle suit, his eyes are indifferent, and the man of Haki, the king of Kun, from the inside out, heard the report from the other end of the phone bug. His face darkened a little. He is Vinsmoke Judge, the king of Germa, and the true creator of the army. Trash. You too trash. After listening to the report, Vinsmoke Judge scolded angrily, I have trained you for so many years, exhausted the best resources, and equipped you with the most advanced weapons. As a result, you can't even beat a wild boy from North Blue. You two rice buckets, go back to me. After Vinsmoke Judge roared, he hung up the phone directly, causing Naji and Aji on the other side to shudder with shock, and they didn't even dare to let out the air. This action is so humiliating. The two princes of the kingdom of Germa were dispatched together, and they also brought 1,000 combat soldiers. Even if the lineup was to wipe out Haluru and Yongstantin, it would be effortless, but it was lost to a little ghost who had no reputation inside. No wonder Vinsmoke Judge is not angry. No, I can't let this man leave North Blue no matter what. The reputation of my Vinsmoke family can't be defeated by a mere brat. Pick up Marine, I'm going to speak to Marine Marshal Sengoku the Buddha in person. Chapter 23 Heavenly Gold. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor. This is the concentration of the strongest marine forces in the world, and the base camp to suppress all the big pirates. It lies in the center of the New World and Paradise, and it is the place where all the pirates in the world will feel fear when they approach. It is not only a symbol of strength, but also the belief of all people in the world. The world is watching every move here all the time, and any twilight at Marine headquarters could be a sign that something big is about to happen somewhere in the world. At this moment, the office of Marshal Marine. Okay, I see. Wearing a luxurious and rigorous marine justice coat, wearing a seagull cap all the time, under the meticulous explosive hair, is a solemn face. The man who hung up the phone was the supreme ruler of Marine Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku the Buddha. Sengoku, why do you look so bitter and grieving again? What trouble did you encounter? In front of the desk, Garp, one of Marine Vice Admiral, known as the hero, happily ate senbei and asked with a smile. I said, Garp, can you stop eating senbei in my office next time? And if you want to eat it, can you buy it yourself? You take it from me every time. Sengoku the Buddha said angrily. Hey, it's just a few senbei from you, don't make a fuss. Garp laughed heartlessly. I really can't help you. Sengoku the Buddha shook his head helplessly, clasped his fists in both hands, and held his chin. It was a request from the North Blue Vinsmoke family. A little guy has emerged, causing a lot of losses to the Vinsmoke family, and it is said that he has even kidnapped the Vinsmoke family now. Reiju, the eldest daughter, escaped. It was a big deal, and Marine didn't seem to be able to do anything. Oh, this is so interesting. I heard that Vinsmoke is the most powerful in North Blue, and they have always been in contact with the four emperors. Such a domineering family actually succumbed to its own territory? Ha ha ha. Garp laughed. Okay, don't gloat over the misfortune, go to the Marine on the North Blue side, see which Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral is free, and search for the kidnapper's trace. After all, it is the largest family of North Blue, superficially skilled. Still have to do it? Sengoku the Buddha rubbed his temples. Although he really didn't want to deal with this kind of shit, he couldn't help it. The other party was Vinsmoke, one of the giants of North Blue. He had deep ties with the world government, and his troops were not weak at all. The right to participate in the World Conference holds a very important vote. With so many identities out there, the request is on Marine's head. How could he choose to ignore it? But for what the Vinsmoke family called the fierce newcomer of North Blue, Sengoku the Buddha didn't take it to heart at all. Isn't it just a little guy who came out of North Blue? How big a wave can it make? Now that I have a headache for the four emperors, and Shishibukai can't get over these problems, how can I have the time to pay attention to a little guy? Has there been any progress in Yuhafa's contact with Kaido? Sengoku the Buddha suddenly asked. As soon as he heard the sensitive words Yuhafa and Kaido, Garp's face gradually converged with a hippie smile and changed into a solemn expression. The contact between the four emperors will have unpredictable effects no matter what the final result is. Therefore, in order to avoid such a thing from happening, their Marine is always watching the four emperors' every move to prevent friction between them, or any intention to cooperate with the alliance. The small actions of the four emperors, for them Marine, are huge actions. The two sides are gathering troops. Garp folded his fists on his chest and said solemnly, you know that Kaido, once you get entangled, you won't give up easily. Yoi doesn't look like a good guy, but when he gets on his head, his temper will come up, and he won't give up easily. No face for anyone. It seems that war between them is a matter of time. These uneasy guys must keep an eye on them all the time. Even if there is a war, we must minimize their impact. Sengoku the Buddha said solemnly. The two of them can't be explained in a few words, but when you mentioned North Blue just now, I suddenly remembered something. Garp said, in recent times, it's the time when North Blue's countries have paid Tenryubido's gold in the sky. The kidnappers are from North Blue, but don't let anything go wrong. Although you can rest assured about this matter. Sengoku the Buddha didn't care. In the past, many pirates often used the idea of heavenly gold, but after that big raid, the heavenly gold has become a restricted area for pirates, unless someone is really crazy and stupid. I'll have to live with my own life for that little money. Heavenly gold refers to the fact that the world's allied countries have to hand over a certain amount of treasure to the world noble Tenryubido every year. To put it nicely, it means heavenly gold. One can imagine how serious the consequences of robbing the world's nobles for protection will be. For the mere hundreds of millions of Baileys, it is not a joke to take such a serious charge. I hope so. For collection for flowers. Just 7 days after Sengoku the Buddha said these words, North Blue was near the windless belt. GGE, the target has been found ahead. Reija descended from the sky and landed on the deck. It is confirmed that it is the heavenly gold given to Tenryabito. I checked it out, and according to the number of marine guards on the ship, the value of the treasure should be around 500 million Baileys. 500 million Baileys. Yezhij's eyes lit up. Isho, it's much better than robbing those poor ghost pirates. This ticket is done. Do you really want to fight the heavenly gold? The charge of robbing the heavenly gold is the same as the charge of defying Tenryabito, and will be pursued by Marine Admiral. Reija frowned. Obviously she didn't want to provoke the nobles of the world, let alone deal with Marine Admiral so early. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. Yezhij is sly Isho. Chapter 24 Sneak into North Blue Fringe. Keep an eye on the surroundings all the time, don't let me relax. What we are going to escort this time is the heavenly gold sent to the world noble Tenryabito, and we must not make any mistakes, understand? Yes. A Marine Major stood on the deck, patrolling back and forth, while shouting, alerting all Marines. When Major Marine returned to the cabin, the Marines relaxed. Still keeping an eye on the surroundings all the time. What a joke, we are transporting gold in the sky, not escorting prisoners. Which pirate would turn his eyes away and oppose Marine openly? That's right. Since the big raid at the Marine headquarters, the cases of robbery of the heavenly gold have been decreasing year by year, and even last year, there has never been a single occurrence. Speaking of which, we are really lucky, transporting the heavenly gold is just like playing a game. Effortlessly. The sea is still too boring. After returning to the Holy Land Marijois, I must take the opportunity to go to the Sabayati Archipelago and have a good time. You miss those chicks from Sabayati Archipelago again? Ha ha ha. Marines were talking and laughing, and no one bothered to defend. But even if they stared at the sea, they could not find that a figure quietly sneaked into the bottom of their boat from the bottom of the sea. Reinforced with steel? The Marines' defenses are so meticulous. This figure is none other than Yezhij, who came to the sky for gold. Among the items in the previous lottery, Yezhij got a fishman mask. As long as this fishman mask is worn, he can breathe in the sea like a swimming fish without any restrictions. Just as Reija was worried, robbery of gold from the sky is a big crime. If Marine is not alerted, even Marine Admiral may be provoked. Therefore, Yezhij chose the most secure method, using the fishman mask, sneaking close to the warship escorting the gold in the sky, and then taking the opportunity to steal all the treasures for a perfect robbery without sound. However, Yezhij obviously didn't know that Marine's warships were all reinforced with steel. Not only that, but in order to pass through the windless belt and prevent the invasion of sea kings, sea stone was specially mixed. What about steel reinforcement? In front of my Cyclops, a piece of cake. Yezhij's right eye changed, and a deep UI laser burst out, and began to melt the steel and the sea stone interlayer in it. Soon, a circular incision appeared. Yezhij pushed open a gap with a slight force, and the demon wings spread out behind him and flew in quickly. Putting away the demon wings, Yezhij did not forget to use the flame of the flame feet to re-weld the cut steel blocks and gaps. Anyway, this is also a warship. It's okay to enter the water a little bit. If there is too much, it will easily activate the alarm system. Now it's time to find the location of the heavenly gold. Yezhij began to grope inside the warship. In order to make the investigation more convenient, Yezhij also knocked out a Marine soldier, put on a Marine soldier's costume, and blended into these Marines perfectly, roaming around to check. The hard work paid off. Yezhij soon found a door locked with an iron lock in an area that ordinary people could not approach. This kind of lock is too lazy to use Cyclops. As soon as Yezhij's Wolverine claw came out, he easily cut the iron lock in half. Edmund's alloy is really not a cover for cutting iron like mud. At the gate of opening, Yezhij's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light. Wow! What appeared in front of him was Ren's dazzling treasure boxes, as well as a treasure box that looked luxurious. Money. It's all about money. Yezhij went up and cut the lock of the treasure chest directly. This is not the special combination box of the Vinsmoke family. Opening the box, a golden light burst out in an instant. Half a treasure chest of gold coins piled up. A beautiful jewel-encrusted crown made by going. A necklace of black pearls the size of a pigeon egg. Each one is worth a lot. Yezhij cut other treasure chests together, agate, gems, going, white silver. All of them are extremely valuable things. Of course, banknote Bailey is also among them, but the proportion is not large. It can be seen that the country that pays tribute does not have much banknote inventory, and can only fill in these treasures. The treasure chests contain precious accessories and treasures, and those treasure boxes contain some precious medicines, as well as some picture scrolls and the like. Tenryabito doesn't have a good thing, cheap Tenryabito, it's better for me. System, give me a calculation, how much are these worth in total? Yezhij said impatiently. In an instant, all the treasures piled up like mountains were swept away, leaving only the picture scrolls, medicines, and other things whose value could not be directly estimated. Scanning completed, new entry, 765.3 million Baileys. Your account balance, 802.2 million Baileys. 7 billion Baileys. Cool. Yezhij was excited. He thought that it would be good to get 500 million Baileys this time, but he didn't expect that there would be more than 200 million. When the time comes, he will sell all those picture scrolls and medicines, maybe he will be able to get a 1000-point level again. Raffle. Who are you? Just as Yezhij was immersed in the joy of Debeo, a loud shout brought him back to reality. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man wearing a marine justice coat, drawing a long sword from his waist and looking at him with sharp eyes. This person is Major Marine, who is in charge of transporting the gold in the sky. He has to inspect the door of this room every once in a while to ensure safety. However, this time he found that the door was opened. He rushed over immediately and saw Yezhij at a glance. Where's the stuff? Where did you hide it? Hurry up and tell me if you're sensible, or you'll regret it when I catch you and send it to the interrogation room at Marine headquarters. Marine glanced at the treasure chests behind Yezhij, all of them were opened, and all the contents inside were gone. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shouted sharply. Stomping on! Marine's voice alarmed the Marine soldiers who were guarding the surrounding area, and they rushed over. After seeing Yezhij, they quickly picked up their guns, set up a battle, and surrounded the entire room. Chapter 25 Call Me Supreme. Oh, I didn't expect you to find out. Seeing that he was discovered, Yezhij pouted helplessly, but there was no panic on his face, as if this was in his preparations. But you wait first, don't be in a hurry. As Yezhij spoke, he walked to the side and put those treasure boxes into the treasure chest. These are all real silver, valuable things, as long as they are sold, it will be a lot of money. How could he let them go? Stop me! Marine shouted loudly. The sword-wielding figure swooped forward, and slashed towards Yezhij's head with a volley. So many guns are aimed at me, and you are still rushing up alone. Are you trying to make a difference in front of Tenryabito? Yezhij's mouth twitched, but you underestimate me too, don't you? Zheng. Wolverine's claws stretched out, his left eye Sharingan opened, and when he looked up, every subtle movement of Major Marine was captured by him. On one side of Yezhij's body, he perfectly brushed past the long sword. At the same time, his Wolverine claw slammed down, and a cold light passed by. The long sword's blade was smoothly cut into several sections by the incision on the spot. The angle of Wolverine's claws changed, and it went straight to Major Marine and easily landed on Major Marine's neck. Major! Major! Let people go. The Marine soldiers were shocked when they saw this. You! Who are you? Marine felt the cold feeling coming from his neck, and his heart was awe-inspiring. Cold sweat fell on his forehead, and he did not dare to move. The difference in strength is too big, right? North Blue? Stop chattering. Listen to me. You can call me Supreme. I robbed this ship of the heavenly gold. When I go back, write my name on the report, you know. Today's visit is just to say hello to you Marines. I only want money, not my life, but you'd better pray that you don't meet me next time, otherwise if you don't have the money to buy your life. Just stop here, and say hello to your Marine headquarters, especially Tenryabito, for me. Goodbye. Bang. As soon as the voice fell, Yezhij's figure turned into a black shadow, and he punched a big hole in the wall. Yezhij's movements were very fast, raising smoke and dust. No one had time to react, and Yezhij had disappeared. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked at the gaps that Yezhij had knocked out, dumbfounded. Damn it! He took the treasure chest with him. Marine rubbed his neck in palpitations, looked down and found a treasure chest, and all the treasure boxes were gone. Quick! Search and pursue immediately. The liaison will connect me to the headquarters, and I will quickly report this matter to Marshal Sengoku. What are you still doing? Hurry up! Marine growled. Yes. For collection for flowers. Marine headquarters, Marine Fodor. What? Heavenly gold was robbed. Sengoku the Buddha got up from his chair. The senbei in Garp's hand in front of the desk was almost frightened. Wearing a mask like Fishman? Why didn't I know about North Blue's Fishman? Okay, I already understand the situation. You immediately conduct a full search, and I will send someone to support it. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku the Buddha couldn't recover for a long time. He suddenly remembered what he had said 7 days ago, and felt that this old face now felt a little painful. It was like being slapped in the face. 7 days ago, he swore that there was no problem with North Blue's gold in the sky, unless people who were crazy and stupid would rob the gold in the sky. But after 7 days, there were really stupid people who robbed it. Ha ha ha. What did I say? It's fulfilled. Garp laughed heartlessly. Garp, when will your schadenfreude be fixed? Sengoku the Buddha sighed helplessly. The Vinsmoke matter a few days ago hasn't been settled yet, and the North Blue side has begun to be uneasy again. Robbing the heavenly gold, if Tenryabito knew about it, he would definitely come and question him again. But the gold in the sky isn't the most important thing, it's the guy who robbed. Garp, did you know there's a guy nicknamed Supreme in North Blue? Supreme? Garp shook his head. I went to North Blue when I was on a mission a few years ago, but I can be sure that North Blue doesn't have such a person. This person's tone is really big, and he dares to call himself the Supreme. In the world of pirates, the Supreme has the same meaning as for emperors, kings, and overlords. To dare to call yourself the Supreme is to put yourself at the top of the world, and your tone is not ordinary. Sengoku, are you saying that this guy who calls himself the Supreme is the same person as the kid who kidnapped the Vinsmoke family? Garp suddenly thought. I can't rule out this possibility, but according to the information, the man is wearing a fishman mask, and his true face cannot be confirmed. After the picture is sent back there, we can compare it with the picture sent by Vinsmoke, and then we can make a conclusion. Sengoku the Buddha nodded. Report. At this moment, there was a loud shout from the door. Come in. Sengoku the Buddha said without looking up, don't salute, just tell me what happened. Marshal Sengoku, Last time you asked me to closely monitor the underground black market and notify you immediately if there is any special information. This time we got the exact news. Someone wants to sell a very rare devil fruit. It is said that its ability is so an ancient species, ancient bison. Ancient species. Sengoku the Buddha's original sad face was replaced by a look of surprise. Marine doesn't lack devil fruits, but he lacks rare devil fruits like Logia. A devil fruit brings a great power, which is of great help to Marine. Ancient devil fruit is extremely rare. Contact the seller immediately. I must take it down. Yes. Chapter 26 Multi-Party Transactions. Yezhij swam under the sea for at least half an hour, and the shadow of the warship could not be seen in the sky. Only then did he find the ship docked behind a reef and return to the ship. How is it? Did the battle succeed? Seeing Yezhij coming back, Reiju asked with a smile. I'm going out, so what? Yezhij Isho, look at the treasures I brought back. These things are all very valuable things. Open the treasure box and take out the treasure box inside. Reiju's eyes lit up with the items in the treasure box. This is a precious medicinal material. It only grows in some extremely cold regions of North Blue. It is said that every year, because of these precious medicinal materials, various countries, organizational forces, and gangs will fight for a war, resulting in countless casualties. Reiju said, it seems that the country that paid tribute to Tenryabaido has paid enough money. According to what you said, these medicinal materials can definitely sell for a lot of money, right? Yezhij's eyes rolled, and his eyes glowed with golden light. Then you can go and collect a little more information about the transportation of gold in the sky. It's better to be cheaper than Tenryabaido and me. Do you really think Marine is a vegetarian? Reiju turned a Byakugan. The gold in the sky was robbed, and other ships will definitely be on alert. Marine will never sit idly by. Not to mention how difficult it is to find out information. I'm afraid they will find us by following the clues. This kind of thing. Just do it once. If you are greedy, something big will happen. Compared with Yezhij's recklessness, Reiju is obviously more thoughtful. Well then, I don't want to fight Marine's admiral so soon. I have to wait until I get stronger. Yezhij nodded. By the way, has the news of the devil fruit spread out? Has anyone made a bid? Of course. When it comes to business, Reiju's face is straight. I have distributed the detailed information of devil fruits through North Blue's underground black market network. So far, I have received 16 contact requests from underground world forces and organizations, expressing I want to buy this devil fruit. 7 of the organizations have offered between 400 M and 600 M Baileys, and I have yet to answer them. 400 million to 600 million? Too little. Now it seems that the value of this devil fruit is far beyond our expectations. How can we start with 1 billion Bailey? Yezhij lay down on the chair, thinking in his heart, how could the lion open his mouth to squeeze the value of this devil fruit to ultimate? 1 billion Bailey is a bit difficult. After all, although this is a rare ancient species, the difference in specific capabilities is also very large. According to my estimation, it is the limit to be able to bid up to 900 million. If it exceeds 900 million, that is the conspiracy of the other party, and there is no intention to actually make a deal at all. But one thing you predicted is right. This time in our organization, in addition to the various power organizations in the underground world, the King Shishibukai Doflamingo, the 4 Emperors Big Mom, the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, and some great waterways. Famous big pirates all want this fruit. Reiju leaned gracefully on the edge of the boat, curling his hair around his ear. Have you made up your mind? Which party are you going to make a deal with? It is not uncommon for multiple parties to compete for devil fruits. You must know that this is not an ordinary devil fruit, but an ancient Zoan species as rare as Logia. This alone is enough to make those big organizations excited. But don't expect those big pirates, the big organizations will charge high prices. They reported the big names behind themselves, they just wanted to use this as a warning threat, and deliberately lowered the price. With whom? This kind of thing, of course, the more people compete together, the better. Only when they start to fight can we take advantage of the fishermen. Yezhij's eyes flashed. Then you have to think about it. Although the overlords behind these great pirate organizations will not come in person, they will definitely send a powerful figure to compete as a symbol. If you are not sure, maybe someone will use them. Rob by force. Reja smiled. Overlords like the Four Emperors Kaido, Four Emperors Big Mom, and Doflamingo would not make a trip in person for a mere devil fruit. Basically, all major forces will send their strong generals over. However, among these strong generals, few of them are easy to provoke. If one is not good, there is a dispute, and the snatch by force is by no means a big news. If Yezhij is not strong enough, he may be destroyed on the spot in minutes. As for the devil fruit, it is the remaining contender who grabs it. Don't worry. These guys are amazing, but I'm not a vegetarian either. Yezhij said to himself, go and give feedback to all the forces about the time and place of the transaction. It's the Sabayati archipelago on the Great Waterway. The time is half a month later. Good. Yezhij said so, and Reja naturally had no objection. Now Yezhij finally realizes that it is different to have a helper. Otherwise, he will not know how much time and energy it will take to do these things. Yezhij's ship followed the windlass belt all the way to the Great Channel going. At the front of the boat, a Sea King is biting the rope and pulling the boat to going. This Sea King is 10 times the size of the boat, but now he is like a good baby, and he does not dare to resist at all. Be obedient as a coolie pulling a boat. Reja leaned comfortably on the edge of the boat, holding a glass of wine and tasting it slowly. Splash! Suddenly, on the sea not far away, the sea rose, and a Sea King larger than this head broke out of the water. Gge, have you gained anything? Reja waved with a smile. Above the head of this giant Sea King, a figure wearing a fishman mask and a large treasure chest in one hand stood up. With the demon wings unfolding behind him, Yezhij's figure crossed the air and landed firmly on the boat. Haha! Today's harvest is good, take a look. These are the antique picture scrolls I found in those ruins, and there are many costumes among them. Yezhij grinned. Chapter 27 The Pirate Empress is here. This time it's bigger than what I got a few days ago combined. Open the treasure chest, Rin is full of valuables. Many of the items had moss growing on them, and some steel products were covered with rust. Searching for the sunken ship was an idea that suddenly emerged after Yezhij entered the windless zone. He heard from Reja that because there is no wind in the windless zone, and many large Sea Kings' nests are here, if the ships that come and go are not strong enough, they are likely to die in the mouths of large Sea Kings. And these ships that are destroyed in the windless zone will be buried forever on the bottom of the sea. Thinking of this, Yezhij immediately thought of salvaging the sunken ship and looking for treasures from the sea. Not only that, because of the windlass belt, the boat could only be pushed by Yezhij himself, or he could be pulled forward with demon wings. But this method is too tiring, and the efficiency is extremely slow, and it may not be able to travel many kilometers in half a day. Just at this moment, those timely large-scale Sea Kings came to the door. These large Sea Kings regarded Yezhij and Reja as food, and wanted to swallow them together with the ship, but Yezhij saw them as if he saw the cheapest labor. No, after a large Sea King was beaten up by Yezhij, he was domesticated by Reja and became a coolie on the tugboat. The other larger Sea Kings became Yezhij's vehicle to quickly search for those historical shipwrecks on the seabed and salvage them. After all, in the water, whoever runs faster, of course, no one can compare with the Sea King. And with a giant Sea King by his side, Yezhij would also avoid being harassed by those small fish and shrimp in the sea. If they are really ignorant, then a laser or a flash cannon will teach them to make fish. It's a pity that I have come all the way these days, and I haven't encountered any richer shipwrecks, all of which are tattered. Occasionally salvage some gold coins, or pearl agate or something, at most, it is worth tens of millions of Baileys. Only today has a huge harvest, not to mention the direct income of tens of millions of Baileys, and a large number of antique picture scrolls, which are worth a lot of money. Well, you said last time that you wanted maps and books about navigation, but this time I specifically rummaged around. Don't tell me, they really have them. Yezhij took out a dusty book from the treasure chest, the pages on it had turned yellow, and there were many draft maps drawn by hand. Thank you. Raju's eyes lit up. Sweet Isho, took over the books, and read them carefully. Yezhij continued to appreciate the various antiques from the bottom of the sea on his own. Just when they were all focusing on their own affairs, they did not notice that between the sea and the sky, a dark shadow on the sea was approaching in their direction. The real face of that shadow is a ship, the whole body is made of UI wood. But the most conspicuous thing is the pattern of 9 snake heads on a skull printed on the sail. 9 snake pirates. My Lady Empress. A ship was found ahead, without a pirate flag. Judging from its size, it should be a merchant ship passing through here. After the sentry standing at a high place noticed the situation, they immediately shouted loudly. Step! 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 The high heel stepped on the deck very loudly, a woman wearing a UI-colored open-chested dress, showing tall and beautiful legs between steps, followed by a pink, white Orokai woman, under the gaze of all the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates. Down, to the heights of the bow. That exquisite beauty, like a work of art, like the sun, is extremely dazzling. She is the captain of the 9 snake pirates, the current empress of the daughter country Amazon Lily, and the only woman among the Shichibukai under the current king, Boa Hancock. Since it's a merchant ship, what nonsense is it? Go ahead and grab all the valuables. The empress opened her mouth, and her cold eyes showed domineering meaning. If you meet a concubine, they will be considered unlucky. But Lady Empress, their ship is towed by a large sea king. To be able to subdue such a large sea king, their strength is probably not low. We have just returned from an expedition, and we really want to follow up with them again. Did they go to war? The female soldier who was investigating said worriedly. So what? They will obediently offer treasures. Because the concubine is so beautiful. The female emperor Viviisho, with a lock of hair that fell like silk, was so beautiful that all the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates could not help screaming and shouting. Immediately, under the order of the empress, the 9 snake pirates quickly approached the direction of the ship. For collection for flowers. At the same time, Yezhij was still admiring the treasures he had just scooped up from the bottom of the sea. Every time he looked at them, he seemed to be appreciating a treasure of great value, as if he was following the devil. Only Reju, who was flipping through his predecessor's voyage diary, heard the movement around him. She raised her head and saw the 9 snakes pirate ship at a glance, galloping fast in their direction. Gge, someone is coming for us. Reju frowned. Oh? Isn't this a sparsely populated, windless zone? To meet other people here? How strange. Yezhij raised his head and glanced at a distance. Pirate ship? Why do you think this pirate ship looks familiar? It's the 9 snake pirates. Reju stared at the pirate flag on the sail carefully and recognized it. The leader of the 9 snake pirates is one of the pirate queens of Shichibukai under the king. It is said that she had 80 million Baileys in her first expedition. Bounty, is a very powerful woman. The Empress Boa Hancock. When Yezhij heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, when you men heard the name of the pirate queen, their reactions were similar. Reju gave Yezhij a blank look. Of course. Yezhij said excitedly, the most beautiful woman in the world, it's so fateful to meet her here. Ha ha. And she's Shisabukai, the king, so there's no shortage of gold silver jewelry on board, right? Chapter 28 Qualifications. Hearing Yezhij's last sentence, Raju laughed out loud. This Yezhij is really insane. When others hear of the pirate empress, the most beautiful woman in the world, the first thing that comes to mind is to see her beauty, or how to please her. Yezhij is better, what he is thinking about is the treasure on the pirate empress. I know you like money very much, but you also need to divide the occasion. Now that the other party is aggressive, it looks like they have bad intentions, not to mention that the title of Pirate Empress is not for nothing, you must be careful. Raju warned. Don't worry, as long as I have money, I am a good talker. Yezhij laughed. During the conversation between the two, the ships of the 9 snake pirates were already approaching, and the female warriors above were holding bows and arrows, looking solemn and waiting. And Hancock, the female emperor standing on the bow, swept the whole ship with arrogant eyes, and saw that there were only 1 man and 1 woman, and the last worry in his heart was completely dispelled. Especially when she saw the man on the boat, and after seeing herself, her eyes revealed the greed salivation that she had seen many times, and she even snorted. Outsiders, the sea area you are in is the jurisdiction of my 9 snake pirates. Explain your intentions immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. As soon as they approached, a female warrior shouted loudly. We are just passers-by, leave immediately, we won't make more stops. Raju responded. Passers-by, it's too late for you to leave now. Empress Hancock had an indifferent expression, this is the sea area of the concubine, you broke in without the consent of the concubine, do you think you are safe and sound when you pass by? As the price of passing, either take everything on your boat and on your body. Keep all the valuables, or save your lives. Choose for yourself. The pirate empress is really just like the rumors, she is not human, and there is no reason to say it. Raju sighed. Call. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past Raju's side, and when she looked up, she saw Yezhij unfolding his demon wings, flying straight into the air, crossing an arc and landing on the 9 snake pirates. This rash guy, even if he is confident in his own strength, can't be so reckless. Raju looked helpless. Enemy attack. This man can fly? Is it a devil fruit ability? Seeing this, the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates became even more vigilant, and immediately surrounded Yezhiguri on the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor. Some of the female warriors held bows and arrows, some held spears. Even though they were all a group of women, the aura on their bodies and the murderous aura in their eyes were no less than those of the soldiers who had fought for many years. Wow, seeing the world's #1 beauty up close, it really feels different. Yezhij didn't care about the female warriors who surrounded him at all, instead he stared at Hancock, the unparalleled female emperor of Haki, standing on top of Snake's head, with an arrogant look on his face. Bold. How dare you be rude to Lady Empress? Courting death. My Lady Empress, there is nothing good for a man, order him to be executed. The female warriors took a step closer, their sharp eyes as if they were about to tear Yezhij to pieces. Get out of the way. Suddenly, the Empress Hancock shouted loudly, and the crowd gave way. She walked towards Yezhij step by step with graceful steps. The Empress Hancock came straight to Yezhij. The distance between the two was less than a meter. The scent of the girl rushed to his face. Yezhij took a deep breath and felt like he was about to sink in. She deserves to be the #1 beauty in the world, she is very mesmerizing when she looks at people, this smell is even more intoxicating. Is the concubine beautiful? The female Emperor Hancock showed a coquettish expression and a sweet voice, which made people feel a kind of primitive impulse. Beautiful. So beautiful. Yezhij looked like a pig, his mouth was full of saliva, almost dripping to the ground. Since your concubine is so beautiful, you must be willing to become a stone, right? As soon as the Empress Hancock finished speaking, her originally coquettish and shy appearance suddenly became fierce and cold, her hands in a loving gesture, and circles of heart-shaped light radiated out. Marrow marrow mellow. The Empress Hancock is a sweet fruit person. Don't underestimate the sweet fruit. The light it releases can instantly turn all men interested in Hancock into petrification and turn into a stone. Turn to stone? Sorry, I don't want to. It turned out that Yezhij's eyes suddenly became clear and bright, and he looked like a pig brother, the corner of his mouth grinned, and the demon wings behind him wrapped his whole body in it. Marrow marrow mellow fell on Yezhij's demon wings, like mud flowing into the sea, completely useless. Boa Hancock, the pirate queen, it's not a good attitude to welcome guests. The demon wings unfolded, Yezhij said with a smile. It's useless. Empress Hancock was stunned, a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. She had just clearly seen that the other party was already moved. In front of her marrow marrow mellow, she had no resistance at all. Even if something blocked it, she would be petrified. But now, this man has resisted? Could it be that he just pretended to be like that? How could Yezhij not know that the Empress Hancock has petrifying abilities? He was always on guard, especially when the Empress Hancock approached. Those appearances were all faked by him, and this was what he wanted. The devil's wings have almost sea stone-like functions, which can block the influence of any devil fruit ability. Guessed? You don't have this qualification yet. Empress Hancock snorted and said coldly. Qualifications? Look at this one. Yezhij looked around, and the demon wings behind him suddenly shook, causing a strong wind to shatter the deck directly under his feet. At the same time, the surrounding female warriors seemed to be shaken back by an invisible force. In the next second, Yezhij's figure turned into an arrow from the string, heading straight for the Empress Hancock. Huh! Seeing this, Empress Hancock's eyes narrowed, and she immediately swept out to meet Yezhij. Sherinan. Yezhij's left eye changed, and he instantly saw every movement of the Empress Hancock. On one side of his body, he perfectly avoided the foot of the Empress Hancock. At the same time, the wolverine claws on his left hand stretched out. A cold light flashed past, Yezhij passed the Empress Hancock, and none of the people present could react except the Empress Hancock. A few strands of blue silk fell from the forehead of the Empress Hancock. Chapter 29 Robbery Empress. Sister. Bold little devil, dare to conspire against Lady Empress. It was only at this moment that the two Gorgon sisters reacted, and they immediately transformed into two giant humanoid snakes, spitting out letters and looking directly at Yezhij with sharp eyes. But apart from the Empress Hancock herself, no one at the scene noticed these few invisible strands of blue silk. And it was these blue silks that made the Empress Hancock show a dignified look. Hancock, am I qualified now? Yezhij quickly restrained all the changes, turned around, and smiled. Hancock is not your name. Despite the huge waves surging in her heart, the Empress Hancock still showed no signs of compromising, and snorted coldly, Speak. What are your intentions? Attempts? I should be asking you about that, right? You were the ones who came at me first, weren't you? Yezhij raised his eyebrows. Humph. The concubine is too lazy to talk nonsense with you. You get out of my pirate ship, everyone, turn the bow and go back. Empress Hancock waved her hand and directly issued an order to evict the guests. When the other female warriors heard this, they glanced at each other and felt a little inexplicable. Just now, Lady Empress was planning to rob this kid's ship. Why did she choose to retreat in a blink of an eye? Of course they didn't know the concerns of the Empress Hancock. This kid in front of him doesn't seem to have a strong aura, nor does he have the majesty of a strong man, but his real strength is not low at all. The other party can cut off her hair so easily and neatly, which proves that the other party is fully capable of putting the knife on her neck. With such strength, he already belongs to the ranks of characters who cannot be easily provoked. Although the Empress Hancock is arrogant, rude, and willful. But it does not mean that she has no wisdom. Yes. Although the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were puzzled, since the Empress Hancock had spoken, they could only choose to do it. Wait. Yezhij raised his hand and shouted, and everyone's eyes converged. What do you want to do? Empress Hancock said coldly. Of course it's time for business. Yezhij's mouth twitched. From now on, all the treasures on your ship will be taken over by me. As soon as these words came out, all the female warriors of the 9 snakes pirates rioted, and the eyes that looked at Yezhij suddenly became murderous. Rampant brat, do you know what you're talking about? Among them, several cotters of the 9 snake pirates quickly surrounded them, with bows and arrows in their hands, spears, and the poisonous snakes wrapped around their bodies. They pointed at Yezhij, as if they would kill Yezhij at any time. Not only them, but other female warriors also showed killing intent towards Yezhij. The 9 snake pirates who want to rob their concubine? Man, have you really made up your mind? Empress Hancock stood back on the heights again, looked down at Yezhij, and said coldly. Don't be so serious. Yezhij isho, how uncivilized is the word robbery? I'm talking about taking over. As long as you hand over your treasures to me, won't everything be solved? Kill him. The officials of the 9 snake pirates couldn't bear it any longer, so they chose to do it. In an instant, bows and arrows attached to armament haki flooded the sky, and among them were many spears and javelins. Women are really not good at talking. Yezhij shook his head helplessly, and then the demon wings fluttered and took his body to the sky. Sherinan was turned on, all the tracks of bows, arrows, spears and javelins were instantly captured. Yezhij's figure shuttled freely in the rain of arrows. There were arrows that couldn't be avoided. As soon as Wolverine's claws came out, even if it was attached to armament haki, it would have to be cut in half. It's tough. Yezhij cut more than 10 arrows in a row, and armament haki's powerful force made his hand go numb. After his figure came into the air, Yezhij's right leg suddenly changed into a giant elephant's foot. I'll give you a meet and greet first. The giant elephant trample. The elephant's legs rose against the storm, turning into a huge elephant foot more than 10 meters high, and stepped down suddenly. What? Seeing the scene below, the female warriors froze in their hearts and quickly chose to dodge. But if they can dodge, where can the pirate ship under their feet hide? Boom! Stepping on it with one foot, the deck of the 9 snake pirates was pierced, and many internal facilities were shattered on the spot. How dare you be arrogant on the concubine's boat, the concubine will never spare you. Slave arrow. Seeing that the 9 snakes pirate ship was destroyed, the female Emperor Hancock was furious. She stretched out her hand and pulled out a balloon-like heart from her lips, pulling the heart away like a bow, and violently facing Yezhij in the sky. Shoot away. These arrows, regardless of whether the target is moving or not, whether they are living or non-living, will instantly petrify as long as they touch it. Immediately, Yezhij put away the giant elephant's feet, and with the movement of the demon's wings, his body quickly moved in the air, bypassing the arrows, and swooping straight towards the seat of the Empress Hancock. Don't try to get close to the snake Haim-sama. The 2 Gorgon sisters are also not vegetarians, one has 8 Orokai hairs, the other holds a sword, and the eagle behind it flutters its wings, aggressively facing Yezhij. Little eagle, play while you play. Yezhij slapped his hand, and before the aggressive eagle could make a move, he was directly swept away by him. At this time, the 2 Gorgon sisters shot. They are Grandmaster Armament Haki and Observation Haki themselves, and they are obviously stronger than the cotters of the 9 snake pirates. They are sharp and show no mercy at all. However, among Yezhij's Sherinan, no matter how fast they move, it won't help. Swish. Yezhij's figure flipped flexibly in the air, and he almost passed the snakehead and Guandeo. So fast. The Gorgon sisters were shocked. Through observation haki, they caught Yezhij's movements, but knowing the movements did not mean they could hit Yezhij. Yezhij's movements far exceeded their reaction speed. Go away. Empress Hancock's eyes narrowed, and she kicked out Perfume Femur with a single blow, heading straight for Yezhij's ribs. Hancock, you're moving too slowly. With the corner of Yezhij's mouth, he easily escaped the blow, bullied himself up, leaned in front of Empress Hancock, and kissed Empress Hancock directly on the mouth. Chapter 30. While the robbery is in progress. Oh, it smells so good. Yezhij looked extremely enjoying, and was still reminiscing about the feeling just now. Shameless bastard. After Yezhij's figure left at the touch of a button, and rose up again, the Empress Hancock reacted, and her face suddenly became ashamed. Because of her unknown past experiences, the female Emperor Hancock has a great prejudice against men. No matter what kind of man she faces, the female Emperor Hancock is cold-spoken and has no good face. However, now she is not only approached by men, but also has a skin kiss. This level of shame and anger is enough to ignite the dynamite barrel of the Empress Hancock. Snakeheim Sama. That man actually kissed the Snakeheim, Sama. Kill him. We must not let this man escape from here today. Sir Heim, the frivolous snake, is unforgivable. When the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates saw this scene, they were also enraged, their anger rose to the sky, and their shouts were boiling. They shot arrows with bows again, or threw javelins and spears, and went straight to Yezhij in the air. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Empress Hancock touched her lips with her finger and pulled out a UI-colored heart. Unlike the previous slave arrow, this time the UI-colored love was in the shape of a bow, and 5 peach UI-colored love arrows were attached to it. Arrow of arrows. Empress Hancock pulled to the full moon, locked Yezhij in the sky, and let go, and the 5 peach UI-colored arrows of love went straight to Yezhij. This is a move that Empress Hancock has never shown before. Don't look at the 5 small arrows of love, but they all have the most powerful tracking ability. As long as they are within the range of observation haki, no matter how the enemy flees, they will be killed. Deadlock tracking until hit. After hitting, it is naturally the same as the previous attack abilities. Whether the enemy is biological or non-biological, it will be instantly petrified, which will collapse and dissipate, turning into powder and ash. The Empress Hancock used this trick, obviously she was extremely angry. Accidentally seems to have caused something terrible. Wait. These arrows actually turn. Yezhij planned to dodge the 5 arrows at will, but suddenly found that the 5 arrows were automatically twisted in the air, and continued to chase where he was. I've never heard of the Queen Hancock in One Piece/King of Pirates and this move. Immediately, Yezhij tried to use the devil's wings to resist. Puff. However, just when he touched it, Yezhij felt a huge force transmitted from the devil's wings, and then his devil's wings were directly penetrated through a transparent hole. IMCAO. The Empress Armament Haki is so strong? Yezhij couldn't help but startled. On these arrows of love, the Empress Armament Haki was attached. But what Yezhij didn't expect was that the Empress Armament Haki was so strong that even her own demon wings couldn't resist it. It seems that this woman is really killing herself. Isn't it just a kiss? Is it necessary to exaggerate? Yezhij was speechless. But since you know that these girls are so strong, it seems that you don't need to do anything real, it's difficult to get money from them. The devil's wings were penetrated, Yezhij's body lost his balance, and he could no longer fly freely in the sky like just now. If you can't hide, then don't hide. I saw Yezhij twisting in the air, the giant's right arm emerged, facing down, and 5 flash cannons blasted out. Boom. 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 Almost instantly, 5 white flash cannons shot down, drowning the attacks of all the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates and turning them into nothing. At the same time, the flash cannon landed on the sea, and immediately set off 5 huge water jinchuriki/column rising into the sky. This guy is so strong. Looking at the water falling all over the sky, all the female fighters of the 9 snake pirates, including the 2 Gorgon sisters and the female Emperor Hancock, couldn't help but flash this idea in their hearts. Yezhij put away the demon wings, fell on the deck, and then slammed his foot in the direction of the cabin. The giant elephant gun. The huge elephant foot blasted out, just like Luffy opened the 3rd gear of the giant fist, directly blasting all the female soldiers of the 9 snake pirates in front of him, and even the cabins made of wood. Blast on the spot. Boom. Yezhij's giant elephant's feet were like a bulldozer, and the cabin had no resistance at all in front of his giant force, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a rubble. Treasure. Where is my treasure? The smoke and dust rose from the sky. Yezhij put away the giant elephant's feet, and Sherinan quickly searched the broken cabin. Soon, Yezhij's eyes lit up and saw several locked boxes in one of the rooms. At that time, Yezhij didn't say a word, and rushed forward without looking at it, and threw the boxes into the sea one by one. And over there, Yezhij's Sherinan was swept away again. Many valuable things came into his eyes. He galloped up again, and threw all those valuable things out. It's over there too. Wow! A lot of money. Developed and developed. Taking advantage of the rising smoke and dust in the sky, Yezhij relied on Sherinan to travel frantically among the ruins, and whatever he liked, without exception, was thrown directly into the sea. I have to say that the 9 snake pirates are worthy of being one of the Shishibukai under the king. They can have a splendid pirate group in the Great Waterway. There are so many treasures on this ship. Don't look at those female warriors who dress plainly and are very poor, but they are all rich masters. Especially for women, they like valuable things, and shiny things are their nature, such as those shiny jewelry. Men don't catch a cold, but women like it very much. But this time it's all cheap. Yezhij. Chapter 31. Go away. Damn it! All the treasures we got from this expedition are gone. My gold necklace was just thrown into the sea by him. It's him. Quickly catch him. When the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates broke through the smoke and saw Yezhij throwing their belongings into the sea, they became even more furious and attacked Yezhij one after another. But Yezhij didn't have the habit of hitting women, nor was he interested in fighting with women. The only thing he wants is the money. Damn bastard, how dare you take things from your concubine? I can't spare him. Be sure to catch him and hold him, and I will punish him with my own hands. The Empress Hancock also rushed over, and when she saw that her room was in ruins and was completely in ruins, her face was blue with anger, and she shouted while biting Kiba. They wanted to catch them, but unfortunately Yezhij didn't give them a chance. Haha. Hancock, thank you for your hospitality. I am very happy to be a guest on your pirate ship this time. Next time I have the opportunity, I will definitely come back. They wanted to catch them, but Yezhij didn't give them a chance at all, and laughed with his arms on his hips. Anyway, I have got what I want, and I also kissed Hancock, the world's most beautiful female emperor. This trip is really worth it. Goodbye. Yezhij waved his hand, a mask of fishman skin appeared on his face, jumped back, and fell into the sea with a thud. Come on. Never let him go. The Empress Hancock shouted hysterically. Many female warriors of the 9 snake pirates immediately jumped into the sea. The female Emperor Hancock is a devil fruit person, and she will be weak immediately when she encounters the sea, so she can only choose to watch from the side of the boat, and there is no way to do it. In the sea, with the breathing ability of the fishman mask, Yezhij can move freely in the water. It's really perseverance. Yezhij glanced back. Because the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates lived in the windless zone, everyone was extremely good at water, carrying spears and javelins in their hands and chasing after them. It's time to show up. On Yezhij's fishman mask, the fish-like gills opened and closed on both sides, making strange syllables. These syllables can't be understood by people, and they don't know what they mean, but the sea kings in the ocean can clearly receive the signal. I think I heard something. Did you hear it? Don't worry about it so much, it's important to catch that man first. Quick! Look over there. When the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates raised their heads, their pupils shrank immediately, and they could not help but gasp in their noses, and a string of bubbles appeared. In the distance, a giant sea king was swimming aggressively towards where they were. This giant sea king is almost comparable to the size of their pirate ship. Such a huge sea king, if they are at sea, they will not be afraid, there are 1,000 ways to kill it. But now they are all in the ocean, and their strength is greatly weakened. On the contrary, the giant sea kings have an absolute advantage. In this case, if the giant sea kings want to attack them, they have no resistance at all. Damn it! It's too late. The officials of the 9 snake pirates who followed closely behind them had the strength to match the giant sea kings, but now they were in the water, and they couldn't move quickly at all. Seeing the giant sea kings approaching, they looked solemn. Wow! At this moment, the giant sea kings have quickly come to the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, the mouth of the blood basin has been opened, the eyes of the gorilla UI, revealing a fierce meaning, many women of the 9 snake pirates. The soldier was so frightened that his face was pale, and he couldn't even resist, so he could only close his eyes and face death in despair. Wow! However, to their surprise, the giant sea king suddenly turned around, and the big mouth of the blood basin directly swallowed the treasure chests, treasures, gold, silver, jewelry and the like on the bottom of the sea, together with sand and soil. Without looking at them at a glance, he passed them by. What's going on here? Someone opened their eyes tremblingly, with a look of daze and heart palpitations, completely unaware of what happened. It's the man. He's riding on the back of a sea king. The sharp-eyed person immediately found a figure on the back of this giant sea king, and it was the man they wanted to chase. Ha ha ha. I will laugh at your baby, bye bye. Yezhij laughed. He slapped the giant sea king on the back, and saw the giant sea king rush up at once, and finally burst out of the water. What a big sea king! Look! There's a man on the sea king's back. Snakeheim, it's that man. He's riding on the back of a sea king. Seeing this, the female soldiers in charge of staying behind on the 9 snake pirates prepared to attack. This damn guy. Seeing Yezhij's figure, Empress Hancock bit Kiba even more with hatred. The giant sea kings kept moving, and after breaking out of the water, they collided directly with the 2 swimming snakes in front of the 9 snake pirates. Bang! As soon as they collided, the 2 swimming snakes were twisted, and the entire 9 snake pirates almost turned over. Yezhij rode this giant sea king and went straight back to his boat. Looking at you, things are going well. Raju looked at Yezhij and smiled. How can I fail if I go out? Yezhij, hey Isho, the harvest is huge, big man, let's go. With a shout, the sea kings and giant sea kings who were responsible for towing the boat received orders at the same time, and swaggered away under the gaze of the 9 snake pirates. The 9 snake pirates wanted to pursue them, but they found that the 2 swimming snakes responsible for dragging were knocked unconscious by the collision just now. Asshole! This damn bastard! Thinking of the nasty guy who frivolously underestimated himself and robbed him of his treasure, the Empress Hancock stomped her feet in anger, looking like she wanted to eat people. My concubine remembers you. No matter if you escape to the ends of the earth, my concubine will definitely catch you. Definitely. Chapter 32, A Level Ability, Tale of Steel. Scanning completed, new account, 634 million Bailey. Your account balance, 1,436.2 million Baileys. Hearing the prompt sound in his head and the incomparably pleasant numbers, Yezhij felt that his whole body was extraordinarily transparent, as if he had just drank a can of iced Coke. He was refreshed from the beginning to the heels. Ding! It was detected that your body A-level ability Demon Wings is damaged. Do you want to repair it? At this time, the system prompt sound continued to come. Huh? Can this demon wing be repaired? Yezhij said unexpectedly. Only pay 100 million Bailey to repair any A-level ability damage. The system responded. The repair cost of 100 million Bailey. Your black shop is really not an ordinary black shop. I'm so familiar, so can't I get a 50% discount or a 10% discount? Yezhij tried to get close and save some money. Host, do you want to fix it? The system ignored Yezhij's attempt to bargain at all. I'm so familiar, and I don't even give a 10% discount. It's chilling. Yezhij sighed with a heartache on his face. Repair it? My demon wings are worth more than 100 million Baileys. I saw a dense white light lit up behind Yezhij, and then the demon wings unfolded. The previous hole had been repaired and healed at this time, and it looked as if it had never been damaged. It's true that money can make a ghost run the mill. Is any ability damaged? You can repair it here? Yezhij asked. Yes, as long as you can pay the corresponding fee, even if the host is injured, you can still repair it. The system's words made Yezhij's eyes light up. I'm hurt and you can fix it? What's the price for me? Yezhij asked impatiently. The degree of trauma does not exceed 30%, 100 million Bailey repairs once. The degree of trauma does not exceed 50%, and 1 billion Bailey repairs it once. The degree of trauma is not more than 70%, and 10 billion Baileys are repaired once. The degree of trauma does not exceed 90%, and 100 billion Baileys are repaired once. It's really clearly marked, and the old man is not deceived. Even the degree of trauma and the price are calculated. This system is professional enough. And what if it's 100% traumatic? Yezhij asked curiously. In other words, if I die, how much will it cost to resurrect me? Death cannot theoretically be resurrected, but if you can pay 1,000 billion Baileys, it can reduce your trauma level from 100% to 99%. The system replied. Yezhij's eyes lit up when he heard this. 0 and 1 are different, just like 100% trauma is death, 99% trauma is survival. Don't look at the difference is only 1%, but it is the difference between death and survival. If Yezhij didn't misunderstand, this reduced the 100% trauma level to 99%. It should mean that Yezhij could pay the fee to survive when he knew that he was about to die. But this surviving the price is a bit too expensive. 1 trillion Baileys. How many robberies does this take? I am afraid that even Tenryabito, the richest nobleman in the world, can't say that he can take as much as 1 trillion Baileys, right? But if you think about it from another angle, my life is worth 1 trillion Baileys, tisk tisk. It's much more expensive than the strongest men in the world, Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom and the like. Thinking of this, Yezhij couldn't help but feel proud. Okay, now it's time for the main event. System, give me a 1,000-point lottery. Yezhij said without hesitation. As long as he has another S-rank ability, his strength can skyrocket again. Even if he encounters Marine Admiral, Yezhij is qualified to fight him twice. Consuming 1,000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. When the sound of the system came, Yezhij's heart beat faster and he couldn't stop praying. S-class, S-class, S-class. Soon underscore. Congratulations. Obtained A-level body ability, Iron Tail. The truth was not what Yezhij wished, but this result also made Yezhij extremely satisfied. Tail. Unexpectedly, In addition to the basic body and the wings on the back, the body also has the category of tail. When Yezhij thought about it, a tail emerged from behind him. Different from ordinary beast tails, this tail seems to be made of steel section by section, like a thorny steel whip. It can clearly capture the strong sound of breaking wind with a slight flick. The entire steel tail is more than 2 meters long, and under the control of Yezhij, it is flexible and free. I don't know what the power is like. Yezhij grabbed an iron box and threw it lightly. Bang! In an instant, the whole iron box sank into a large piece, turned into a cannonball, stirred up a white wave on the sea, and flew 100 meters away, and finally sank in the sea. A level is a level. This kind of power, even if there is an enemy sneak attack behind, it can instantly knock the enemy out. Yezhij's eyes brightened. Not only that, after Yezhij's research, if this steel tail reaches its limit, it can cut steel in half like a sharp blade in an instant. Just imagine, in the future, if anyone wants to sneak up on Yezhij from behind without opening his eyes, Yezhij doesn't even need to turn around, he just needs to move his tail lightly, and he can hit that person directly. With it, the next transaction negotiation can go more smoothly. Yezhij's eyes flashed. For collection for flowers. A few days later. Marine headquarters, Marine Fodor. Still haven't found any trace of that guy? Sengoku the Buddha heard the report of his subordinate. He could not help frowning. Since the golden robbery in the sky, he has let Marine spare no effort to search for the whereabouts of the Supreme. But even if Marine has all the power in the world, it is not easy to find someone in the vast sea. So many days, there is no news about Supreme at all. Report. Come in. A Colonel Marine enters the office. Marshal Sengoku, Sabayati Archipelago has something wrong recently. The 4 Emperors Big Mom, the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and the Don Quixote family, one of the King's Shishibukai, and many organizations in the underground world. All seem to be for the sake of one thing, recently sent people to gather on the Sabayati Archipelago. Colonel Marine said. What do these guys want to do? Sengoku the Buddha had a headache when he heard those names. Chapter 33 Big People Gather. Sabayati Archipelago, illegal zone. Go away for me. Bang. With one kick, a pirate was kicked flying on the spot, knocking down a wall. The pirate flipped Byakugan, foamed at the mouth, and lost consciousness. Who do you think you are? You dare to block the way of the master? I am the strongest deputy of Captain Jack, one of the 3 major disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates. I really don't know how to live or die. A man wearing sunglasses, with 2 black horns like demons on his head, wearing a black leather cloak and carrying a long sword, after cursing hatefully, he continued to take a few people behind him. Uniform clothing, extraordinarily burly, fierce and strong man going. Kaido of the Beast's men. This guy is so strong. It even kicked the guy with a bounty of 65 million bailey away. It's terrifying. The characters under the 4 emperors are really not easy to mess with. When the other pirates onlookers heard the name of the 100 Beasts pirates, they couldn't help but tremble. But it's just a mere subordinate of the Giver group, and they are so arrogant. The guys from the 100 Beast pirates are really unscrupulous. On the other side, a man dressed like a chef, with a brown airplane head and a mustache, also led a group of people behind him from the other direction, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked towards him. Isn't that Thatch, captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Another great guy? Usually there are no big people in this place. Why are there so many 4 emperors subordinates all at once today? There must be something big about to happen. Let's stay away. When the pirates onlookers saw this man, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. If Yezhij was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the man who came to trade on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates was one of the biggest fuses of the war on the top. The sneak attack, the merciless killing of Captain Thatch. Now Thatch hasn't gotten the dark fruit yet, naturally, Blackbeard hasn't shown his hideous face yet. The captain of Whitebeard, the head of the battle group of the Beast Pirates, fortunately I took the initiative to ask Yang today, otherwise I really have to send those useless guys over. This devil fruit really has nothing to do with us. On the other side, a man wearing a black and white striped costume with a skeleton print, carrying a uniquely shaped musket, and a man dressed like a clown on his face, led a small team of angry legions, striding forward. God. One of the ministers of the Big Mom Pirates. I've seen his bounty. The Cheese Minister, Charlotte Monty, or, it is said that the enemies who fought against him seemed to be in another world and were killed without reacting at all. Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom. 3 of the 4 emperors are here. Are they asking the Sabaody archipelago to go to war? It's terrible, I can't stay here any longer, people will die. Leave. When the pirates' onlookers saw this lineup, they felt that the danger was coming, they dared not stay any longer, and hurriedly left the illegal zone. There are quite a few good people who seem to want to know what they want to do with so many big people gathered together, and stay in the dark to observe. If they can, they don't mind taking a shot by the way. It turned out to be some powerful people. It seems that this time I am right. On the roof, stood a man with blonde hair, sunglasses, a coat of pink yoi feathers, and a sinister smile. He is one of the kings Shishibukai, the arms king of the dark world, and a powerful figure whose power network spreads throughout the whole new world, Don Quixote da Flamingo. For this transaction, da Flamingo didn't plan to come in person. But since what he was going to accomplish had already ended ahead of schedule, he was just bored, so he thought of coming over to have a look and say hello to all the powerful people. Young master, do you need to ask Dressrosa for support? Standing behind da Flamingo is a man with an explosive hairstyle like a Super Saiyan, wearing a mask, wearing a dark blue long trench coat, and metal decorations such as gears on his clothes. No need, I can't fight them. Da Flamingo smiled slyly, the devil fruit this time is indeed rare enough, the ancient Zoan species. But it's not rare enough to allow me to compete head-to-head with these 4 emperors. Da Flamingo is very good at pursuing advantages and avoiding disadvantages, knowing when to enter and when to retreat. In this situation, it is obvious that he is not qualified enough to compete for this devil fruit as the title of King Shishibukai. I am more and more interested in that seller now. Da Flamingo sneered, knowing what kind of terrifying guy you're going to face, you dare to issue an invitation. If you don't have any strength, you're going to be bitten to the bone by these guys, right? Look, there are a lot of powerful people here. This party is really lively. Below, in addition to the ruthless men under the 4 emperors, there are many representatives of the great forces. However, these characters are simply not enough to see in front of the 4 emperors' subordinates. Call the headquarters. More and more powerful guys appear, shall we do it? In the dark alley, a marine soldier in civilian clothes saw those characters appear, sweating coldly, and eagerly said to the phone bug walkie-talkie in his hand. Don't be in such a hurry, in our mission this time, there is only one person to be arrested. On the other end, a lazy voice came. If someone who knew Marine was here, they would be able to recognize at once that the other end of the phone was none other than the voice of Admiral Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admirals. Chapter 34 Hades Rayleigh. Wow! So many ruthless people are here? Ha ha ha! I'm going to develop this time. Sabaody Archipelago, Yeshij, who had landed quietly, was sitting in the corner drinking beer while listening to Raja tell him what happened today. Thank you for being able to laugh. Raja gave Yeshij an angry look. Do you know what characters you are facing this time? Each bounty is over 50 million Baileys. Those who lead the way have hundreds of millions of Baileys. Bounty, a big man who is famous in the New World. And the organization behind them, anyone, even the Vinsmoke family, would not dare to be an enemy easily. Was also a hint of palpitations in Raju's tone. She thought that today's trade would be extremely difficult, but she didn't expect it to be so difficult. Among the 4 emperors in the New World, 3 dispatched their subordinates to participate in the competition of this transaction, and together with some forces, large and small, it can be said that the strong gathered together, and the masters made great moves. And they are just as an independent self-employed, there are only 2 people in total, and they have to deal with so many people. The difficulty can be imagined. Don't worry though. Yezhij took a sip of beer, they are really good, but I'm not a vegetarian. There may be some twists and turns in this transaction process, but in the end, the goddess of victory must be smiling at us. I hope so. Raja sighed, obviously she didn't quite believe what Yezhij said. According to her expectations, as long as she can get out of this transaction, it is already incredible. Even if the devil fruit is finally snatched away and returned empty-handed, as long as she can save her life, it is already the best ending. As for Yezhij's strength, although she believed it, she believed even more in the strength of the ruthless men under the hands of the 4 emperors. These guys hang out all day long in the place where the strong people gather in the New World, that is, there are tigers and lions on the sea, no one is easy to deal with. Now it is obviously too late to regret it, all the characters have already arrived. If the 2 of them dare to let these people pigeons at this time, what kind of consequences will be imagined? Raju was worried, while Yezhij was enjoying the time of drinking beer leisurely. Just then. Old man. Do you still want to gamble when you have no money? Get out of here. A loud shout came out, and then a figure was thrown out, knocking over several wine tables and hitting the wall. Yezhij, Raju and everyone in the tavern heard the sound and saw an old man who was sitting on the ground, quite embarrassed, his hair and face were full of drinks, and he was dressed in a very plain old man. However, this old man looked embarrassed, but he still kept a faint smile on his face, and he didn't care about the way he was being laughed at now. Huh? When Yezhij saw this old man, he suddenly felt very familiar. When the old man stood up without showing any signs of injury, he pulled the drink from his hair and put on his round-rimmed glasses again. Yezhi Gordon's eyes lit up. Hades Rayleigh. That's right, Yezhij remembered that Rayleigh, the former deputy of One Piece/King of Pirates Gol Roger, who was called the Legendary Man, was living in seclusion on the Sabayati archipelago, working as an ordinary coding worker. Originally, Yezhij planned to find an opportunity to visit the strongman who had reached the final invisible island Laugh-Tale, but he didn't expect to meet him here. And the current situation of the Hades Rayleigh is obviously similar to what he once was. The status symbol possessed is seriously inconsistent. Except for Yezhij, everyone present, including Raju, obviously did not recognize the true identity of the Hades Rayleigh. After all, Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, is dressed in plain clothes and has flip-flops under his feet. No matter how he looks, he doesn't look like a terrible person who once shocked the world. After so many years, who still recognizes him? Seeing just an ordinary-looking old man, the others in the tavern turned around and continued to drink and brag, and no one paid any attention to Rayleigh. I'm feeling really bad today. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get some money when I go back. Pluto Rayleigh smiled freely, then pushed open the door of the tavern and left. Walking down the street, Pluto Rayleigh took out the wine from his waist and took a sip. He just walked while drinking, and soon, he came to a deserted forest. At this moment, Pluto Rayleigh stopped. What's wrong with the world now? You're even staring at a useless old man like me. It's time to come out and explain your intentions, right? Hades Rayleigh turned around and said with a smile. Haha. It's amazing, it's all been discovered. As expected, it is the famous Rayleigh of Hades. Yezhij laughed and walked out from behind a big tree. Hearing that Yezhij spoke his true identity in a dignified manner, Pluto Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You know my identity, tell me, what do you want to do with me?" Pluto Rayleigh smiled without changing his face. "Hey old man, you like gambling so much, how about I lend it to you?" Yezhij Hayisho. "Oh?" Pluto Rayleigh looked up and down at Yezhij curiously. "How much can you lend me?" 100 million Baileys. Yezhij stretched out a finger. "Well, that's quite a lot." Pluto Rayleigh nodded, "But this money shouldn't be borrowed for nothing, right? Just tell me your request." "It's a request. It's easy to say. I have a heavyweight meeting tomorrow. It would be great if I could invite you to be my escort." Yezhij revealed his true intentions. "I'm sorry, when I got older, I didn't like to join in the fun. 100 million Bailey, it's really tempting, it's a pity, it's a pity." Pluto Rayleigh shook his head. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to refuse. "Then change the request. Just tell me, the ultimate island, what the big secret treasure on Laugh-Tale is. Shouldn't this request be too much?" Yezhij looked like a curious baby. Chapter 35 The Trade Fair starts. This question, not only Yezhij is curious, I am afraid that anyone who has seen One Piece/King of Pirates will not be curious. One Piece/King of Pirates Gol Roger said before his death the big secret treasure, in the end is the mountain of going jewelry? Or is it enough to subvert the historical text of the world? Or something more unexpected? And all this, I am afraid that only the Pluto Rayleigh, who has been to Laugh-Tale and witnessed it with his own eyes, knows. To be able to spend 100 million Bailey to buy this answer, Yezhij thinks it is worth it. "Are you a pirate?" Pluto Rayleigh did not answer directly, but asked Yezhij instead. Just barely." Yezhij wasn't sure either. Strictly speaking, Yezhij does not have his own pirate flag, nor does he have a clear pirate goal. The other pirates are either fighting for power or the ultimate treasure, while Yezhij he has no interest at all in fighting for territory and becoming a maritime overlord, nor is he interested in finding the ultimate island, Laugh-Tale. If you want to say, he is now purely a interested freelancer at sea. "Then you want to find the big secret treasure?" Pluto Rayleigh asked again. "I don't want to." Yezhij shook his head. "You want to be One Piece/King of Pirates? Inappropriate. Then you want to know what the big secret treasure does? Curious." Hearing this, Hades Rayleigh could nt help haha isho. "You're a pirate, you don't want to be One Piece/King of Pirates, and you don't want to find a big treasure, so what do you want?" "Money," Yezhij said very firmly. Hades Rayleigh laughed even more. "What an interesting kid. Interested in money, but not interested in big secret treasures. It's just contradicting itself. Then would you be disappointed if I told you that there was no big secret?" A ray of light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. "No big secret treasure? What does this mean?" Yezhij said in surprise. "I've already told you what you want to know, so let's pay you first." Hades Rayleigh laughed. "Old man, it's so easy for you to earn 100 million Bailey." Yezhij twitched the corners of his mouth. Although he felt a little distressed, he still took out 100 million Bailey notes from the system, put them in a box, and handed them to Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. "Haha, little guy, see you next time when you have a chance." Pluto Rayleigh was not polite at all, took the box and left with a smile. Seeing the back of the Hades Rayleigh gradually recede, Yezhij set foot on the way back. Pluto Rayleigh all the way back to Area 13, a tavern called Shucky's Rip-Off Bar. "I'm here so early today, are you running out of money gambling again?" There was only one woman in the tavern with a cigarette in her hand. She looked like she was in her 30s, but her real age was much more than that. No, I'm richer than ever today." Pluto Rayleigh smiled and patted the box. He had seen it on the way back just now. It was a full 100 million Baileys, not bad. The illegal zone is not very peaceful these 2 days. If there is no major event, don't gamble recently. Shucky didn't take this for a second, put a glass of wine in front of the Hades Rayleigh and exhaled a puff of smoke. She is an intelligence savvy. Even though she only opens such a tavern that no one cares about, she is extremely well informed. Even you persuaded me not to go. It seems that something really big happened in the illegal zone. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and laughed. Someone opened a transaction in the illegal zone. This time, your old friends have dispatched competent men. The movement is not small. Marine must have received the news long ago, and maybe there will be some action. Shucky dusted off the ash. If you still want to enjoy your old age comfortably, just join in the fun. Haha, such a big movement, I really want to take a look, it's a pity. Pluto Rayleigh laughed and took a sip of wine, but his eyes couldn't help but float down and landed on the banknote box that Yezhij gave him. The next day, in the illegal zone, a place that was originally an underground casino was completely empty, and only an exaggerated round table was placed there. In front of this round table, only Doflamingo was alone. Soon, the door was opened, and under the dim light, the people of the Beast Pirates paced in. Clown? The date of the next transaction is very close. Are your things ready? Don't look for you at that time, and you say you are out of stock? Sip's head was directly opposite Doflamingo, his feet on the table, a mighty look. Hey! Sip's head, you don't have the right to speak to me in this tone, and maybe you have the right to have your boss, Jack, come over. Doflamingo smiled gloomily, his sunglasses glistening coldly in the dim yellow light. Looks like we're early today. Thatch, captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, led his men in and found a place to sit down. Immediately after that, there are representatives of the dark forces from the underground world, or the pirate forces of the New World. One of them sat next to Doflamingo, but as soon as he sat down, the stool was cut into pieces by invisible threads, and he sat down on the ground. You idiots, you are not qualified to sit by my side? Fun, you'd better get out of here now, or it's too late for you to regret later. Doflamingo is murderous. Apart from the 4 emperors and the few truly powerful New World pirate forces, no one else is qualified to sit with him at all. Hearing this, the other characters looked at each other, and many chose to get up and leave. Only a few unmoved people stayed. Soon, Charlotte Mundo, the representative of Big Mom, also came. Everyone has already arrived, why hasn't the seller appeared yet? This shelf is really big. Charlotte Mundo sneered. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. As soon as his voice fell, a voice suddenly came from the door. Then, under the dim light, 2 figures in black cloaks paced in, reflecting 2 masked faces. Chapter 36 I give 900 million. Yezhij is wearing a fishman mask, Raju is wearing a white face mask without any color. After the 2 appeared, the eyes of everyone present couldn't help but come together and looked at the 2 people up and down carefully. The seller of this transaction has always been a mystery. Everyone knows that the person who sold this devil fruit is codenamed Poison Butterfly in the underground world. Now they have seen it with their own eyes, just 2 people, and one of them is a woman. Fishman? To meet Fishman here. What a bad luck. Trade with Fishman, go back and take a good shower. The Beast Pirates, and many representatives of the New World Pirates saw Yezhij's Fishman mask, and immediately recognized him as Fishman, showing a particularly disgusting look. Humans have always had strong racial discrimination against fishmen and mermaids, and it is precisely because of the existence of this discrimination that the relationship between mermaids and humans has never been very good. Because of this, Drought Jack, one of the 3 major disasters, often wears his iron mask to prevent others from knowing his fishman identity. Trade begins. Yezhij ignored what these guys said, took a seat at the reserved seller's seat, and put the box in his hand on the round table. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the box. Pat. Yezhij opened the box, and a devil fruit that looked like a durian and was covered with copper yellow, colored lines appeared in front of everyone. Captain, that's right. That is the devil fruit of the ancient species of ancient bison, and the ability of this devil fruit is clearly recorded in the picture book. Young master, confirm it is correct. Captain, it's indeed an ancient zoan. He got this kind of rare stuff, it's really shit luck. Lord Shipshead, it has been confirmed, there is nothing wrong. When everyone saw this devil fruit for the first time, they immediately nodded, and their eyes lit up. The goods have been experienced, and the rest is up to you to express your opinion. It's an old rule, whoever pays the highest price will get the devil fruit. Yezhij closed the box again and put it on Raju's hand behind him. Then let me express my sincerity first. 300 million Baileys. Doflamingo opened his mouth. I will pay 400 million. Thatch bid right away. 500 million. Ship's head twitched the corners of his mouth. Hey. Mom said, let me take this devil fruit back, 600 million. Charlotte Montdior glanced at everyone and smiled. As soon as it came up, the price was increased to 600 million, and the name of Big Mom was also raised. Obviously, they did not intend to let this devil fruit go. 650 million. A representative of the New World Pirates spoke up. 700 million. Hey. Measure your weight, don't make trouble. Boss Kaido has already spoken, if he doesn't see this devil fruit, he will be very unhappy. If you think you can withstand the anger of Boss Kaido, you can try it anyway. Sip's head glanced at the representative of the New World Pirates and sneered. Then let him come to our Whitebeard Pirates. I pay 730 million. Thatch took over, not to be outdone. The price has been raised to this height from the beginning. After you have finished playing, I will quit. Doflamingo raised his hands and joked. 750 million. Charlotte Montdior continued to bid. 800 million. As soon as the price of Ship's head came out, for a while, no one continued to call up. Charlotte Montdior and Thatch, invariably chose silence. In this world, that is, rare devil fruits like ancient species can be sold for a high price of 800 million Baileys. If you go further, you will lose a lot of money, right? Sip's head laughed, this is an animal devil fruit. Big Mom likes snacks. Paramecia is her favorite. Whitebeard doesn't care about devil fruits at all. Only my beast pirates will. Let this devil fruit have real use. Let's just announce that this devil fruit is mine. Shipshed's last words were addressed to Yezhij. I pay 900 million. Suddenly, a voice came out, and everyone paused in their hearts. Looking around, they saw that it was not someone else who spoke, but the only representative of the New World Pirates who quoted the price. Several representatives of the New World Pirates, they really want to get this devil fruit through this transaction. But the price is rising wildly, and this is just the beginning, the amount is completely beyond their acceptable range, therefore, everyone chose to be silent, holding the idea of watching the play, to see who this devil fruit would end up with. Who would have guessed that Chen Yaojin was killed halfway through, and someone between them actually dared to make a bid? 900 million Baileys. Your brain isn't broken, right? Do you know who you're arguing with? Ship's head was unhappy at the time, and his tone became fierce. Now no matter what the situation becomes, if he wants to win this devil fruit, he has to pay a price of more than 900 million Bailey because of this guy's intervention. The pirates of the New World. I'm so curious, who exactly do you represent? I don't think I'd mind visiting you at your door. Charlotte Montdior also said coldly. This is the competition between their 4 emperors. What qualifications do the rest have to participate in? This kind of action is provoking the majesty of their 4 emperor pirates. Among the 3, only Thatch didn't speak, just looked at the bidder curiously. Since the bidder came into this room, he has been wearing a kabuto hat, with his head lowered and his fists folded. Don't take it to heart. But now that the high price of 900 million Bailey is reported all at once, all eyes are gathered, all of them are curious and puzzled. Who is this guy? Chapter 37 Kill Ship's Head. It doesn't matter to you who I am, what matters is, does anyone else offer a higher price? The bidder didn't look up and said very calmly. You bastard, are you really going to rob me? Ship's Head stepped on the table, then stood up, walked to the bidder, squatted down, showed his eyes full of evil, and stared at him with a vague aura. Spread out. Do you know what it's like to go against our beast pirates? Before you, countless people challenged our beast pirates, but in the end we were the only ones who survived. Their corpses, we still don't know where they are. Ship's Head bared his white kiba teeth and said viciously. Seeing Ship's Head attacking, the others did not rush to speak, but held a play-watching mentality, ready to see how the bidder would respond. Especially Doflamingo, my favorite is to see this kind of scene appear. After the smell of gunpowder is strong, he will definitely start. As long as the fight starts, he has enough reasons to snatch the devil fruit from Yezhij's hands. What Doflamingo said on the surface was that he wouldn't fight with them, but who would refuse a huge windfall that could be delivered to his door? Hey! I'm trading now. I only recognize money here, not people. No matter how powerful you are, please be quiet for me. Seeing that the scene was out of control, Yezhij knocked on the table and said impatiently. Huh? Hearing this, Ship's Head turned his head sharply and stared at Yezhij with extremely bad eyes. Fishman, do you know who you're talking to? You should feel honored that I came to buy your things in person. Just do your business obediently, you shouldn't be in charge of it, shut up and be quiet. Ship's Head felt unhappy. He was contradicted by a nameless guy from the New World Pirates, and now the seller has warned him again. All of a sudden, the anger in Ship's heart was ignited, and he said rudely. Hey, this time the seller is quite tough, even the people from the Beast Pirates dare to order. Charlotte Montdior smiled sinisterly. Droughtjack's subordinates are not a gang of good people. No matter who the opponent is, they have to fight. They have a very bad temper. I hope today's transaction will not turn out too bad in the end. Thatch thought to himself. I ran into an incredible seller. A guy who is not well known in the New World, dare to talk like this. If he doesn't really hide his masters, then he is an idiot with insufficient IQ. Doflamingo's sunglasses gleamed coldly in the dim yellow light. Everyone in the room thought the same, waiting to see the play. Take a look at this unknown seller. In front of the famous beast pirates, will he choose to remain silent or resist? Stop GE. Reju, who was standing behind Yezhij, changed his face under the mask after hearing Yezhij's words. She hurriedly pulled the corner of La Yezhij's shirt, wanting to remind him not to continue to participate in this matter. If they are willing to fight tit for tat, then let them make trouble on their own. As long as you can sell this devil fruit safely and smoothly, you don't need to worry about the rest. Reju seeks to win while maintaining stability, but Yezhij doesn't have such a stable temperament. It seems that the people from the Beast Pirates have no sincerity to buy the devil fruit in my hands today. Yezhij slowly stood up. So what? No matter how much I pay today, I'm going to order this devil fruit in your hand. Of course, you can choose to refuse. But you have to weigh it carefully. What I like most is to see the expression of others begging for mercy at my feet. Ship's Sen said. There is no sincerity, and you still want to buy and sell by force. A person like you. Death is not a pity. As soon as Yezhij's voice fell, his right eye suddenly opened. The deep UI light suddenly burst out from his right eye, the terrifying speed of light, the extremely boiling hot light heat energy, in just an instant, it directly penetrated Sipshed's head. Deep UI's light flashed away, and after Yezhij retracted his cyclops, everything returned to silence. Sip's head, who was squatting on the table, had a dull expression, the color in his eyes faded suddenly, and then his whole body gradually leaned forward, and finally his face fell on the table. Ship's head, dead. What? Whoa. Seeing this scene, all the people around, Doflamingo, Thatch, Charlotte Montdior, and even the bidder could not help but stand up, take a step back, and keep a distance from Yezhij subconsciously. Hot blood oozes from the center of Sipshed's eyebrows and flows on the round table. Against the background of the dim light, it looks so eerie and terrifying, making people feel creepy at first glance. What means is this? Without warning, without any action, such a terrifying laser can be fired from the eyes. Sip's head is also the trump card of Drought Jack, one of the three major disasters. Even if the strength is inferior, it does not mean that it can be killed by killing. However, in front of this fish man, he couldn't even react, and he was killed on the spot. In an instant, the whole room was silent, and everyone looked at Yezhij with surprise, doubt, shock, and disbelief. Yezhij sat back in his seat without changing his expression amid these numerous eyes. Reju, who was behind him, was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't relax. So shocking. That represents the Beast Pirates, a big man who is famous in the New World. In an instant, in front of him, without the slightest movement of resistance, he was killed on the spot. And more importantly, the person who killed him was not one of the terrifying figures famous in the New World. It was precisely her partner, Yezhij. At this moment, the image of Yezhij in Reju's heart changed dramatically for the first time. It turns out that a person who looks giggling and only likes money has such a cold and terrible side. Chapter 38 Sabo. Damn bastard. Lord Hip's head. I killed you. Kill him. Avenge Lord Hip's head. Those who dare to kill our beast pirates, you are dead. The pirates brought by Ship's head finally recovered from their shock at this moment. Without saying a word, they took out their guns and shot Yezhij continuously. With the demon's wings unfolding, all the bullets were blocked. Give it to me. At the same time, Reju suppressed the shock in his heart, his eyes flashed fiercely, and when he stepped on the special boots under his feet, he rushed out. Reju itself is not weak, but he has never shown his strength in front of Yezhij. It can be said that among these brothers and sisters in the Vinsmoke family, she is the strongest and unshakable. That's why Vinsmoke Judge will use such a huge price to save Reju. How could such a powerful weapon be easily let go? Unfortunately, Vinsmoke Judge regards Reju as a weapon, while Yezhij regards her as a partner. Now that the partner is in trouble, how could Reju stand by? To deal with these gangster-like characters, Reju's advanced weapons are not too easy to harvest, 3 to 5 to 2, but a few breaths, all the pirates of the Beast Pirates on the scene are all lying on the ground, isn't it? A shot in the eyebrow is a shot in the heart, and the dead can't die any longer. Now the people in the way are gone and the deal goes on. When Reju returned to Yezhij, Yezhij knocked on the table and said very calmly. Doflamingo laughed, his feet on the chair, and his sunglasses stared at Yezhij. Interesting. It's really funny. It's the first time I've seen such a daring guy, and he just killed the guy from the Beast Pirates. Now, I think we'll have a chance to work together in the future. As long as you don't get killed by Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts will never spare those who oppose him. Now that Yezhij killed Hip's head, it was equivalent to declaring war on Kaido of the Beasts. How could Kaido of the Beasts give up? The guys from the 100 Beast Pirates have always been arrogant, so it's just right to be killed. It's just that the price of 900 million Bailey has exceeded our big mom expectations. There is no reason to stay any longer, let's go. Charlotte Monty or Isho, with her angry legion and others, stepped on the corpses of the beast pirates and left the room. Our deal ends here. Thatch continued, nice to meet you, Mr. Fishman. Now Fishman Island and the flag of our Whitebeard pirates are flying, and we are still friendly with Fishman. About this, I don't know. May I ask your name? At this time, the Fishman Island was covered by Whitebeard. Fishman and the mermaids were able to live in peace, all thanks to Whitebeard's blessing. It is for this reason that the pirates under Whitebeard and Fishman get along very well. But Thatch didn't remember the Fishman in front of him. You can call me by my code name. Supreme. Yezhij glanced at Thatch, his head vivi raised. The title of Supreme has only been reported to Marine, and has not really made a name for itself in the Great Waterway. This is a good opportunity to pass these big figures in the New World, to own the title of Supreme. Let the world know, Akatsuki. The more famous you are, the better you can make money. Hearing the name of the Supreme, everyone present couldn't help but glance at Yezhij. Strictly speaking, this code name cannot be regarded as a real name, at most it can only be regarded as a title. Whitebeard, Yuhafa, 100 Beasts, Big Mom, Heavenly Yiksha. No one would say that their code name is Shisabukai, the Four Emperors. This is a more normal name. Using the code name of Supreme. Obviously, everyone can realize how big Yezhij's ambition is, at least it must be bigger than anyone present. Understood, I will go back and tell my father about this matter, Mr. Supreme. I hope to see you next time. Thatch finished speaking, he took his 4th division and left the room. Of the 3 teams of the 4 emperors, one was destroyed by the group, and the remaining 2 chose to leave. The other party has the power to kill even Ship's head in an instant, and wants to grab the devil fruit from his hands. They think they don't have this power yet. Since you can't grab it by force, and you don't have enough money to compete for the devil fruit, why don't you keep it if you don't leave? Each of them came with the mentality of winning and definitely winning this devil fruit, but now, they have to go back with luck and seriousness. If there is no accident, this devil fruit should belong to me. The previous bidders were walking away when they saw everyone. They were all gone. At this time, they raised their heads and said. As soon as he looked up, a particularly young face was reflected in the dim yellow light. He looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, with blonde hair sticking out from his ears, and a hideous scar on his left eye. But even so, he still couldn't hide his confident and handsome temperament. Yezhij just glanced at it and recognized it immediately. Sabo. Luffy Brothers, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. I didn't expect that my underground devil fruit trade fair would not only attract so many big organizations and forces, but even the Revolutionary Army. 900 million Bailey, deal. Yezhij threw the box directly out. Refreshing people, do refreshing things. Sabo's mouth twitched, and his subordinates took out the prepared box and threw it to Yezhij. One-handed payment, one-handed delivery. The transaction has been successfully completed here. Unfortunately, none of you may be able to leave today. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from outside the door. Hearing this lazy voice, Doflamingo, Sabo, and the many New World characters present all changed their faces. Then, the door was opened, and a man wearing a yellow and white striped suit and justice coat, looking like a strange uncle, walked in with a cigarette in his mouth. Here comes a great character. Yezhij's eyes flashed when he saw this man. The Comer is none other than one of Marine's 3 highest combat powers, Admiral Kizaru. Chapter 39 Admiral Kizaru. Marine Admiral Kizaru, Logialant Glint Fruit ability person, has an unpredictable personality, always giving people a feeling that he doesn't care about anything. He never really showed his power, or the power he showed was far from reaching his limit. Because of this, he is one of the 3 Marine admirals whose strength is a mystery. Kizaru usually doesn't bother to join in the fun, but this time, it was about Tenryabito's heavenly gold, and he had already been ordered, so he had no choice but to go personally. Salino Admiral, I didn't expect a small party, and even you were startled. Doflamingo smiled sideways. Don Quixote Doflamingo, as one of the Shishibukai under the king, shouldn't you have anything to do with this incident? Kizaru pulled down the toad mirror, stared at Doflamingo, and said lazily. Of course. I'm just a passerby. Doflamingo shrugged. Now that the fun is over, it's time to go. After that, Doflamingo took Gladius, swaggered past Kizaru, and left here. When he left, he also looked back at Yezhij and the others, and the corner of his mouth evoked a schadenfreude smile. Doflamingo is Shishibukai, the king, and has immunity from all actions. Even if he commits a heinous crime, as long as it is within the allowable range, he will not be hunted down or wanted by Marine. Those who are embarrassed are always able to survive. The representative of the pirates of the New World bit Kiba secretly. Yo-yo, that box contains the ancient devil fruit you traded this time, right? Kizaru appeared beside Sabo at some point, which shocked Sabo and the pirates of the New World behind him. They quickly took a step back and opened the distance. Kizaru's eyes were on the box containing the devil fruit in Sabo's hand. This kind of thing should be handled by Marine, leave it to me. Kizaru said with a smile. Don't think about it. Sabo's palm suddenly changed, and an invisible layer of armament haki wrapped around it like a dragon's claw, hitting Kizaru directly. Get started first. Young people today are so irritable, they started without saying a few words. This is not a good habit. Sabo's dragon claws passed through Kizaru, and Kizaru's body gradually disappeared like a phantom. At the same time, behind Sabo, a violent flash surged up. Bang! With a loud bang, Sabo's head was hit on the spot, and his body pierced through the wall like a cannonball, hitting the passage outside. All the guards in the outside passage are lying on the ground at this moment, unconscious. Obviously, when Kizaru came in just now, he killed them all by the way. Sabo forcibly stabilized his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It really lives up to the name of Admiral, so strong. Sabo looked solemn. This kind of strength, I am afraid that only Mr. Long will be qualified to fight him, right? Mr. Long in Sabo's mouth is naturally the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. I can't stay here any longer, leave now. The heartbeat changed sharply. After Sabo realized the terribleness of Kizaru, he immediately grabbed the box in his hand and ran out of the aisle quickly. Hey, it's time like this, are you still thinking of running away? Don't waste my energy. I haven't finished my afternoon tea yet. I'll take care of you quickly before I can go back to drink tea. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, a group of pirates from the New World suddenly attacked him with a machete behind him. Go to hell. Marine bastards. If I can kill Marine Admiral with my own hands, I will definitely become a hero among the pirates. Haha. It's time to make a name for yourself. Kizaru, give me your head. One by one, these New World pirates have learned to use armament haki, entities capable of harming Logia-powered individuals. They swarmed up together without Kizaru noticing, just to take this opportunity to kill Marine Admiral in one fell swoop, thus becoming a truly famous big man in the New World. It's really a bunch of hot-blooded young people. Kizaru turned his head and pouted playfully. Swish. When everyone's knives slashed down, they suddenly found that Kizaru's figure had disappeared in place. What? Everyone's heart froze. The next moment. Bang. 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 A series of roars and explosions sounded, and those New World pirates who tried to kill Kizaru and won the honor were kicked out almost at the same time, and their bodies slammed into the wall, causing an extremely terrifying explosion. The place where the trade fair was held was the basement. The violent explosion at this moment directly shook the superstructure and began to collapse. Clap la la. The house that was shattered by the explosion rustled down. From the street outside, you can clearly see a building that was originally intact. After a few explosions, it collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the ruins of the house completely submerged the basement. And Kizaru's body appeared above the ruins. It was a quick escape. Kizaru glanced at the direction Sabo was fleeing, and saw no sign of Sabo. Whoa! At this time, the gravel in the ruins was lifted, and a pair of demon wings lifted all the dust and gravel out, revealing the two people wrapped in them. Fortunately, the Lord is here. It's not a waste of time. Kizaru turned his head and looked at Yezhij and Reiju, who were slowly rising from the ruins. The man with wings. Or the man of power. It looks scary. Kizaru didn't shoot directly, but stuck Kabuto with both hands and joked there. Kizaru Admiral, we are just ordinary businessmen, is it necessary to make such a big deal? You Marine are too busy, right? The corner of Yezhij's mouth curled up, facing Admiral face to face. Reiju was still a little nervous, but Yezhij felt extremely excited. Yeah, I'm having afternoon tea, but because you have to come on a mission. If only you were an ordinary businessman? But who told you not to loot, but to touch Tenryubido's things? Am I right? Supreme. Kizaru's eyes flickered. Chapter 40 The Strength of Admiral. Marine had already placed people in this trade fair. Originally, their target was this ancient devil fruit, but before the trade fair started, they suddenly heard that the sponsor of the trade was probably the Supreme who looted the gold in the sky some time ago. After hearing this news, Marine did not choose to come forward to fight for the devil fruit, but chose to watch on the sidelines. Among the people who went into the basement and was blasted away by Doflamingo were the spies sent by Marine. After leaving a monitoring phone bug at the scene, they quietly left with those people. From the monitoring phone bug, Marine heard Yezhij himself say the name Supreme. No, after Whitebeard's people left, Marine officially appeared. Since all of you have discovered it, I have nothing to say. It's exciting to think about the opportunity to play against Marine Admiral. Yezhij grinned. Isho said. Stop. Don't mess around. Yezhij is indeed excited, and his blood is boiling. Being able to fight against the strong, especially this kind of strong man who is almost standing at the top of the world, is playing the heartbeat. But he was excited, but Reiju behind him was not so excited. That is Marine's highest combat power, Admiral. Marine is able to become such an impregnable wall as he is today. It is precisely because of the existence of the three Admiral. Kizaru's strength is much higher than you think. Our best choice now is to get out of here. Reiju whispered. Since she was born, she has been in touch with the power of the world. Among them, her father, Vinsmoke Judge, has repeatedly emphasized to them that he must not provoke Marine, and must establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the world government. Marine's strength is not something that can be shaken by any family or country. A formidable combat power standing at the top is enough to rival a sea overlord of the level of the four emperors. Such an unimaginably powerful character is simply not something they can fight against. If you are a powerful person, your words are brave. If you are someone who has no strength, you are committing suicide by saying this. Courage, or suicide. Let me test it for you. Kizaru's voice fell. He suddenly raised a finger, and a dazzling light like the sun burst out. Like a flash bomb exploded in front of Yezhij. Reiju immediately closed his eyes subconsciously. The moment Reiju closed his eyes, a golden, colored laser shot out from Kizaru's fingertips. Almost at the same time, in Yezhij's right eye, a laser beam deep in UI burst out, not to be outdone. Boom! The two lasers met in the air, and a violent explosion followed in an instant. The deafening sound rippled out, setting off smoke, dust, gravel, and small storms that radiated wildly around. Oh! Seeing the deep UI laser in Yezhij's eyes, Kizaru showed a rare look of surprise. This is the first time he has met a guy with almost the same ability as his. What's going on? Look at the wings, shouldn't it be Zoan's ability? How come Zoan can still fire lasers from its eyes? Could it be that he hasn't gone out for a walk for so long that the devil fruit has developed to this point? Kizaru's surprise just surfaced, and the next moment, something that moved him even more happened. That deep UI laser light actually passed through the smoke and dust, through the small storm, and shot straight at him. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. It seems that this time I can't go back on time to continue drinking afternoon tea. Kizaru's mouth twitched, revealing a rather interesting smile, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in place before the deep UI laser arrived. Come on. So fast. Yezhij's Sharingan was activated when Cyclops appeared. He always pays attention to Kizaru's every move and captures every slight change in Kizaru in his eyes. But even so, the speed at which Kizaru moved still shocked him. Even with Sharingan turned on, Yezhij could only capture a vague shadow, not even a slightly more specific figure. Admiral is indeed Admiral. Terrifying indeed. Behind. Based on the blurred shadow trajectory he barely captured, Yezhij quickly judged that Kizaru was trying to get behind him. However, he knows Kizaru's intentions, but it doesn't mean that he has enough reflexes to make moves in sync with Kizaru. Swish. In an instant, Kizaru appeared behind Yezhij. He seemed to always like to stand behind others and attack. I don't know if this was his attacking strategy or the way he liked to attack from behind. Oh! This guy's eyes are following my movements. It's not a megalomaniac to be able to keep up with my speed. Seeing Yezhij's expression, Kizaru pouted playfully. But he did not stop attacking because of this. A foot with a little golden light has been raised and swept towards Yezhij's head. His foot has been attached to Yezhij's ear, and the ear has been deformed because of this, but Yezhij couldn't even dodge or defend at all. Boom. 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 With one foot, Yezhij's body was kicked out like a cannonball in an instant, directly smashing through all the buildings on a street, and slammed into a huge tree trunk, which the tree could not bear. Julie was cut off on the spot and collapsed. Wow! Yezhij spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that the whole world was spinning in front of him, and everything he saw was a double image. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Too strong to speak at all. Even though he already has some strength, he can't even defend himself in front of Marine Admiral. Marine's admirals are all monsters. Hey, can't you take a single blow? Whoa! A burst of golden light lit up in front of Yezhij. Kizaru's figure reappeared, one foot was raised, and the soles of his feet were shining brightly. Judging from this move, it was obvious that Kizaru planned to completely kill Yezhij with one blow. Chapter 41 Yezhij vs Kizaru. I thought you could hold on a little longer. Forget it, hurry up to end the mission, and I can go back earlier. Kizaru's feet burst out. Marine Admiral is amazing. Yezhij wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He-he-isho, but you are too complacent. Suddenly, Yezhij raised his head abruptly, and a deep UI-colored laser suddenly burst out from his eyes. The two attacked almost simultaneously. Puff! Puff! Yezhij's chest was directly pierced by the laser, and it was heartbreaking. However, on Kizaru's shoulder, the same blood splattered, and a blood hole was penetrated. I'm hurt? Kizaru had a surprised look on his face. He lowered his head and glanced at the blood hole on his shoulder, which was oozing blood continuously, soaking his suit with a large black blood stain, and there was continuous severe burn pain. It stands to reason that Kizaru is a Logiolent glint fruit capable, and without Haki, any attack cannot directly catch his entity. After all, light is different from fire, and devil fruits like ice block are the purest natural substances. How can there be anything in the world that can restrain light? If there is anything, it is only itself, and light can restrain light. Yeshij's light is almost identical to Kizaru's light. As soon as the two came into contact, Kizaru was physically exposed to Yeshij. Naturally, a large blood hole was pierced through his shoulder. I've come across something interesting that I've never encountered before. Kizaru's eyes were full of surprise. Since becoming admiral, he has never been injured again. No matter how cruel the war is, Kizaru will always face it with the most relaxed attitude. Even after the entire war, his body is still clean. However, he never thought that he would be injured by a little guy who had just debuted. As a reward for interesting things, I have to give you a good return. Kizaru's words sounded easy. If you look closely, you can clearly see that he already has a trace of anger. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Kizaru, who has always been lazy, inattentive, and unconcerned about everything, is now angered by a small character. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Kizaru kicked out again and swept Yeshij's body out. Boom boom boom. It broke 3 Sabayati archipelago trees in a row, and Yeshij unfolded his demon wings and barely stabilized his body. System, tell me the trauma level. Yeshij roared in his heart. Body trauma level, 28%. The system responded. Below 30%, only need to spend 100 million. Fix it for me quickly. Without any hesitation, Yeshij directly chose to use money to heal himself. Once the injury level exceeds 30%, the required cost will soar to 1 billion Bailey each time. Therefore, Yeshij did not dare to delay in the slightest. Deduct 100 million Bailey, repair body trauma, 28%. Current trauma level, 0%. Yeshij's wound was like a piece of paper scalded by flames. It was playing back as if it was bleeding continuously. The painful blood hole was quickly repaired and healed. At the same time, there was also the shock wound caused by Yeshij's head being hit twice. And all restored. And the whole process didn't even take a second. The wound is gone? The speed at which the wound heals is terrifying. Should only Zoan have the speed of healing? Swish. Yeshij's body had just been repaired, and Kizaru's figure appeared behind him again. When Kizaru saw that Yeshij's wound was being repaired at an astonishing speed, a look of certainty appeared in his eyes. Only those with the abilities of Zoan can heal at such a terrifying speed. Maybe this little guy in front of him has a rarer category than the average Zoan, so that his wounds can recover so quickly. No matter what department you are, please accept my return first. Kizaru didn't give Yeshij the slightest chance, and swept it out again. Too soon. No dodge, only defense. Yeshij's Sherinan has captured the trajectory of Kizaru's figure, and even began to understand that Kizaru likes to attack the enemy from behind. But Yeshij judged that it was impossible for him to avoid Kizaru's attack, and the only thing he could do was to use Demon's Wings for defense. Boom! The Devil's Wings wrapped Yeshij's body in it, Kizaru's feet landed on the Devil's Wings, and a muffled sound like the beating of a bell and drum came out, and then Yeshij's body turned into a cannonball and shot to the ground. Smash it hard. Caught. Yeshij, who was falling, did not give up his attack. After Sherinan captured Kizaru's figure above the sky, UIS laser burst out directly. _. It's already great for the first time, but if you're fooled the second time, it's too bad, right? Kizaru obviously had a heart of vigilance, and the moment the deep UI laser appeared, his figure turned into a flash and disappeared in place. The next second, Kizaru's figure appeared behind Yeshij. Attacking from behind seems to be Kizaru's favorite attack method. Kizaru then swept out, intending to kick the falling Yeshij out like a ball again. Tail of Steel. But Yeshij seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The Iron Tail was ready in advance, and the moment Kizaru appeared, he immediately stopped where Kizaru's feet passed. Kizaru kicked the steel tail, and most of the power was blocked by the steel tail. This time, Yezhij's figure just crooked, but he didn't fly out again. Huh? Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Does something like a tail have this kind of power? What kind of monster is he? A-grade ability Steel Tail, being able to become A-grade, already shows that its power is not bad at all, not to mention that it does not have a wide range of uses, and its attack distance is limited, so it can be said that its use is not large. But because of this, the Iron Tail is the most flexible within the range that it can influence, and even the shadows are hard to catch when the speed is fast. If only this pause. Cyclops. Chapter 42 Fight. DPUI's laser light burst out again. Laugh. However, Kizaru's figure was at an emergency, Vivi's side, dodging the fatal blow of UI's laser beam. Only his right arm was inevitably scratched with a bloody mouth. Admiral's reflexes are too powerful. Yezhij finally took advantage of the steel tail, Sharingan, and took advantage of Kizaru's unexpected emotions to seize the opportunity, but even though he had seized such an opportunity, he still failed to hit Kizaru directly. Admiral is Admiral, the strength is strong and the response is fast, it is really not a cover. Even if he has S-rank ability, it is still a little too early to fight against Admiral. Oh, hurt again. Kizaru's eyes flashed and he glanced at his arm. Supreme, you are so scary. Although his words were understated, if someone who knew Kizaru was here, they would know that there was boiling anger hidden under Kizaru's seemingly ordinary words. Being hurt once by a newcomer is already a big deal for Kizaru, and now it's being hurt a second time. This made Kizaru have to look at Yezhij with admiration, and at the same time, the anger in his heart could not help surging. At the same time, he hurt Kizaru. When Reijo followed the movement, he happened to see the scene of Yezhij traumatizing Kizaru, and was stunned. Admiral. Standing at the top of the world, a symbol of absolute strength. Even the pirates of the New World, who did not tremble when they heard the word Admiral. Even characters like Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, Yuhafa. Don't want to fight Admiral if it's absolutely not necessary. Admiral cannot be expressed in a few words. What's more, Yezhij was facing Kizaru, the most low-key among the three admirals, who never showed any performance but never had any defeats. Reijo thought that if Yezhij fought against Admiral beyond his control, he would end up badly. So she is ready to reveal her identity and use her name Vinsmoke Reijo to take Yezhij's life. But the fact was beyond Reijo's expectations. Not only did Yezhij fight against Admiral, but he also wounded Kizaru. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Reijo wouldn't believe it was true. Bang. Boom boom boom. _. The battle between Yezhij and Kizaru is extremely fierce. The rays of light from the sky scurried everywhere, and the deep UI-colored laser light and the golden laser light intertwined and collided in the air, resulting in a big explosion, which blew off many surrounding trees. Even because of Kizaru's anger and without control, the two fought a fierce battle in the town, making the industry in a gray area of Sabayati archipelago reduced to ruins in the explosion. Of course, with Yezhij's current strength, how could it be possible for him to have such a fierce confrontation with Kizaru? He relied on the 900 million Baileys he just got from Sabo, and the remaining 400 million Baileys in his own hands, a total of 13 times, constantly repairing the wounds, and finally getting the battery life. Every time he repaired it, Yezhij was equal to returning to his peak state, still maintaining the best state level. On the other hand, Kizaru, with the continuous consumption of physical strength, and in the follow-up battle, was scratched on his thigh by Yezhij Cyclops, but he looked a little embarrassed. With the repairs over and over again, 100 million Baileys were consumed, and Yezhij was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. That was all real silver. But the urgent battle did not allow him the slightest hesitation. Once the injury level exceeds 30%, all that is needed is 1 billion Bailey. Yezhij has nowhere to cry. Bang! Yezhij was shot flying again, and his body collapsed several buildings. Fix! Yezhij roared in his heart. Insufficient balance points to repair. Yezhij's palm trembled when the system's beep came. Sure enough, the worst and least wanted situation has occurred. 1.3 billion Baileys have all been consumed, which means that Yezhij can no longer continue to repair, and can only rely on his own strength to fight Kizaru. Did you have other things in mind when you were fighting with me? You're making me a Marine Admiral so embarrassed. Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of Yezhij, and a laser burst out at the tip of his finger. Yezhij's eyes changed, and he quickly pulled away to dodge. But row is that his movements are fast enough, and he still can't dodge this blow. Puff! On Yezhij's right abdomen, blood splattered, and a blood hole emerged. What? Can't it heal this time? Looking at how you look, you should be reaching your limit, right? Kizaru glanced at the corner of his mouth, and without giving Yezhij the slightest chance, he swept over again with one leg. Tail of steel. Iron Tail helped Yezhij resist another blow. However, after a fierce battle, the Iron Tail was deformed because it couldn't withstand the huge force from Kizaru. At this moment, this kick has basically made it completely scrapped. Cyclops. DPUI's laser light burst out, and Kizaru, who had learned well, turned his head to one side, and easily avoided the pest. What a weird guy. Although I don't know why there are so many strange things in you, but with this strength alone, you will not be my opponent. Be good and take it easy. Kizaru could see that Yezhij had lost the healing power that could quickly recover and return to his peak state. Immediately, Kizaru raised his foot, and the light under his feet shone brightly, intending to use the last blow to completely settle Yezhij. Damn! After fighting for so long, I can't take it anymore. This guy Kizaru is still more than enough. Admiral is too strong. Yezhij bit Kiba secretly. There's no other way. I'll find a chance to escape today, and when I get stronger, I'll come back and find a place. There is the sea near here. Can't beat you, can't I run? When I come back next time, Marshal Admiral, I want you to look good. Just when Yezhij was about to fight back with the DPUI laser, suddenly, a sword slashed towards him from behind Kizaru. Are you here to help? Kizaru's eyes flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The sword fell in the air, and then quickly retracted. Yezhij saw the owner of the sword. Pluto Rayleigh. Chapter 43 Hades Rayleigh. Little devil, stay safe. Pluto Rayleigh walked up to Yezhij with a smile and stretched out his hand. Yezhij grabbed his hand and stood up. Old man, why are you here? Yezhij said in surprise. Eating people is short-sighted and soft-handed. Although I realize that I don't even have a day, but you have left a deep impression on me. Pluto Rayleigh laughed heartily. At your age, you are able to fight against Admiral to such an extent that even Kizaru is injured. It's amazing. 1P/King of Pirates Gol Roger's deputy, Rayleigh. Kizaru's eyes. I heard that you are on this island many times, so it's true. If you can abolish the arrest warrant, I will be able to live my life here. Hades Rayleigh laughed. Members of the Roger Pirates, you have ruined the world like this, and you want to write it off? Kizaru said seriously. Before the era of the Great Pirate, although there were many pirates, they were still within their control. But since the age of great pirates began, the whole world has been restless. As a result, Marine has made oversized captures of members of the Roger Pirates on more than one occasion. However, if the minions catch them, they will catch them. They don't dare to provoke such a legendary existence as the Hades Rayleigh. What? Do you still want to support him today? Kizaru pouted. This little brother and I have a lot of fate. I don't want to see him die so early. Brother Kizaru, let him go. Hades Rayleigh said. Forgive me, if we don't catch him, our marine headquarters will be unable to raise our head in front of Tenryabito in Marie Joyce. Can't you pass by quietly? It's embarrassing for me to stick a bar horizontally. Kizaru shrugged. It seems that this matter can't be finished today. Pluto Rayleigh shook his head regretfully. Brother Kizaru, is your condition okay? You seem to have a lot of wounds on your body. Tisk, Pluto Rayleigh, your words are too harsh. Let's fight quickly. Kizaru's voice fell. He suddenly appeared beside Yezhij. One foot was raised, with a faint golden light, it went straight to Yezhij's head. Yezhij was completely unprepared for this attack. He was listening to the conversation between Rayleigh and Kizaru with great interest. Who would have thought that Kizaru would start a fight without any warning, let alone a reaction? Clang. However, Kizaru's kick did not fall on Yezhij, but was easily stopped by a long sword. Pluto Rayleigh. I really don't want to be your enemy right now. Can't I just leave this business alone? Kizaru's eyes. Do you know what the creed of our Roger Pirates is? Either you don't care about your business, or you will manage it to the end. Kizaru, with me here today, I won't let you hurt this little brother again. Pluto Rayleigh was not to be outdone. It's really a headache. Kizaru clasped his hands together suddenly, and a lightsaber made of flashes emerged from his hands. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Many people don't know that Kizaru is actually the strongest, not relying on the laser light waves emitted by Glint Fruit's ability, as well as those fierce kicks. His real power is swordsmanship. Although Kizaru's skills in swordsmanship are not as terrifying as the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, he is also a top-notch expert in the world. At this moment, he took out the Sky Kong Cloud Sword. Obviously, Kizaru knew that if he didn't show something real, he probably wouldn't be able to easily face Rayleigh. Boom! The two flashed their swords, and the battle broke out instantly. Pluto Rayleigh, who used to be the deputy of One Piece/King of Pirates, a terrifying figure with the power to shake the world, even if he is old now, he can still play on par with Admiral. It is conceivable how terrifying the strength of the Pluto Rayleigh in the peak period of youth is. Their strength is terrifying. Yezhij, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked by their strength after capturing the actions of the two through Sharinan. Don't look at Pluto Rayleigh and Kizaru, who are just fighting swordsmanship. There is no earth-shattering explosion, and there is no large-scale debris formation, but they compete with each other in strength, speed, reflexes, and swordsmanship. Amazingly scary. Especially under Sharinan's sight, Yezhij can really understand how much the word strong is. Gge, are you alright? At the same time that Hades Rayleigh and Kizaru were fighting, Reiju hurried over. She saw that there was still a blood hole on Yezhij's abdomen, which was bleeding, and Yezhij was covered in dust and looked embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yezhij Isho, but next, something will happen to Kizaru. Who is that? Reiju looked at the two fighting, apparently not recognizing the identity of the Hades Rayleigh. However, she was still a little surprised. This old man who seemed to be too late was actually able to fight Marine Admiral Kizaru in an inextricable manner. It was really scary. Reiju, wait for me here, I'm going to give Kizaru some color. The corner of Yezhij's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. Mad, just kicked me around like a ball, it was so bad that I wasted my 1.3 billion. It can't be found. 1.3 billion Bailey. Just thinking about Yezhij makes me feel bad. A chance to draw a 1000-point level lottery is just gone. I can't swallow anything in this breath. Stop Ge. Reiju wanted to stop it, but the demon wings behind Yezhij spread out and rushed out with his body. This reckless guy. Reiju said so, the admiration in his eyes had already betrayed her. Kizaru, good swordsmanship. Come and try my laser light again. _. Yezhij rushed up, without saying a word, the DPUI laser light in his right eye went straight to Kizaru. Kizaru immediately chose to withdraw and dodge. Laugh. Taking this opportunity, Pluto Rayleigh bullied himself up and slashed down with his long sword. Rao is that Kizaru has dodged to ultimate, but facing a difficult Yezhij, and at the same time facing the legendary Hades Rayleigh, how can he be safe and sound? On Kizaru's arm, a thin bloody opening quietly emerged, and a slit was also cut in the suit. P.S. Please collect. Ask for flowers. There are more. Chapter 44 Kizaru escapes. Hey, don't you know that personal duels should be respected? Kizaru glanced at the wound on his arm that was oozing blood, and said with an unpleasant expression. Don't tell me more of such righteous and dignified words. You kicked me around a lot just now, and the feng shui took turns. Now is the time for you to taste the feeling of being crushed and beaten. Yezhij grinned Isho. Pluto Rayleigh, a little guy is ignorant, don't you know the rules? Kizaru looked at Rayleigh, Hades. My purpose today is to help him. I'm letting him send me now. Hades Rayleigh smiled. It's scary for two people to go together. But the scarier the thing, the more interesting it seems. Then start with the little guy first. Kizaru squinted his eyes under his glasses, and then his body suddenly attacked in the direction of Yezhij. It's still so fast. There's no time to react. Yezhij's Sharinan barely caught Kizaru's vague shadow, but this time I just need to focus on attacking. At this time, Yezhij was very aware of the advantages he had. With Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, Kizaru won't even want to touch himself. Clang. Not surprisingly, just as Yezhij's thoughts arose, behind his head, Pluto Rayleigh's long sword collided with the Tiankong cloud sword in Kizaru's hand. And Kizaru's Sky Kong cloud sword was less than 5 centimeters away from his head. Brother Kizaru, is it bad to give some face? Hades Rayleigh laughed. Let's get carried away. Kizaru continued to attack Yezhij. But all his attacks were stopped by Rayleigh. Soon, Pluto Rayleigh counterattacked, and Kizaru had to deflect his focus to deal with Pluto Rayleigh's sword. Virtual Flash. Yezhij found the opportunity, aimed at Kizaru, and threw a punch. A violent white flash cannon instantly drowned where Kizaru was. Why is there such a new photon-like thing? How much ability does this guy have that he hasn't shown yet? Kizaru froze in his heart, confronted Rayleigh's long sword, and quickly chose to retreat. Cyclops. In the next second, a DPUI laser blasted out, as if the position of Kizaru's retreat had been calculated, causing Kizaru to stop in mid-air, worthy of passing this DPUI laser beam. Kizaru's people are alright, but the justice coat he is wearing has been pierced, leaving a burning hole with sparks. Kizaru bro, don't be half-hearted when fighting. At this time, Pluto Rayleigh bullied him again and launched a new round of attack on Kizaru. These two people can actually work together to such an extent. It's really troublesome. Kizaru's eyes, and although his face did not change, the anger in his heart was already burning. Just by parrying the Hades Rayleigh, Kizaru had to focus on fighting, and he didn't have time to care about Yezhij. Not to mention that Yezhij's attack is almost the same as his. As long as he is aimed at himself, he has to choose to dodge or avoid, but once he has other actions, Rayleigh will immediately seize the opportunity to make himself injured. A difficult newcomer, a legendary powerhouse, the two of them cooperated seamlessly. For a time, Kizaru fell into an awkward passive situation. It's amazing. Reiju watched the battle and saw that Marine Admiral Kizaru, in the combined attack of the old man and the young man, gradually fell into the lower wind, and her eyes lit up when the wounds on her body became more and more. Unexpectedly, she just wanted to get rid of Vinsmoke, a choice on a whim, so that she could find such a powerful embryo. For collection 4 flowers. Ha ha ha. Kizaru Admiral, can you feel the feeling of being beaten by you just now? Isn't it particularly sour and helpless? Yezhij laughed loudly while carrying out harassing attacks. At first, Kizaru didn't take his words seriously. How could Kizaru be an admiral-level figure? How could someone make him so angry that he lost his mind? But as time went by, his disadvantage became more and more obvious, but he couldn't catch Yezhij, couldn't do any harm to Yezhij, and he had to listen to Yezhij's irritating words, Kizaru's mentality. It finally broke. Clang. With a touch, it retreated, and Kizaru's figure suddenly rose high into the sky. He closed his hands, and the Tiankong cloud sword in his hand turned into a group of extremely dazzling rays of light, like the sun, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Whoa! Kizaru's whole person seems to have become a light group hanging in the sky. The next second. Yasakani no Megatama. In an instant, the flash of light in the sky was like a torrential rain, pouring down towards the place where Yezhij and the Hades Rayleigh were. Boom boom boom. Each flash seems small, but the power contained in it is equivalent to a cannonball. It was densely packed, countless shells fell from the sky, and indiscriminate attacks were carried out within a radius of at least 1 kilometer. In an instant, the earth turned into broken soil, the smoke and dust rose, and the giant trees that had grown in unknown numbers were blasted off on the spot. The entire ground seemed to have been cut off by dozens of centimeters, and it became a piece of scorched earth in the blink of an eye. Reiju. When the flash of light poured down, Yezhij directly rushed towards Reiju, the demon wings behind him spread out, he stretched out his hand to hold Reiju in his arms, and the demon wings wrapped them both, so he endured countless flashes. Invasion of bombs. And Pluto Rayleigh has nothing to worry about. He has armament haki, how could this flashbang hurt him? After a while, the bombardment finally stopped, and the thick smoke and dust continued to rise, and it looked like a big fire had broken out here. Huh! The demon wings unfolded, blowing away the thick smoke around him. Yezhij glanced at his demon wings and felt distressed for a while. At this moment, there are a lot of holes in the devil's wing, and some of them are filled with sparks. Fortunately, he had the body of a white silver, which helped to resist a little damage, so that he was not injured much. Supreme, this time you are lucky, you have found Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, to help you. But next time, you won't have such good luck. Chapter 45 Make the World Famous. Kizaru's words contained a deep sense of unwillingness. Indeed, if there is no Pluto Rayleigh, it will take some trouble for him to solve Yezhij, but it will only be a matter of time. But it was precisely because of the appearance of the Pluto Rayleigh that not only could he not be able to complete the mission, but he had to choose to leave so embarrassedly. How could Kizaru, who bears the name of Marine Admiral, be forced to do so? People like the four emperors can't be provoked, but it's fine if they can't beat him, but a rookie like Yezhij can make him look like this. This tone? Haha, Kizaru Admiral, I'll give you this sentence too. It's your luck this time. When you see me next time, you probably won't even have the chance to escape. Yezhij laughed. Now Yezhij has only one S rank ability, and the others are A or B rank, so he can't fight against Admiral. But as long as he keeps accumulating and comes back after he has enough strength, even Kizaru will have to turn around and run away when he sees Yezhij. Little brother, he's gone. Pluto Rayleigh walked over with a smile. Not bad, at your age, it's really rare to have such an ability. Old man, thank you today. If you hadn't come, I guess I'd have to run now. How could Kizaru leave so unwillingly? I remember this favor. If you need help in the future, just say hello to me. Yezhij said boldly. Ha ha ha. It seems that your favor is very precious. I wrote it down. Hades Rayleigh laughed. Although Yezhij's words were a bit arrogant, the king of Pluto Rayleigh had a little expectation in his heart. Who is Pluto Rayleigh? The former vice-captain of One Piece/King of Pirates is famous all over the world and is still called a legendary existence. If he needs help, then it's probably not as simple as fighting against an admiral. At least it has to be the standard of war. And if Yezhij wanted to help, he had to have strength comparable to admiral level, right? Grow to an admiral level strength. Some people like this may not be able to do it even if they spend their entire lives, but Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, has a faint feeling that Yezhij will reach that step sooner or later. Not only is it comparable to admiral, it is very likely that it will surpass him, surpass Roger, and even surpass Whitebeard, becoming an existence that he cannot imagine. The Marine of Support is about to arrive, you should leave quickly. Pluto Rayleigh's ears moved and he heard movement. Despite the fact that Yezhij and Kizaru fought fiercely for a long time, it only lasted a few minutes. Okay, then let's go. Yezhij picked up Reiju and said, "Old man, I am very happy to fight with you, there will be a future." The devil's wing shook, Yezhij Hihiisho, the two of them rose into the air and left. There will be a period later. Pluto Rayleigh watched Yezhij leave, the future of this world is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Pluto Rayleigh turned his head and looked at the marine soldiers rushing towards him in the distance. Laugh. Marine soldiers, a gully appeared. Stay there, don't cross the line. You can't stop the footsteps of the new era. Hades Rayleigh laughed. For collection 4 flowers. Less than a day has passed, and what happened to Sabayati archipelago has spread like wings. Countless people now know that an underground trade fair originally held by a group of bigwigs eventually turned into a shocking battle. Marine Admiral Kizaru met a strong enemy in this battle, was wounded all over, and returned to Marine headquarters in a very embarrassed way. And against Marine Admiral, it turned out to be a newcomer who was unknown in the past and rose overnight supreme. Look. The Sabayati archipelago is almost flattened. What is the origin of that newcomer called Supreme? He was able to fight against Marine Admiral Kizaru, and even injured Kizaru. Incredible. It is said that there is also the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh, at the scene. I don't know if the news is true or not. It must be fake. Didn't Marine say that the members of the Roger Pirates have been captured or killed? How could they still be alive? And Sabayati archipelago is right under the nose of Marine headquarters, the size of Rayleigh, the Pluto. How can a character not move at all? Supreme. The name is so loud. Is this guy's ambition to be on an equal footing with the 4 emperors? I'm afraid the 4 emperors are likely to become the 5 emperors. The sea has become restless again. These days, countless people are talking about the Sabayati archipelago incident that involved Marine Admiral. Through this incident, everyone remembers one name, Supreme. From this moment on, the Supreme appeared in the sight of countless people. Some people are worried that the Supreme may be another big pirate, bringing chaos to the world. Some people are excited, and when such a character appears, the Marine headquarters will have no time to pay attention to them. Some people look solemn, and a big man appeared in the sea, which meant that all forces would face the fate of disrupting and reshuffling. As for the final result, it depends on how strong this newcomer is. Marine headquarters, Marine Fodor. I'm wrong. Sengoku the Buddha sighed heavily, I didn't expect him to have so much energy, even the legend of the Hades, Rayleigh. On his desk, a bounty poster with the face of Yezhij wearing a fishman mask has been released. Is Salino alright? Sengoku the Buddha asked. Don't worry, he wasn't mortally wounded. Marine Vice Admiral Crane said lightly. Crane, like Garp and Sengoku the Buddha, is a vice admiral figure in the Marine, who is so old but still sticks to the front line. Crane's nickname is Great Staff Advisor, and even the most evil king, Shichibukai Doflamingo, is very jealous of Crane. Have you made up your mind? How much is the bounty set? Crane looked at Sengoku the Buddha. Sengoku the Buddha was silent for a moment, then said, 360 million Baileys. Chapter 46. A reward of 360 million Bailey is offered. 360 million Bailey, this is by no means a small amount. Marine set a bounty for the pirates based on the strength of the pirates, the crimes committed, the degree of damage, the impact on Marine's reputation, and other factors. The strength of the Supreme is still up for debate. After all, he relied on Kizaru, who fought together with the Hades rally to defeat. But fighting against Marine Admiral caused so much damage to Sabayati Archipelago, and caused so much damage to Marine's reputation, the face of the world government. It is because of these that Sengoku the Buddha set a huge sum of 360 million belly bounty. Perhaps 360 million Baileys are nothing in the New World, where the number of masters are like dogs, and the strong are everywhere. But this is a newcomer, and the amount of the reward issued for the first time is enough to shock countless people. You must know that one of Shishibukai, one of the kings, is regarded as an extremely dangerous pirate queen. The bounty for the first expedition is only 80 million Bailey, and this record is enough to disdain the heroes and make countless people tremble with fear. Shake. If there is no accident, the reward amount of 360 million Bailey is fully qualified to let the word Supreme break any previous records and become the legendary figure with the highest reward for the first time in the history of the world. Although this reward amount will make the people of the world feel a little uneasy, but only this amount can represent the seriousness of the incident. Crane nodded. When such a high initial bounty is announced, it will definitely cause an uproar in the world. But as a rookie who can beat Kizaru so embarrassed, if the bounty is set low, it will only make people think that Marine is even a little guy. If you can't clean it up, how can you still sit in the world? For collection for flowers. 360 million Bailey's reward posters were soon distributed to the world through various channels of Marine. Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts Pirates, King Shishibukai Doflamingo, and many other New World pirates were shocked when they saw the bounty poster with Yezhij's face. Shocked, solemn and dignified, angry and angry. The word Supreme has become a member of their list that they cannot easily provoke. Whitebeard Pirates. Did the first bounty reach 360 million Bailey? Captain Thatch, this person is really amazing. A rough man with a beard missing a few Kiba teeth said in surprise while eating cherry pie. Yeah. I hope Fishman Island doesn't get implicated after his Fishman identity is revealed. Thatch looked at the bounty poster, and never thought that this seemingly ordinary guy had a PK match with Marine Admiral after they left, and even injured Marine Admiral and drove him away. Simply unbelievable. Big Mom Pirates. Is the initial reward amounted to 360 million Bailey? I should tell my mother about this, and she should be very interested. Charlotte Katakuri, one of the 4 stars of the Big Mom Pirates, flicked jelly beans with his fingers, and his eyes flashed when he saw the poster of the supreme reward. Wow! Brother! Just let me go. With wounds all over her body, Charlotte Montdior, who was bleeding, begged for mercy. You messed up your mother's business. If you go back safe and sound, do you think your mother will let you go? I'm here to help you. Charlotte Katakuri flicked her fingers, and a wisp of blood splattered. Kaido of the Beasts Pirates. A huge mammoth is leading the army of beasts under his command to invade this small town island in the New World. Whoa! This damn bastard! But when he heard the news that Ship's Head was destroyed by the regiment, he was angry and began to destroy the island more violently and mercilessly. Countless innocent people were all devastated. This mammoth is none other than one of the 3 famous disasters of the beast pirates, Droughtjack. Droughtjack is an ancient species of Zoan, a mammoth fruit person. He has a violent personality. Wherever he passes, it must be like a drought raging, the ground is cracked, and no grass grows. This time I heard that the Supreme had killed his subordinates, and he became even more irritable. What about the first bounty of 360 million Bailey? What about being able to run away, Marine Admiral? Anyone who dares to kill Lao Tzu, no matter where he goes, Lao Tzu will kill him. Drought Jack roared up to the sky, and the huge elephant trunk was thrown out again, smashing all the surrounding buildings to smithereens. New World, Dressrosa. It's so interesting. He even joined forces with Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, to drive Kizaru away. I really can't underestimate this guy. Doflamingo was surrounded by beauties on both sides, and he held Yezhij's reward poster in his hand, 360 million Bailey, qualified to cooperate. Comzone, 9 Snake Island. It's him. It's this bastard. In the bedroom, Empress Hancock bit Kiba and looked at Yezhij's bounty poster with gnashing teeth. She was extremely angry, and her chest moved up and down due to her accelerated breathing. She rubbed her hands and tore the bounty poster into pieces angrily. Gather information for me. No matter what, I will kill him with my own hands. North Blue, the Vinsmoke family. Is that him? Vinsmoke Judge looked at Yezhij's head on the newly sent bounty poster and frowned. Father, it's him. He's the one who kidnapped my sister. Naji nodded quickly. It was possible to injure Marine Admiral and escape from Marine Admiral's hands. This is not a guy who can be easily provoked. Vinsmoke Judge thought. Father, on my sister's side. Ichi asked tentatively. Let her kill herself. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes flickered. Although it's a pity for a battle force, it's impossible to lose more of my troops and delay my plan in order to get her back. North Blue. In the alleys of the town, the Hawkins pirates gathered together. Captain Hawkins, look. You're telling the truth, that guy's bounty is 360 million Baileys. The men exclaimed. Hawkins put away the divination cards indifferently. His life is much more than that. Under the ocean, the submarine of the Heart Pirates is ingoing. Have you dealt with Marine Admiral? Looks like we have to hurry up and keep up. Luo put Yezhij's reward poster on the table and started to practice. In just a few days, the word Supreme has completely resounded throughout the world. Chapter 47 New World. New World. Boom. Yezhij was rummaging around in a dilapidated pirate ship that was burning with flames, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. At his feet, on the ocean, on the dilapidated mast, and on the deck, the pirates were lying in a row, either dead or dying, with only their last breath left, and they would not be able to live. Too strong. Not a level opponent at all. Supreme. Too strong. After the pirate captain said these words, the side of his head swallowed his last breath in despair. The new world is really different. After searching for a while, Yezhij nodded with satisfaction as he listened to the system notification sound coming from his mind. In less than a week, this is the third pirate ship Yezhij has encountered since he came to the New World. Unlike the pauper pirates in North Blue, they only entered the New World after passing through the cruel screening of the Paradise, and they have been galloping in the New World for so many years, and they have already saved a lot of money. No, after Yezhij's search, more than 200 million Baileys were added to his account immediately. Sure enough, the New World is the real gold mine. In just a few days, I have accumulated 1.1 billion Baileys in my account. Yezhij was excited for a while. If you say fame, it's easy to use. Those pirates in the New World, when they see me, just like Jinshin, they rushed forward without any risk of their lives. Hey, this is what they want. The New World is filled with all kinds of freaks, very competitive guys. Whether it is the Four Emperors or the powerful pirate group, as long as they are interested, they will all want to give it a try and see if they can take down the lives of those powerhouses, so as to make themselves famous and become the next big man with far-reaching reputation. No, this pirate group in front of me encountered another ship on the vast sea, and when they found out that the person on board was actually the supreme being who has become very famous recently, they were very excited, waving the machete in their hands, raising their arms and shouting, and launched an attack. The command. But the battle was over before it even started. Yezhij only used one punch to deal with them. One punch ended the battle, and by the way, all these ignorant guys were sent to the west. Let's draw a prize first. After finally saving up the money, Yezhij of course had to choose the lottery as soon as possible. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any abilities, and you will be rewarded with one enhanced gem. Please make persistent efforts. Unfortunately, good luck doesn't always come, and Yezhij's character was all spent on the first 2 lottery draws. It's gone, it's gone. Although he didn't have the ability to draw, Yezhij was not very depressed. If it was before, Yezhij would definitely be heartbroken. After all, this is 1 billion Bailey. It's a waste of time to say that it's a waste of time. How could he, who loves money so much, accept such a cruel fact all of a sudden? However, when he realized that in the new world, 1 billion Bailey was no longer a problem, and he could get it casually, Yezhij's mentality completely calmed down. Now his eyes are raised very high. Unless 10 billion Bailey is lost, he will not care too much. This strengthening gem is not bad, continue to strengthen my head. Yezhij pressed the strengthening gem that was exchanged for 1 billion Bailey on the eyebrows, once again increasing the attribute ability of the head. Don't look at the enhanced gems as consolation prizes, but in Yezhij's view, enhanced gems are at least an A-grade consumable. Because the strengthening gem does not strengthen a single part, it can affect a large whole part. The best example is the strengthened head. Not only the facial features are enhanced, but also the defense ability is greatly enhanced. Otherwise, with the head before Yezhij, how could it be possible to withstand Kizaru's kick? Kizaru's kick is something scarier than a cannonball. Well, the eyes see things more clearly. In my current state, if I run into Kizaru again, I won't be as embarrassed as before, right? Yezhij opened his eyes, and his vision became extremely clear again. Time to go back to the boat. The demon wings unfolded, taking Yezhij's body into the air, and swept toward his boat. Back. Reju is sorting through the information about the new world that he has collected these days on his desk. Even though Reju stayed in the Vinsmoke family for so long, she went to various places and was very knowledgeable, but she was also living in a new world for the first time, so naturally the more she knew, the better. How's it going? Is there a result? Yezhij picked up a cup of Coke on the table and drank it to the end. There is a lot of news about the independent pirate groups in the new world. According to your request, they are all particularly vicious pirate groups. Reju smiled and said, specially looking for such a vicious pirate group, do you want to eradicate them and become a hero? Look, you don't understand this, do you? Yezhij lay on the chair and said comfortably, it is precisely because these vicious pirates are lawless, so they can do whatever they want, robbery, murder, arson, and this kind of thing is as common to them as eating and drinking. People who do this kind of thing a lot, do you think they're going to run out of money? I don't see it, but you are quite financially minded. Reju laughed. Of course. Yezhij Heheisho, by the way, I asked you to help me announce the news of the killer mission, did you get any feedback? Yes. And when I heard that the famous Zunzun was a killer, many people sent bounty tasks. Reju found several delicate parchment scrolls among the messy scrolls on the desk. Yezhij picked up one, just glanced at it, and couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, Doflamingo was just trying to attract hatred, and he wanted to kill him first, haha. Chapter 48 A Bounty from Fishman Island. Becoming a killer, accepting tasks, and getting paid is the way Yezhij had thought of making money back in North Blue. Find people, slaughter them, and then get paid. If you encounter some unsightly pirates and wicked people on the road, kill them easily, and collect the treasures in their hands together. No worries. It is simply tailor-made for Yezhij. And the first person to kill is none other than one of Shishibukai, the Emperor of the Dark World, Doflamingo. The most restless guy in the Shishibukai under the king. I don't know how many enemies out there. Now the person who wants to take the head of his neck has found Yezhij here. The remuneration is only 300 million Bailey. What kind of international joke are you playing with me? After seeing the amount of reward for this task, Yezhij turned over the Byakugan, and without any hesitation, threw the parchment into the sea. 300 million Bailey wants the head of Doflamingo? The official government price is probably not that cheap, right? Do you really treat me as a just charity? Next. Yezhij picked up another parchment roll. This is even more outrageous. Kill Droutjack for 500 million Baileys. Is this guy funny? Droutjack's official bounty is as much as 1 billion Bailey. He wants to accept Droutjack's head for 500 million? Then are you going to go to Marine to make 500 million Bailey? Where did all this come from? Yezhij didn't want to take a second look, and threw it into the sea. Then he looked at several pictures in a row. The rest are relatively normal. The person who wants to kill is either the king or important minister of a certain country in the New World, or the captain of a pirate group in the New World, or the famous pirate big man. But it's a pity, yes, the remuneration of these people is not very high, the most is 200 million Bailey. Yezhij didn't have enough time and energy to make a special trip for the mere 200 million Bailey. Huh? At this time, Yezhij saw a task with the highest reward so far. Paying 700 million Baileys and asking to go to Fishman Island for an interview. Fishman Island is the only place for pirates to go to the New World. But Yezhij chose to fly over the UI mainland from the sky, so he has never been to Fishman Island. Now that he thinks of it, Yezhij suddenly realizes that it seems that Fishman Island is the place with the most treasures, right? Fishman Island is located in the deep sea. There are countless pearls and gems in the deep sea. It can be said to be a great treasure. It's a lot of money to make a fortune. Look at my brain, how did I forget about this? Yezhij patted his head, I have to go to Fishman Island. Yezhij's heart is about to float when he thinks of the huge golden mountain, silver mountain beckoning to him. For collection for flowers. Fishman Island. Located at the bottom of the UI soil continent, 10,000 meters below the deep sea of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Fishman Island is the only place for pirates to go to the New World, and it is also the place where fish, man and mermaids live. Since Fishman Island was blessed by Whitebeard, those rampant human trafficker gangs and pirates with beautiful crucian carp mermaids have dropped sharply, and they never dared to invade Fishman Island as blatantly as before. Even Marine, in non-essential circumstances, basically doesn't bother with Fishman Island. Today, however, a large number of Marines have come to Fishman Island and are stationed around the Dragon Palace. In the palace of the Dragon Palace City. Akainu Admiral, I have stated many times, the Supreme has nothing to do with Fishman Island. He is also not the real Fishman, the person you are looking for is not on our Fishman Island, please don't be here again, what a waste of energy. Fishman Island, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, frowned. Ever since he saw the poster of the Supreme's reward and heard what the Supreme had done on the Sabayati archipelago, he knew that Marine would come to question sooner or later. But he didn't expect that the one who led Marine here today would be Akainu, one of the 3 admirals in Marine. And no matter how he explained it, Akainu always believed that the Supreme had a great relationship with Fishman Island, and asked him to explain the whereabouts of the Supreme. Really? But according to Marine's intelligence, I found out that Fishman Island is in the underground black market, intending to send a message to the Supreme. If your Fishman Island has no relationship with the Supreme, do you need any contact? Opposite Neptune, a man wearing a wine UI colored suit, a justice coat, and a baseball cap, with a stern face and sharp eyes, questioned Neptune. This man is one of Marine's 3 highest combat powers, Magma Fruit's ability Akainu. The power of Akainu can be expressed by the words Marine Admiral alone. At the same time, what is impressive is that Akainu implements the concept of complete justice. As long as he faces the evil he thinks, no matter whether it is good or bad, no matter what means he uses, he must eradicate the other party. In Akainu's eyes, no evil will be allowed, and there is not a grain of sand in his eyes. Sabayati Archipelago incident came out. The most angry person among Marine was not Kizaru, nor Sengoku the Buddha, but Akainu. As a member of Marine Admiral, he believes that the Sabayati Archipelago incident has made Marine lose face and lose all face, and despite the dissuasion of Sengoku the Buddha and others, he is determined to eradicate the Supreme, eliminate this budding evil, and restore Marine lost face. From the very beginning, he had suspected Fishman Island. After all, the poster of the Supreme Bounty was printed with a Fishman portrait, but due to the lack of evidence, he did not attack directly. Until this time he received information, Fishman when the island intends to contact the Supreme, Akainu puts down everything at hand and rushes immediately. Hence the present scene. Chapter 49 Akainu. Akainu Admiral, Fishman Island, anyone can send a message to the Supreme on the underground black market. To question me Fishman Island for that alone, you're a little too domineering. Neptune said unpleasantly. King Neptune, do you really think I came to you without any evidence? I just don't want to embarrass your face too much. Akainu said coldly, you know how sinful the Supreme has committed. Marine will never spare him. If Fishman Island wants to continue to survive in this place, it is best not to oppose Marine. Seeing Akainu's certainty that the Supreme is hiding on Fishman Island, Neptune knew that explaining it to him would have no effect at all. Akainu is very difficult to communicate with. Once he decides something, he will not give up until his goal is achieved. At this time, the door of the palace opened, and a man named Fishman, who was wearing an embroidered yukata, walking on wooden sandals, azure blue skin, and a rough figure, strode in. Akainu Admiral, this is Fishman Island, not a pirate's den. You have no right to speak to King Neptune in such a strong tone. The visitor is none other than one of the current King Shisabukai, Hixia Jinbei. Have you forgotten the contract signed when Marine and I negotiated? Jinbei's eyes were sharp. He was willing to sign a contract to become the King Shisabukai and help Marine fight against the 4 emperors. One of the conditions was to ensure the safety of Fishman Island. It is precisely because of the name of King Shisabukai and the name of Whitebeard that Fishman Island can survive in a dangerous place like the New World without being invaded by humans. When Akainu came to question today, it was tantamount to breaking the contract they signed. Jinbei, Shisabukai's name, was given to you by Marine. Naturally, we can also take it away from you. Akainu turned around and said in a bad tone, now it's you people on Fishman Island who have made a mistake. If you don't explain the whereabouts of the real murderer in time and continue to protect and cover up, the peaceful days on Fishman Island won't last too long. Long time. These big words, wait until you really catch the real murderer. Jinbei stepped aside, now you can leave here with the Marine soldiers you brought. Akainu stared at Jinbei, his eyes flashing coldly. Supreme, I won't let him go. You'd better not let me catch anything, otherwise. Akainu snorted coldly, left a cruel word, walked straight out of the palace, and left the Dragon Palace. As Jinbei said, the contract between Shisabukai and Marine is still in effect. During the contract period, Marine cannot search or do anything on Fishman Island. It is also Akainu's personal will to come to question Neptune today. If the above knew, they would definitely stop him. Therefore, Akainu cannot produce enough evidence, or if there is enough reason, to convict Fishman Island. Jinbei, I've troubled you. Seeing Akainu leave, Neptune sighed. Your Majesty, with all due respect, Marine's sense of smell is too keen. They have a special intelligence system in the underground black market. Your initiative to contact the Supreme this time is a bit too rash. Jinbei Vivi nodded. I understand. King Neptune nodded, but you saw it just now. Now the whole world thinks that the Supreme has a lot to do with our Fishman Island. If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, I'm afraid Fishman Island will face a very big dilemma. And there is a possibility that it will affect the name of your King Shichibukai. Since the Sabayati Archipelago incident, the name of the Supreme has been on fire. But at the same time, it brought misunderstanding to Fishman Island. Almost everyone thinks that Supreme is Fishman from Fishman Island. Now there is only the incident of Sabayati Archipelago, and Marine Admiral came to question him. If the Supreme Being does something more excessive and terrifying than Sabayati Archipelago, Fishman Island will inevitably be implicated. At that time, I am afraid it will not be as simple as asking questions, right? Depriving the Shichibukai name, forcibly destroying Fishman Island, Fishman completely lost its protection. Even with the name of Whitebeard shrouded, I am afraid it is difficult to solve these disasters. Has the Supreme responded? Will he come? Jinbei asked. I haven't received a response from the Supreme. Neptune shook his head helplessly, and even if he came, he might not agree to our request. Your Majesty, don't worry for now, we still don't know whether the true identity of the Supreme is Fishman, and we will make a judgment after he arrives. If he doesn't come, then I have to set out to find him again. Jinbei consoled. Just when Neptune and Jinbei were both worried, Yezhij quietly appeared near Fishman Island. With the free-breathing ability brought by the Fishman mask and his own physical strength, Yezhij was stunned to withstand the terrifying water pressure of 10,000 meters in the deep sea, and gradually approached Fishman Island from the bottom of the sea. Walking on the bottom of the sea, passing by all kinds of fish, stepping on the sand, coral, and stones, and admiring the beauty of the seabed of 10,000 meters, Yezhij is more comfortable. That's Fishman Island, isn't it? It's spectacular. Looking at the huge bubbles that enveloped Fishman Island from afar, Yezhij was amazed by the beauty. Huh? But while seeing Fishman Island, Yezhij's super eyesight also captured Fishman Island, where Marine's warship was parked. Marine? Immediately, Yezhij turned on Sherinan, and at the same time, his feet lifted off the ground, his feet swayed, and he quickly approached Fishman Island. When he was close enough to Fishman Island, he suddenly stopped. He could clearly capture that a man in a wine UI-colored suit, justice coat, and baseball cap, surrounded by many Marine soldiers behind him, was returning to the Marine warship. It looks familiar. Why do you always feel like you've seen it somewhere? Because it was too far apart, Yezhij couldn't see his face, and could only see a person dressed in clothes. But when he got closer, his eyes flashed. Marine Admiral, Akainu. Chapter 50 The Big Hero of Fishman Street. Akainu came to Fishman Island. What's going on? Could it be these guys from Fishman Island, teaming up with Marine Admiral, trying to lure me here with high pay and capture them in one fell swoop? This idea popped into Yezhij's mind. Even though Yezhij didn't experience much of society, he knew how sinister Akainu was. At the beginning of the war on the top, he was even able to turn against Scuardo under Whitebeard's command, which caused Whitebeard to get a very serious blow and his strength was greatly damaged. Akainu, in order to achieve his goals, there is nothing he can't do. But that's not right. If it's really to lure me over, Marine has to hide it, right? With this swaggering look, it's like people don't know that Marine is here. Yezhij thought about it. No matter what, just be cautious. Akainu is not something to be provoked, and to Yezhij, there is no small threat. Unfortunately. If you can become Haki, you should be able to fight Akainu, right? It's not that Yezhij didn't try to practice haki. Reiju is a cultivator of haki, but even she is far from being a master of haki. Practicing haki doesn't happen overnight. Armament haki, observation haki, these all take a long time of tempering, experience, and ways to show before they can finally take shape. Yezhij has only been in contact with haki for a few days, and he can't even perform the full armament haki. It is obviously not realistic to want to fight Akainu. Depending on the situation, Marine's warship seems to be leaving. I'll wait until it gets dark before I enter Fishman Island. Akainu boarded the ship, and the Marine warship was about to leave, but Yezhij was not in a hurry to go in. After all, he is still not sure whether this is a trap or not, and he needs to explore it carefully. By the way, in my memory, there should be a Fishman Street near Fishman Island, right? When Yezhij recalled the Fishman Island chapter, the new Fishman pirates on Fishman Street brought an unimaginable disaster to Fishman Island. Yezhij still remembers that when the huge Noah fell and was about to destroy Fishman Island, Luffy tried his best to destroy it, but he still couldn't stop it. Just at this moment, the Sea King ability of the mermaid princess Shirahoshi appeared and summoned the super large Sea Kings came and successfully prevented Noah's whereabouts and saved the destruction of Fishman Island. These guys are first-class villains, they are extremely contemptuous of human beings, and they must have accumulated a lot of treasures over the years. Before getting down to business, Yezhij planned to go to Fishman Street. If possible, it wouldn't hurt to make a fortune. Just then. Hey! Sneaky guy, what are you doing here? A cold drink with a bad tone came from behind Yezhij. Yezhij paused in his heart. He just focused his attention on the Akainu and Marine warships on Fishman Island, completely unaware of the movement behind him. When he turned his head, he found a group of sea beasts like giraffes, lions, orangutans, and rhinoceros, surrounding him impressively. With so many large sea beasts appearing behind me, I didn't even notice it at all. I just had to concentrate. Yezhij looked at the guy on the back of the group of sea beasts who just gave him a cold drink, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Huh? Is it you? One has a neck as long as a giraffe, and Kiba's teeth are exceptionally sharp. At the foot of one is the tentacles of octopus, with a wretched appearance, holding a knife in one hand and a wine gourd in the other, looking like he is drunk. There are also, similar to them, the grotesque fishman. However, Yezhij saw that each of them had very obvious tattoo marks. New Fishman pirates. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Before they went to find them, they came to the door on their own. It's not. The pirates of the new Fishman pirate group suddenly shrank their pupils when they saw the face of this sneaky guy. Then, ecstasy and excitement filled their faces. Supreme. Really supreme. My God. What did I see? It's really a great hero. When the pirates of the new Fishman pirates saw Yezhij, they were so excited that they began to shout and scream, and their adoring eyes were as if they had seen a god. Huh? Yezhij didn't react at all. Although he is a bit more famous, he is considered a half-star, but he is not so happy, is he? I saw the pirates of the new Fishman pirates, one by one, got off the backs of the sea beasts and swam to Yezhij excitedly. Sir Supreme, you are the pride of our Fishman, you are a great hero. That's right, even Marine Admiral was beaten away by you, that's amazing. Even stronger than Boss Jinbei. Just to let those hateful humans have a taste of being killed. Humans have done so many things to our Fishman, this hatred, we have to get it back from humans no matter what. Your Majesty, you are now the hero that everyone on our Fishman Street admires. Even Boss Hottie admires you extremely. From the excited words of the new Fishman pirates, Yezhij finally understood why these guys were so excited. Dare they think of themselves as a fishman? It is also true that there are very few strong men in Fishman, and only Fisher Tiger, High Seojinbei, and King Neptune, the great knight of the sea, are the ones who can show their hands. As for the true identity of Jack Drought, the public does not know Akatsuki. Fishman has always been discriminated against by human beings. At the same time, the Fishman on Fishman Street is also full of hatred for human beings. Now I heard that Yezhij was able to beat Kizaru and run away, and his reputation spread all over the world. See you when the living is right in front of them, can you not be excited? Your Majesty, have you just returned? There are Marines on Fishman Island now. According to the news from our people, these Marines are coming for you. It is said that the person leading the team is Akainu, one of the 3 Admiral Marines. Fishman Hammond with a long neck stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Let's go to our Fishman Street first. If our partner sees you, he will be very happy." Chapter 51 Hody Jones. Yezhij's eyes rolled when he heard this. Unexpectedly, a Sabayati archipelago incident not only made himself famous in the New World, but also inexplicably became the hero of these new Fishman pirates. It's really unintentional inserting willows and willows. Exactly, I just want to go to Fishman Street, now I don't have to look everywhere, someone will lead the way, haha. Oh? That boy Akainu is here? It seems that Marine's lesson is not deep enough. But I just came back today. I don't want to conflict with Marine, so I'll spare that kid Akainu's life first. It's been a long time since I left Fishman Island, and I want to see what has changed here. Take me to see what Fishman Street is like now. Yezhij raised his head Vivi, pretending to be indifferent like an expert outside the world. Seeing this, the new Fishman pirates admired Yezhij even more. This is the attitude of a real powerhouse. What about Marine Admiral? Fight as you say, no matter what Kizaru Akainu you are, if you encounter Fishman's great hero, the Supreme Lord, you have to kneel down and beg for mercy, and run away in embarrassment. In this way, Yezhij took the sea beast with peace of mind and headed to Fishman Street. On the way, he learned from the mouths of the pirates of the new Fishman pirates their version of the Sabayati archipelago incident. The news of this kind of thing has always been more and more crooked, and the more it is spread, the more outrageous it is. But Yezhij never imagined that when he arrived at Fishman Street, his story would become a legend. With a punch and a kick, Kizaru fell to the ground crying bitterly, kneeling down and begging for mercy. The elites from the Marine headquarters came, and Haki was shocked. Those elite Marines all fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. In the end, even Marine Marshal Sengoku the Buddha personally came to apologize to the Supreme, begging the Supreme to let Marine go. The story is as outrageous as it is outrageous. I'll give it a go. It's a pity for you not to be a screenwriter. Yezhij sneered in his heart. It's not important that the story is exaggerated, the important thing is, these guys actually believed it. No wonder I was so excited when I saw him just now, it turned out that his worth and strength were even more terrifying than the 4 emperors. Soon, reach Fishman Street. That's Noah? It's big enough. Yezhij saw a huge ship from a distance. The entire Fishman Street is located near Noah. Compared with Noah, those shell coral houses are like the height of babies and adults. Not to mention the height of ordinary fishman. In front of Noah, it's just a sesame seed. Under the guidance of the pirates, Yezhij got off the back of the sea beast, passed through the transparent membrane, and entered Fishman Street. There are dilapidated houses all around, many appearing to be still in use, but the broken places have not been repaired at all. Due to the absence of light, everything looks gloomy, making people feel as if they are in the alternate moment when the night is about to enter. There is a rancid smell in the air. This rancid smell is not strong, but occasionally sniffing it will always make people frown involuntarily. Everyone, come and see. It's Your Majesty. The hero who defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru is here. Your Highness is visiting Fishman Street, come out soon to meet the hero. As soon as they entered Fishman Street, these pirates couldn't wait to shout. In an instant, countless fishmans on the street came pouring in, like a tide, surrounding Yezhij and others from all directions. What? Your Highness? Is that the one who made Marshal Marine kneel and apologize? My God! I actually saw the Supreme Lord. It's incredible. Is today my lucky day? It's really the Supreme Lord. It's exactly the same as the poster, "Long live the Supreme Lord." Long live your Highness. Hooray! Almost all fishmans hold a poster of Yezhij's reward. The houses on Fishman Street are also posted with Yezhij's portrait. If you go to Central Street, you can still see Yezhij's picture. The portrait has been magnified dozens of times and hangs high in the middle of the street like a flag. It can be said that all the fishmen on Fishman Street regard Yezhij as a great hero among the whole race. Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to meet you. At this time, the crowd automatically parted ways. A black-haired man wearing a flat hat with a strong physique, sharp kiba teeth, and dark eyes followed several fishmen and came to Yezhij. My name is Hody Jones and I'm the boss of this Fishman Street. Hody Jones said, I heard that you have come to Fishman Street. As a great hero in the hearts of all fishmen, please allow me and all my colleagues in the new Fishman Pirates to express the most noble to you respect. Saying that, Hody Jones bowed to Yezhij. The cotters behind him, as well as all the pirates, the fishmen on Fishman Street, bowed to Yezhij. It's shouting and bowing again. What kind of robbery will I feel at ease later? Yezhij was in trouble for a while. He didn't come to Fishman Street to accept the adoration and fanaticism of these fishmen. He came to rob, okay. Now doing this, Yezhij couldn't bear it anymore. Others regard themselves as idols and stars, and they even invited them over with a special car. As a result, the stars have changed and become robbers. This turn was too big, not to mention ordinary people, even Yezhij had a hard time accepting it. Are you Hody Jones? Although his heart was moving frequently, Yezhij remained calm on the surface and still looked like an expert in the world. I have heard your name. It is my honor to be known by the Supreme Lord. Hody Jones' eyes flashed, Sir, I now have a plan to subvert the fishman race. If there is a hero like you to help, I believe we can make humans realize that the fishman race can what a terror to them. At that time, Fishman and the mermaid will no longer have to bow down to human beings. We Fishman will be the most powerful ruler in the world. Chapter 52 Strength Flickers. Yezhij heard these words, and to be honest, he wanted to laugh, but he had to maintain the demeanor of an expert outside the world, which made him feel very uncomfortable. A Fishman tribe, the total territory is no more than the size of an island city, and all the population add up to several 100,000 people, excluding the old and weak, women and children. How many can really fight? There are all humans on the land, and they are all extremely powerful and terrifying characters. Even Yezhij dare not say that he can become the master of the world. Hody Jones, who is amazing with a little strength, actually started to fight the world. Really ignorant and fearless. Oh? Is it? Yezhij replied indifferently, have you ever fought Marine Admiral? Marine Admiral is a big man who is difficult to meet once. How could he have played against such a person? Hody Jones shook his head. Then have you fought Drought Jack's Beast Legion? Yezhij asked. Drought Jack, one of the 3 major disasters? I heard that he has a bunch of lunatics, and it is not easy to provoke him. Fishman, a hammer-wielding hammerhead shark, said behind Hody Jones. Where's Shisabukai da Flamingo? Yezhij continued to ask. Don Quixote da Flamingo. I know that guy. The biggest arms dealer in the underground world is the arms king of the New World. The pirate ships that I sunk last time were all arms bought from their homes. Another king squid, Fishman, said loudly. I've seen all these people. Yezhij glanced at them proudly, I fought with Marine Admiral Kizaru and killed Jack Drought's men with my own hands. Even Doflamingo has sent me an invitation to cooperate, and wants me to go to Dressrosa to find him. Thatch, captain of the 4th Division under Whitebeard, Charlotte Montdior, one of Big Mom's ministers, and many other big names in the New World, you have to say hello when you meet me. And you haven't seen or fought anyone, yet you dare to say that you want to be the master of the world? Are you a match? Yezhij's voice was getting louder and louder, and the last sentence was like a giant hammer, pressing down on everyone, and there was silence around him. Since he is regarded as an idol, of course, he has to add fuel to his not-so-splendid achievements and promote it. And looking at the reactions of these fishmans, it is very effective to blow it yourself. Your Majesty. After hearing these words, Hody Jones wanted to refute. After all, he was a person deeply influenced by the darkness of Fishman Street. He had a deep-rooted hatred for mankind for decades. How could it be Yezhij? Are you going to scare you back? But as soon as he opened his mouth, Yezhij raised his hand to interrupt him. I know what you're trying to say. Yezhij said indifferently, but I can tell you clearly that by doing this, you are seeking your own death and pushing everyone to death. But Hody Jones was not reconciled and wanted to speak. There's nothing to be desired. Yezhij refused to let him speak. The so-called plans you are talking about are nothing but things that can't be put on the table. Hody Jones, do you still want to argue against me? Do you think you know better, or I know better? Huh. As soon as Yezhij said this, Hody Jones' face changed, but he didn't speak again. Now that Yezhij's reputation on Fishman Street is unparalleled for a while, and the stories of the legends have promoted him as a godlike existence, how could there be someone who has more right to speak than him? But it's not impossible to do this. Suddenly, Yezhij's words changed, and the pirates of the new Fishman Pirates suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, I knew that you are Fishman, and you will definitely think of our Fishman family. Your Majesty, if you have any method, feel free to say it. As long as you speak, no matter what you ask, we will definitely do it. It is my honor to be able to serve the Supreme Lord. Whatever you need, just tell us. As soon as these pirates heard that there was a drama, and they said it from the mouth of the respected Supreme Being, they immediately became excited as if they had been beaten with blood. Who is the Supreme Lord? That was an existence that could make Marine shiver. He goes out, anything impossible will become possible. I already have a plan in mind. But if you want to implement this plan, you need a lot of money and treasure. What you need to do now is to take out all the gold and silver treasures accumulated over the years, so that you can help me realize this plan to the greatest extent possible, understand? Yezhij made a big circle and finally revealed his true purpose. Since he has been regarded as a star idol by this group of people, a godlike existence, then he simply acts as a magic stick to fool them and take out all the accumulated gold and silver treasures. It also saved Yezhij's efforts to rummage around. Really? Great. I destroyed a human pirate ship last time, and searched more than 2 million baileys from it, as well as a lot of going white silver's treasures. I have it too. I found it from the sunken ship that was sunk by the Sea Kings. There is a full box of gold coins. Your Highness has spoken, I must support it. I will go home now and take out all my money. Great. Our Fishman clan can finally raise our eyebrows and defeat those hateful humans. Fishman heard that as long as they contributed their treasures, they could carry out the great plan of the Supreme Being. They all seemed to have been beaten by chicken blood. At that time, they were ready to go home and bring out all the treasures that they had treasured for many years and dedicated them to the Supreme. Very well, I believe that with your help, my big plan will be implemented flawlessly enough to make the world tremble. Yezhij Vivi nodded and showed a satisfied smile. Seeing these fishmans who had been beaten with chicken blood, his heart blossomed with joy. When the killer comes with quick money. No, the magic stick is the fastest. Chapter 53 Hody vs Supreme. While these fishmans were busy going home and moving money, Hody Jones and the others frowned. Sir Supreme, we admire you very much, and believe that you will definitely lead our fishman tribe to become the master of the world. Hody Jones said, but I want to hear from you specifically, what exactly are you going to implement? I know the specific plan in my heart. When all the treasures are gathered, I will tell you all. Yezhij said lightly. Where's the shit planned? It's all bullshit, right? Can you ignore these details? Yezhij murmured in his heart. Seeing that Yezhij refused to speak, Hody Jones did not continue to ask. Your Majesty. This is all my treasure. There are as many as 6 million Baileys. It's only 6 million Baileys. My going sword is worth tens of millions of Baileys. I have been hiding it under the covers and never took it out for anyone to see. Look at my going pendulum. It's bigger than yours, so why is it worth more than yours? A group of fishmen scrambled to compete with each other for the value of their contributions. Hody Jones and others deliberately observed the changes in Yezhij's expression, and found that Yezhij did not even blink an eyelid in the face of such a huge amount of wealth. As expected of a legendary figure, his vision is different. What? But what they didn't know was that Yezhij was overjoyed at the moment. Don't look at the wealth that each one brings, some hundreds of thousands of Baileys, some millions of Baileys, and occasional tens of millions of Baileys. But it can't stand the crowd. Seeing the treasures and treasure chests in front of him continue to pile up, gradually forming a treasure mountain, which is much higher than Yezhij himself, Yezhij has already begun to rejoice in his heart, and the concert is coming. With the continuous accumulation of base Han, the obvious growth began to decrease. Yezhij said. Is that all? When he spoke, he frowned, looking very dissatisfied. But at the same time, Yezhij whispered to the system in his heart, scan and estimate the approximate value of these treasures. Okay. Scanning, please wait. Scanning completed, valuation, 1,487,450,000 Bailey. Ah. Hearing the system prompt sound in his head, Yezhij felt relieved for a while, just like drinking Sprite, his heart was cool and his heart was flying. 1.4 billion, nearly 1.5 billion Bailey. Don't look at this as an isolated underwater town, but it has more money than a human country. After all, this is the bottom of the sea, and there are treasures everywhere, plus fishman's natural advantages on the bottom of the sea, looting past pirate ships, salvaging sunken ships, etc. The accumulated wealth is only a lot. More importantly, these are all contributed by the little minions. The real big guy, Hody Jones, and the others, didn't say anything. Hody Jones, everyone's taking their money, why are you indifferent? Are you questioning my plan? With an indifferent expression, Yezhij put his hands behind him, and swept his sharp eyes at Hody Jones and the others. As soon as these words came out, all the fishmans on Fishman Street turned their attention to Hody Jones and the others. How to say Hody Jones is also the captain of the new Fishman Pirates and the leader of Fishman Street. As the highest authority, in the face of the Supreme Lord's request, why should he be a little bit expressive? No, I dare not question your plans. Hody Jones and his partner looked at each other, and he could catch a fierce meaning in his eyes. I just heard that in the rumors, Lord Supreme is very strong, so I just want to see it. It turned out to be trying my hand at it? Yezhij was stunned. That's right, in this world where strength is respected, fame alone is not enough, especially the group of Hody Jones who are not afraid of the sky and the earth, and even think about becoming the master of the world. If you don't let them see the power with their own eyes, how can they be convinced? Hody Jones, you are not qualified to challenge me. Yezhij said coldly, but I'm also a fishman, I won't refuse. You can attack me, I don't use hands or feet. If you can make me suffer any damage, the plan will be put on hold. How? These words fell into everyone's ears, and the fishmans who were watching immediately boiled. That's great. It's an honor to be able to see the Supreme Lord take action with his own eyes. Is it a bit too exaggerated, Your Excellency? That's the strongest Hody Jones on Fishman Street. How can it be called a legend if you don't even have this confidence? Soon, an empty space was let out. Yezhij stood on the spot, with his hands behind his back, looking down on the audience. Your Highness, you said so, then I must respect your will. I'm welcome. Hody Jones is a little upset. Want to beat himself without hands and feet? What do you really think of him as Hody Jones? As long as I take a little damage, I win? Then I will hurt you a little more, and I will never let you underestimate me. Drink. Hody Jones' eyes turned cold, his big feet slammed on the ground, his muscles swelled like balloons, his veins burst, and his whole person looked hideous and murderous. Boom. A shallow pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the figure of Hody Jones swept out like a cannonball in an instant. Fishman karate missed. Facing Yezhij, who was motionless and did not dodge in the slightest, Hody Jones directly chose to attack frontally with a collision. When Hody Jones' body was about to approach Yezhij, suddenly, behind Yezhij, a steel tail emerged. Tail of steel. As soon as the iron tail appeared, it turned into a swift shadow, and then like a whip, it whipped out with great force. Bang! Hody Jones' body was hit by the steel tail without any resistance, as if he had forcibly turned a corner and slammed into the houses on Fishman Street. Boom! 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 After crashing through an unknown number of houses, Hody Jones finally stopped. Wow! Hody Jones knelt down on one knee, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 54 Convinced orally. That was the tail just now? Can Fishman's tail be so strong? Just one blow, wounded me to such a degree. Hody Jones was furious. Fishman has tails, and sometimes when faced with enemies who cannot react from behind, they will use their tails to attack, so as to deal with being attacked from behind by the enemy. But Hody Jones can't imagine that Yezhij's tail actually has such a terrifying giant force, and it instantly knocked him out of the high-speed collision. As expected of a person called the Supreme. Hody Jones bites Kiba, but I'm not going to be beaten so easily. Immediately, Hody Jones took out several capsule-like pills. This is an ES drug, which is one of the forbidden drugs in Fishman Island. It is said that after taking it, it can instantly possess the power of 100 to 100. But because of its strong side effects, Fishman Island chose to seal it up and hide it. Hody Jones used to be a soldier in Ryago Castle. After hearing about the existence of this drug, he stole a lot of it. Let me have both hands and feet. If I still can't beat him, I will be looked down upon by those bastards. Hody Jones threw several pills straight into his mouth. Pounding. His heart was beating violently, his blue veins were already bursting out, and Hody Jones' face was ferocious. At this moment, his eyes exuded the brilliance of UI, and an extremely terrifying momentum was revealed, and the whole person turned into a very extreme head. The ferocious beast opened its sharp Kiba teeth and let out a muffled growl. Boom! Hody Jones stomped on the ground shattered, and swept away to where Yezhij was at a faster speed than before. Huh? Moves faster? Yezhij didn't use Sharingan, the two enhanced gems gave him stronger dynamic visual capture ability. He unexpectedly discovered that Hody Jones, who was hit by himself, was not weak at all, but became stronger. Tough. Even the aura is different. Is this guy taking medicine? Yezhij still remembers that in the Fishman Island chapter, Hody Jones tried his best to eat a lot of that kind of strengthening medicine, stimulate his potential, and instantly turn white. After being defeated by Luffy, Hody Jones has aged like 70 or 80 years old. Shark bite? At the same time, Hody Jones has come to Yezhij with unimaginable speed, opened his bloody mouth, and slammed into Yezhij. Bang! Even though Hody Jones has taken drugs and is stronger than before, the ending remains the same. When he entered the attack range of Steel Tail, the whole person was mercilessly hit and turned into a high-speed cannonball and flew out. He also smashed the building hard, and also vomited blood, and even this time, Hody Jones continued to drip blood from his forehead. More embarrassing than before. How is that possible? It's too strong. How can it be so strong? It's just a tail. Hody Jones roared inwardly. Obviously, he has taken the enhanced drugs, and his strength is stronger than before, but the result is that he becomes more embarrassed than before. It must be my attacking method that is wrong. I have to confuse him and attack him in more ways. Hody Jones did not give up and continued to attack Yezhij. Bang! 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 However, no matter what attacking style he used, what angle he used to attack, or what method he used to confuse Yezhij, Yezhij remained unmoved. Fly! Is the tail so powerful? Sure enough, it is the Supreme Lord. Boss Hody, give it up. That's the Supreme Lord, you won't be his opponent. There is absolutely no comparison. This is the one-sided crushing of the Supreme Lord. The Fishmans were amazing. Finally underscore. Hody Jones attacked again, and was not sent flying by Yezhij's tail again. Swish. I saw that Yezhij's steel tail was like a snake, protruding suddenly, directly hooping Hody Jones' neck, kicking him in the air. Hody Jones, you're too weak. Yezhij said coldly. I lost. Hody Jones' eyes trembled, his throat was only strangled by the steel tail, making him feel suffocated, and the shadow of near death was gradually shrouding him. He began to fear. Is this the legendary Supreme Lord? It's so strong that it doesn't matter at all. The tail of steel was released, and Hody Jones was put down, panting heavily, like a drowning person being saved, his face full of the look of the rest of his life. Now do you have any objections to my plan? Yezhij lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. Hody Jones. Willing to follow His Excellency? Hody Jones got down on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. After seeing Yezhij's strength, Hody Jones was convinced. There is no need to follow, take out all your treasures, help me complete the plan, and realize the dream of letting the Fishman family dominate the world. This is what you should do. Yezhij doesn't want any bullshit and thugs, just bring the money. Go. Immediately take out all our treasures and dedicate them to the Supreme Lord. Hody Jones turned his head and waved his hand, telling the cotters to go back and get the money. Yezhij nodded with satisfaction. Soon, Hody Jones' money arrived. I am CAO. Yezhij originally thought that Hody Jones' new Fishman pirate group should have about 400 million or 500 million Baileys. After all, the strength is there. But he did not expect that the new Fishman see the thieves can be so rich. Looking at the mountains of going jewelry and several boxes of bank notes, Yezhij's eyes lit up with gold. Immediately, Yezhij waved his hand without saying a word. Scanning completed, new account, 2,575,020,000 Bailey. Your account balance, 3.0164200 Baileys. Hearing the sound from the system, Yezhij felt that his whole body was about to float. Chapter 55 S Grade, Bone Spirit Cold Firearm. A full 3 billion Bailey. This is the largest sum of money Yezhij has ever owned. With this money, Yezhij will be able to perform 3 1,000-point lottery draws and get new abilities. Yezhij couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of getting new abilities and his strength soaring. Huh? Why are all the money and those treasures gone? Does the Supreme Lord even have this special ability to hide things? It's amazing. From now on, the Supreme Lord will be my idol. In order to celebrate that the Supreme Lord came to our Fishman Street today, and is about to implement the most powerful plan, today we will hold a banquet to receive the Supreme Lord. Cooks. No matter what kind of pirates, they like to have parties and banquets. Being able to take so much money and eat and drink for free, what reason does Yezhij have to refuse? That night, on Fishman Street, a grand banquet was held. Almost all the fishmans in the entire Fishman Street came to attend this banquet. Such a huge momentum is almost the first time in the history of Fishman Street. You must know that there are as many as 100,000 members of the new Fishman Pirates alone, not to mention the ordinary civilians on Fishman Street. Fortunately, this is the bottom of the sea, and the least scarce thing is meat. Just a large sea king is enough to eat a good meal. Ah, fun. Yezhij sat at the top, watching countless people around the bonfire dancing, singing, laughing, drinking a sip of beer, very comfortable. It's time for the lottery too. Yezhij got excited. System, give me 1000 points 3 times directly. Either don't play, if you want to play, play bigger. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced gem. Please make persistent efforts. The first time, missed. Yezhij was unmoved. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtained the S rank hand ability, Bone Spirit Cold Firearm. Bingo. S class ability. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtained S rank foot ability, Dragon Scale Feed. I am CAO. 2 S rank abilities. Yezhij's eyes widened immediately after hearing the system's prompt sound coming from his mind, and he almost jumped up from his chair. In the past, the S-level ability that was laborious and difficult to obtain, but today has an explosion of character, and I got 2 at once. Ha 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 ha. Yezhij raised his head and laughed. The banquet was so timely. It's worth celebrating. It should be celebrated today. After laughing, Yezhij began to examine his abilities carefully. Bone Spirit Cold Firearm. Why is this Bone Spirit Lenguo so familiar? Yezhij always felt as if he had heard this name somewhere, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, isn't this Yao Lao's strange fire in Breaking the Sky? You can even get this ability? The things in the fantasy world are incredible. A random high-level ability is nothing in the fantasy world, but in the anime world, it is like the existence of atomic bombs and nuclear bombs. The lethality is terrifying. Bone Spirit Cold Firearm. It happens to be the left arm, which can replace Wolverine's claws. To upgrade from B level to S level in one fell swoop, this leap is no different from soaring. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. I don't know how powerful it is. Yezhij raised his left hand, and suddenly a white flame jumped up from his fingertips. This white flame is like a dream, and it looks extraordinarily beautiful. But Yezhij knows that the more beautiful something is, the more terrifying the lethality it contains. It was with the emergence of this white Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the temperature around him suddenly began to drop, and the slightest hint of coldness made the beer on the side start to become cold. As expected of what I came out of the Wuxia, it is much stronger than those. It's just a little bit to let the temperature drop to this point. What happens if you release a little more? With this curious thought in mind, Yezhij stretched out his 5 fingers. Call. His palm was suddenly enveloped by the cold fire of the white bone spirit. Almost at the same time, a bone-piercing icy cold spread out from Yezhij's hands. The chairs, tables, and ground began to form frost, and were gradually frozen. It dropped to below 0. Receive. Yezhij immediately put away the cold fire of the bone spirit. Huh? Why do I feel so cold? Look at the Supreme Lord. How come there is ice? It's not winter yet. When the surrounding fishman noticed the change in temperature, they couldn't help but be surprised. Especially around Yeshij, a thin layer of frost had formed. But when they thought of being the Supreme Lord, they stopped paying attention. Such a legendary figure has a lot of tricks, isn't it just a little bit of ice? What does it count? What a powerful cold fire of bone spirit. I took it out for such a short time, and the surroundings were frozen into a vast expanse of white. If I drive it, wouldn't it be possible to freeze people into an ice block in an instant? Yeshij clicked his tongue in admiration. Then, he began to study the newly acquired S-rank dragon scale feet. The dragon scale foot is the left foot, which just replaced the previous flame foot. Yeshij didn't say a word. After putting on the dragon scale foot, he immediately used it. I saw that in the skin of his left foot, blue dragon scales were constantly breaking out of the skin. From a distance, it looked as weird as snake skin wrapping the foot. Yeshij stood up. Seeing that his left foot had changed into a leg with the scales of a green dragon, and even his 5 toes had become 5 dragon claws, Yeshij stomped his foot gently. Bang! The ground was stepped out of a shallow pit in the shape of a dragon's claw. What a domineering power! Yeshij's eyes brightened. As expected of an S rank, don't look at it just a little more scales, but the increase in strength is extraordinarily exaggerated. Very good, there are 2 more S rank abilities, and by the way, this enhanced gem is also fused. This time, let's fuse the body. The head has been fused with 2 strengthening gems, and now even bullets may not be able to penetrate, but this body, the white silver body, can only be coated with a layer of white silver on the surface, and any laser can penetrate it. The head and the body, one has a head and the other has a heart, of course we can't be left behind. It's almost time. It's time to take a trip to Fishman Island. Yeshij raised his head and looked at Fishman Island in the distance. His eyes flashed. 700 million Baileys, big deal, here I come. Chapter 56, Princess Shirahoshi. Yeshij found out how to sneak into Fishman Island from Fishman on Fishman Street. These Fishmans are usually bored here, so they will go to Fishman Island to play. Over time, they have their own small paths. After Master Yeshij got the trick, he entered the interior of Fishman Island easily and without hindrance. Especially in the dark, you only need to avoid the eyes and ears of the patrolling Fishman soldiers, and you can go wherever you want on Fishman Island. But there is one thing that makes Yeshij particularly embarrassed. Why does this Fishman Island look similar? Where is it? Yeshij's road dementia strikes again. Where have I come from? After fumbling around for a long time, Yeshij looked at the familiar and unfamiliar scenes around him, and couldn't tell the direction. At this time, he saw a tall Madara-barged iron gate in the distance, crisscrossed, densely packed, with all kinds of weapons. Axes, swords, long, spears, darts, etc., and it stood out from the crowd. Different. Not only is this iron gate huge, but even these weapons can be huge. But in front of this door, there are many soldiers guarding it. This place is so familiar. Go in and have a look. How could a mere few soldiers be able to stop Yeshij? After killing these soldiers, Yeshij came to the iron gate, stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door directly. It was dark inside, but Yeshij didn't forget to quickly close the door. After all, he was sneaking in now. Why can't you see anything? Flame feet. Flames rose from his feet, and Yeshij could see the scene in the entire room at once. That's a mermaid princess. The first to bear the brunt is naturally the giant mermaid sleeping soundly on the bed, the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. I remembered. Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi is one of the 3 major weapons of the Sea King, and can summon supergiant Sea Kings, but because of the coercion of the guy from the target fruit, He has to live in a hard shell tower. Just then. Bah! Shirahoshi seemed to sense something and gradually opened his eyes. When she saw a flaming figure at the door with sleepy eyes, she suddenly woke up. Whoa! The lights on the ceiling came on, and the whole room became bright. Shirahoshi sat on the bed, looking like she was about to cry, so pitiful, worried and scared. Wow! So beautiful! Yeshige's eyes straightened. Please. Who are you? How did you come to my room? Shirahoshi asked with tears in her eyes. Ahem. As you can see, I'm Fishman, but I just came back from the outside world and was trying to find Neptune, but got lost. Yeshige knew that Princess Shirahoshi was a crybaby, so he cried whenever he disagreed, and immediately coughed and said sternly. Fish. Fishman. Shirahoshi took a closer look, saw the Fishman mask on Yeshige's face, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Are you looking for Father Neptune? Yes, my name is Supreme, and it was your father who made a special trip to contact me and asked me to come to Fishman Island. Yeshige nodded, but his eyes wandered around. Soon, he saw a lot of white pearls, black pearls, and many valuable underwater treasures in the room. As expected, it was the room of the mermaid princess, and it was worth a lot of money. Mr. Supreme. You are from the outside world, can you tell me about the outside world? I have been here for 10 years and have never been out. Shirahoshi's eyes were full of hope. I don't have time right now, I have to find your father first. You are a mermaid princess, you should know the way, right? Tell me where Dragon Palace City is, and I will tell you a story. Yeshige said. But Father's Dragon Palace City, isn't it right next to it? Shirahoshi timidly pointed to the right. Dragon Palace is next to it? Yeshige suddenly remembered, it seems that the hard shell tower is indeed not too far from the Dragon Palace City. Such an important thing, he actually forgot. Cough cough. Well, I see. Yeshige coughed to hide his embarrassment, and after saying hello, he was about to leave here and enter Dragon Palace City. Mr. Supreme, I have already told you where Dragon Palace City is, and you promised to tell me a story. Shirahoshi's small face yoi fluttered, looking at Yeshige with a cute and eager look. Row is that Yeshige is used to cheating on people from all walks of life. What he said and oath he made can be denied in a blink of an eye. But in the face of such a simple and innocent, kind and lovely Princess Shirahoshi, who is exquisite and beautiful, he really can't break my word. Okay, then I'll tell you the story of the 7 dwarfs and Snow White. Yeshige took out the limited fairy tales in his stomach. I thought that Princess Shirahoshi would be bored, and then slowly fell asleep. Who would have thought that Princess Shirahoshi would look longing after listening to it? When will my prince appear? Your Highness, you said it too well, can you say another one? Yeshige's mouth twitched. If I knew earlier that I shouldn't be fooling around and tell stories, but now I have promised myself, even if I kneel down, I have to finish it. Then I'll tell you about the temptation to return to the village. Yeshige kept talking for an unknown amount of time until Princess Shirahoshi yawned and fell into a deep sleep. Yeshige finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. It took me so much time and energy to let me tell the story dignifiedly, and this reward must be retrieved from Neptune. After hitting gate of opening, Yeshige quietly left, groping in the direction of Dragon Palace City. Dragon Palace City, the palace of the king. Neptune and Jinbei are discussing important matters. Fishman Island has been divided into 2 factions because of the Supreme Being. On the one hand, it hopes to clear the relationship with the Supreme, but on the other hand, it hopes to support the Supreme. Neptune's side, as a king, I want to find a better way to balance this as much as possible. Your Majesty, I understand. Jinbei nodded, well, I'll set sail tomorrow to inquire about the Supreme Being and try to get in touch with him. In any case, the aftermath of the Sabayati archipelago incident should be resolved as soon as possible. Don't look for me, I'm right here. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Neptune and Jinbei's eyes narrowed, and then they quickly turned to look. I saw Yezhij's figure, and I don't know when it actually appeared by the window of the palace, looking at the luminous pearl in his hand leisurely. Chapter 57 Akinus strikes. Supreme. When and where did he appear? How come I didn't notice it at all? Both Neptune and Jinbei looked surprised. Jinbei and Neptune, the two biggest combat powers on Fishman Island at the moment, failed to detect someone approaching. In case the opponent was an assassin or something, I'm afraid they wouldn't know when they lost their lives. As expected, your Fishman Island is rich. Whatever is used as decoration in Dragon Palace City is the night pearl that is hard to find. Tisk tisk tisk. Yezhij praised, and then he put away the night pearl, got down from the window, came to Neptune and Hyxia, and teased, "Don't be nervous, Neptune, you sent me a letter and asked me to come, and now you are nervous again. It shouldn't be like this. I just didn't expect the famous Supreme Being to visit at this time." Neptune felt a little relieved when he saw that Yezhij had come for his letter. "Tell me, for a 700 million transaction, who do you want me to kill for you?" Yezhij found a chair at random and sat down, nonchalantly. "Then I'll stop talking nonsense." Neptune said seriously, "I asked you to come this time because I want you to help me with two things. The first thing, my daughter, Shirahoshi, she has been troubled for more than 10 years, she was proposed by a vicious pirate Vanderdecken who kept throwing weapons every day. She was closed in the room. For more than 10 years, I have searched for that Vanderdecken countless times, but he is very well hidden, and I have not been able to find him yet. I heard that you have become a killer and are on a mission, so I contacted you through the channel of the underground world." Yezhij nodded. Vanderdecken is really annoying, his target fruit ability is hard to prevent, no matter if the target escapes to the ends of the earth, the thrown objects can be tracked. This kind of person is just like a fly, it has no practical effect, but it keeps buzzing in your ears. Just one Vanderdecken, isn't it worth 700 million bellies? What about the second thing? The second thing is what I really want to ask you for. Neptune said solemnly, after the Sabayati archipelago incident spread, your identity as Fishman has been known to everyone in the world. Because of the crimes you committed, now Marine is coming to ask for the crime, and let me tell you your story. Whereabouts, but you know best, Fishman Island has never had your character, and you are not Fishman at all. So, I want you to come forward and tell Marine, tell everyone in the world that you have nothing to do with our Fishman Island. The second thing is why Neptune is so desperate to find Yezhij. The negative impact of the Supreme on Fishman Island is too great. If you want Fishman Island to return to its previous harmony and tranquility, the parties must come forward to clarify. I see. Yezhij's mouth lifted, because I did something in Sabayati archipelago, Fishman Island was innocently implicated, so that your Fishman Island was questioned by Marine and everyone in the world. So you want me to come forward now and tell everyone that the Supreme has nothing to do with Fishman Island at all, right? That's right. Neptune nodded. That's a great idea. Yezhij's eyes flashed, but I've always done things clearly, one code is one code. You pay 700 million Bailey, and I will help you kill someone, which is reasonable. But it is not easy for me to come forward to clarify. I have to face those unreasonable guys in Marine. If one is not good, maybe and have a fight with Marine. If a Marine Admiral, Marshal Marine, etc. pops up at this time, then my situation will be even more dangerous. King Neptune, why do you say I take such a big risk to clarify for you? You also said that I am not Fishman, and I have nothing to do with Fishman Island, so. You guys, the life and death of Fishman Island seems to be irrelevant to me, right? Yezhij deliberately added fuel to the fire and exaggerated his words. How could Neptune and Jinbei not hear what he really meant? Supreme, I don't know why you are pretending to be Fishman, but since we were once both Fishman, I hope we can resolve this matter peacefully. Jinbei said seriously, tell me, how much do you need to let Fishman Island go? Hey. This is the solution. Yezhij Isho, don't worry, you said just now, I have such a relationship with your Fishman Island, it's not appropriate to ask for more. In this way, just give 2 billion Baileys, and this matter is over. Of course, if you are willing to give more, I will not refuse. After all, this is also your intention. Looking at Yezhij's harmless and wretched smile, Neptune and Jinbei's minds rushed over 10,000 drafts. 2 billion Baileys. This is simply extortion. Robbery isn't like that, is it? 2 billion Baileys. It's really good appetite. Supreme. Suddenly, the door of the palace was opened, and a man in a wine UI-colored suit, baseball cap, and justice coat walked in calmly. Akainu. Neptune and Jinbei were taken aback. Marine's warship leave? Why is Akainu still on Fishman Island? And actually appeared in the palace? Oh? Isn't this Admiral Akainu, one of Marine's 3 highest combat powers? A look of surprise appeared in Yezhij's eyes, but he was not flustered at all, and joked. If he had met Akainu before, Yezhij would really have to weigh in. But now that he has 2 more S-rank abilities, Yezhij's self-confidence has doubled. The arrival of Akainu didn't make him feel flustered at all, instead, there was a feeling of excitement and blood surging. I don't know how much the gap between my current strength and Marine Admiral is. Supreme, I know you will come sooner or later. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Akainu raised his head, his gloomy eyes flickered coldly. You can't take 2 billion with you today. If you're interested, just follow me back to Marine headquarters. What if I say no? Yezhij stood up, the corner of his mouth twitched, and his fighting spirit was surging. I just beat a monkey away, and now a loyal dog of Marine has come out. Akainu, if you have the ability, come and try to catch me. Chapter 58 Magma Fruit vs Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Is this guy crazy? Jinbei and Neptune on the side were sweating coldly on their foreheads. When they heard Yezhij's provocative words against Akainu, they were shocked. Standing in front of them was not an ordinary person, but the Marine Admiral who stood at the top of the world. And according to rumors, among the 3 admirals, Akainu is the most ruthless one. Since Akainu became admiral, countless pirates have died in his hands. Even the independent pirates of the New World heard the word Akainu and changed their minds. It can be said that Akainu has completely gone crazy. At this point, as long as he is targeted, no one will end well. This is why Neptune will do everything possible to find Yezhij and let him explain the relationship between Fishman Island and the Supreme. However, now that July 10th is here, the Supreme actually said these words in front of Akainu. Is this guy really going to fight Akainu? Supreme, don't put gold on your face. Akainu snorted coldly. Salino has already told me what happened. If Rayleigh hadn't helped you at that time, he would have easily cleaned you up. You're just a big bargain. Now your luck has come to an end. There is no legendary figure like the Pluto Rayleigh here to help you, and you don't want to fly out of my palm today with your wings. And this thing? Neptune and Jinbei heard surprises in their eyes. According to the news they heard, the Supreme was alone to beat Admiral Kizaru away. But the truth turned out to be that Pluto Rayleigh came forward to deal with Kizaru, and the Supreme was abused from beginning to end. Just this little strength. Dare to provoke Akainu, it seems that this guy is really crazy. Can't even beat Admiral Kizaru, still want to deal with the more brutal Akainu. Isn't it crazy? And there is another explanation? Akainu, it looks like you asked carefully. Yezhij smiled. As you can see, there is indeed no help from Pluto Rayleigh. But even so, it's enough to deal with you. Anyone will say wild words. Supreme, with your self-confidence, spend the rest of your life in impel down. When Akainu spoke, his right arm had already turned into bubbling lava. The hot wave spread out in an instant, and the lava dripped on the ground, burning the ground into small pits. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand slammed into Yezhij's place. Great/major eruption. The terrifying magma temperature soared to ultimate, a magma fist as huge as Neptune, instantly reflecting the entire palace. As if a sun was shot out of Akainu's hand. What? When Neptune and Jinbei saw this, they hurriedly dodged, not daring to fight against this terrifying force at all. That is magma, and the temperature is much higher than that of ordinary flames. Even steel can melt instantly, not to mention their mortal bodies. Fire? Interesting. Yezhij raised the corner of his mouth and raised his left hand. Huh. Suddenly, a dream-like white flame completely enveloped Yezhij's left arm, as if the entire arm was on fire. In an instant, the temperature of the palace, which was originally hot and sweaty, suddenly dropped. With Yezhij as the center, a biting icy frost spread rapidly, almost the entire hall was covered with a layer of hoarfrost in an instant. Yezhij clenched his fists, and the cold fire of the bone spirit burned even more vigorously, almost turning his entire arm into a white flame, and he couldn't see the skin at all. Come and try whether your magma fruit's fire is stronger, or my bone spirit's cold fire is more domineering. Yezhij faced the overwhelming magma fist and slammed it. A white fire Jinchuriki/column burst out from Yezhij's hand, and collided with the giant magma fist. Boom boom boom. There are flames on both sides, but one side represents the high temperature of the ultimate, and the other side represents the low temperature of the ultimate. After the violent collision between the completely opposite poles, the winner was not immediately determined, but in mid-air, the process was carried out. Terrible shock. Countless sporadic white flames and fragments of magma splashed around, falling on the walls and ceilings, either burning a small pit or freezing an ice block. Your Majesty the King. Jinbei hurriedly used armament haki to hold up a protective cover to prevent the splash of these fragments from hurting Neptune. There is movement in the palace. What happened? Your Majesty the King. At this time, the fishman soldiers outside the gate arrived late. But as soon as they arrived at the gate, when they saw this scene, countless white flames and magma flew in immediately. Many fishman soldiers were terribly injured on the spot just because they were contaminated. He actually withstood Akainu's attack. This is no longer a battle that ordinary people can participate in. Jinbei looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and was startled. What's the matter? His white flames are obviously fire, but how come they release ice? At this time, Akainu suddenly found that his great/major eruption magma fist was frozen from the knuckles. It is obviously a white flame, but it violates the laws of nature, and it presents an extremely terrifying frost power. So unreasonable. It's too late, but it's just a breath of time. Akainu's giant magma fist, under the constant attack of the bone spirit cold fire, gradually freezes into a large ice block by 4.4, showing one of the rocks. The black fist formed, crashed to the ground. Akainu, your magma, only candles for birthday cakes. Yezhij looked at the broken pieces of ice block all over the ground and grinned. Isho, have you finished your attack? It's my turn. A fierce gleam flashed in Yezhij's eyes. Sherinon and Cyclops opened at the same time. DPUI's hot laser shockwave blasted away to where Akainu was. After strengthening the head with the enhanced gems, the abilities of all the heads have been increased. Yezhij can clearly feel that the laser light emitted now is stronger and farther than before, and even the thickness has changed. Chapter 59 Fight. 2 more for the First Order. That's it? When Akainu saw the DPUI laser light, his eyes sank. When he asked Kizaru, Kizaru mentioned Yezhij's related abilities, which reminded him to pay attention to this sudden laser light. Is this the capital for your big talk? It's ridiculous. Akainu turned to one side and passed the deep UI laser light. Really? Yezhij's voice suddenly sounded beside Akainu. Akainu turned his head to look. Yezhij's dragon scales kicked his face fiercely. Boom. 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 Akainu was hit from the front, his face sank at that time, and his entire body directly smashed through the wall of the palace, and broke several shell buildings near Dragon Palace City, and then embedded in a shell wall, stopped. Get out of shape. The blood on his forehead ran down his face, just like that. What? Jinbei and Nipton saw the scene 05, their eyes were about to pop out, they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Dignified Marine Admiral, Akainu, was kicked out by the Supreme. The normal script, shouldn't it be that Akainu pressed the Supreme, and then the Supreme ran away in embarrassment? Why is the plot completely reversed now? Damn. How the hell did this guy do it? Akainu's eyes were gloomy. Obviously I didn't feel any haki from him, whether it's armament or observation haki, it's the same as Salino said, this guy doesn't know haki at all. But his attack can actually hurt to me, what the hell is going on? I'm afraid no one will believe it. A person with the ability of a dignified Logia would be knocked off by a person who didn't understand haki at all. This is simply a fantasy. Logia called the strongest among devil fruits? It is because of Logia's ability that to those who don't understand haki, he is completely like a god. No matter you use a gun, a knife, or any other means, you can't hurt him, but he can hurt you. But now, this limit has been broken. Without any ability, without any haki, Akainu who is Logia was attacked and even injured. I will never forgive you. Akainu put his hands up, pulled his body out of the shell wall, kicked his legs, stepped on the Roku Shiki moon step, walked in the air, and galloped towards Ryago Castle. Can you actually capture Logia's entity? At the same time, not only Akainu was surprised, but Yezhij was also surprised that the dragon scale feat could hurt Akainu. There seems to be white smoke rising from the dragon scales. Yezhij took a closer look and found that on those scales, there seemed to be white smoke rising from the ice block circulating around. Yezhij swept his legs wantonly. Boom! Those white smoke turned into arcs, and they swept out like silk threads, directly smashing the walls in the distance. I see. These white smokes have the same effect as armament haki. They can perform long-range attacks. Sure enough, none of the S-level abilities are weak. It seems ordinary, but it is actually very powerful. Huh? At this moment, Yezhij sensed the movement, turned his head, and saw a dog-shaped head formed of magma outside the broken palace wall, opening that terrifying magma mouth and heading towards Yezhij with unparalleled speed. Bite it? Bone Spirit Cold Fire. When Yezhij raised his hand, the cold fire of the Bone Spirit reappeared. The dog's shape is good, I learned from it. The corner of Yezhij's mouth twitched, Sherinon completely copied the dog's form, and then his Bone Spirit Cold Fire arm slammed out. A line of fire made entirely of white flames, identical in shape to Akainu's dog biting Crimson Lotus, came head-on. The two dogs were biting together in mid-air, and a terrifying explosion spread violently. Bang! The entire Dragon Palace city trembled, and the palace, which was already in pieces, was even more crumbling, with a lot of gravel falling, and the ceiling had been shattered with countless cracks. It keeps intensifying, and the ceiling of the entire palace will fall sooner or later. Your Majesty, you can't stay here any longer. Go. Jinbei and Neptune were shocked by the scattered magma fragments and white flame stars mixed with stones. This is simply a fight between gods and immortals, and just staying by the side is an extremely dangerous behavior. Immediately, Jinbei protected Neptune, quickly left the palace, and fled. Father! At this time, the army of the third prince of Ryagushin, who had received the news to come to support, arrived late, and after seeing that Neptune was all right, his heart was calmed down a little. Come on. Immediately pass the order and let all the people around Longgongchinj quickly evacuate here, and don't care about anything. Quick. You three come with me and save Shirahoshi. Neptune said loudly. Yes, father. The three princes glanced at a distance, and after seeing the terrifying flame collision scene through the broken wall, they all gasped. Immediately after 363, they quickly gave an order to follow Neptune to the hard shell tower and rescued Princess Shirahoshi, who had woken up. The entire dragon palace was empty. All the residents of Fishman Island and the Fishman soldiers of Ryago Castle could only choose to watch from a distance, and no one dared to take a step closer. What a terrible battle this is. That's God fighting. Isn't anyone able to stop them? Just watch the Ryago Castle being destroyed. Stop. What to stop? That's Marine's highest combat power, Admiral. The world has to make concessions to him. How could it be possible to stop him? Countless people were frightened and apprehensive. The scene of destruction, even if it is only seen from a distance, is terrifying. The top floor of Dragon Palace City has collapsed during the battle. Hot magma and dreamy white flames are constantly intertwined and collided in Dragon Palace City, causing collapse and destruction again and again. For automatic subscription, for full subscription. Akainu, I got you. Yezhij grinned Isho, and the bone spirit cold fire arm in his left hand directly grabbed Akainu's magma right arm. I'll let you feel how terrifying the power of the different fire is. Chapter 60 Affected Pond Fish. 3 more for the first order. Burn me. Call. The cold fire of the bone spirit burned, and it suddenly completely wrapped Akainu's magma fist, and a layer of frost was frozen on the surface of the hot magma. What? Akainu's pupils shrank. He has never seen such a bizarre scene. His own is lava, and no matter how frozen it is, it can melt instantly. Even Kyuzan, his ice will not cause any freezing damage to himself. However, the white flame in Supreme's hand can not only freeze all the magma fists he sends out, but also freeze him himself. Ice block freezes magma. This is completely against the laws of nature. How is it possible? At this time, Akainu suddenly felt that his arm had a biting feeling of icy cold. The freezing produced by the white flame not only froze his magma, but now it has penetrated into his bones. Akainu, how do you feel when you see the ice block on you? Yezhij grinned Isho. This is the power of the fire. It is special enough that the flame itself can freeze objects into ice, not to mention the bone spirit cold fire or Yao Lao's abnormal fire. It ranks 11th on the abnormal fire rankings. It is usually used to refine high-end products. Medicine. Even those genius treasures can be refined, so what is a mere person? Let's get carried away. Dark Hound. Akainu's other hand slammed out angrily, and a magma fist with a thick arm rushed towards Yezhij like a cannonball. It was close at hand, and this move was specially prepared for a surprise attack. Yezhij was all over his body, and the only one who could catch up with this speed was Iron Tail. The Iron Tail greatly weakened the power of this blow, but it was also melted by the magma. After all, the Iron Tail is only steel, and facing magma that can liquefy even steel, being able to withstand it for a moment is already incredible. It doesn't work for me. Laser Eye. DPUI's laser light came head-on, colliding with the magma fist. The two cancelled each other out in the air, and finally the DPUI laser light directly destroyed and collapsed the magma fist, and then lost towards Akainu. It's that disgusting ability again. Akainu pulled away and avoided the blow. At the same time, he immediately chose to withdraw his hand, no longer in contact with Yezhij's bone spirit cold firearm, and quickly retreated. Although the ice block burned by the cold fire of the bone spirit is a bit special, no matter how special the ice block is, it is also an ice block. What's more, if the follow-up situation is lost, the magma of Akainu is covered again, but all the ice blocks are melted in one breath. Akainu, didn't you say you wanted to arrest me? To step back so far? That doesn't fit your character. Yeshij's mouth twitched. Akainu is indeed a strong man. With 2 more S-rank abilities, he can only fight to this point. Without these 2 S-rank abilities, I am afraid that fighting Akainu will be more difficult than fighting Kizaru. Admiral is indeed Admiral. Evil will always resist, but no matter how much you resist, you can't escape absolute justice. Meteor volcano. All of a sudden, Akainu's face became hideous, his complexion turned UI, his blue veins burst out, and then he pushed his hands up to the sky. I saw the magma fists as huge as before rushing into the sky like fireworks, spreading out like Izumi, turning into meteorites falling from the sky, destroying the entire Dragon Palace city, no, the entire Fishman Island. The range is shrouded in it. What is that? Fireball that looks like a fist? That thing is coming towards us, run away. When the fishman watching the battle in the distance looked up, they saw a lot of magma fists cut through the sky and fell towards them. In an instant, everyone was so frightened that they ran away in fear. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the entire Fishman Island was almost reduced to a magma purgatory, and magma fists fell everywhere, destroying the earth, buildings, and everything. The extremely high temperature magma, even steel can't resist, let alone these houses made of shell coral. Not only that, when the magma fell, it turned into burning stones and splashed out with more terrifying power than cannonballs, and countless people suffered one after another. Ah! Who will save me? It's hot. It's hot. Get out of the way. Those magma will kill you if you touch it. Countless fishmans were battered and killed by this terrible bombardment. Even Neptune, the third prince, Jinbei, and others could only barely protect themselves, and there was no way they could care about too many commoners. Akainu, is this going to destroy my Fishman Island? Neptune saw his subjects suffer such a devastating blow, his eyes were split, and his voice was hoarse. But he has no choice, it is the limit to resist those magma, let alone to help other people. In a blink of an eye, almost the entire Fishman Island has turned into a purgatory. Meanwhile, Fishman Street, where all-night carnivals are still being held, is still on. This Supreme, I still have some doubts about him. Hody Jones' eyes darkened. We were bewildered just now, and in retrospect, he probably didn't have the power that was rumored at all. But Boss Hody, you have just been arrested by the Supreme. A fishman Cotter said cautiously. I lost in his hands, but it doesn't mean he is strong enough. Hody Jones said coldly, and I also suspect that his plan is nothing at all, and it is used to defraud us of money. Fishman Cotters looked at each other and said nothing. Boss Hody, there's something going on at Fishman Island. Suddenly, Fishman, who was in charge of the investigation, hurried in and said loudly. What happened? Hody Jones frowned. Go and see for yourself. It's terrible. Fishman, who was investigating, looked terrified. Go and have a look. Hody Jones took the cotters of the new Fishman pirates and some of the pirates to Fishman Island. When he approached Fishman Island, he had captured the purgatory-like scene of the entire Fishman Island, and at the same time he saw the two people fighting in the distant Dragon Palace. Marine Admiral Akainu. The other is Supreme. Hody Jones' pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 61. With full force. There was no one who suffered a power outage on the day of the launch, but don't worry, the minimum 5 is guaranteed. Before Hody Jones was still questioning the strength of the Supreme. But in a blink of an eye, the fact that happened in front of him gave him a slap in the face. That is Akainu, one of the famous and cruel Marine 3 Admiral. Even those pirates in the New World have to fight a cold war when they hear this name. But now, the Supreme is on a par with him, and the outcome is hard to tell. This alone is enough to prove that the exaggerated rumors are not so unbelievable. The Supreme really has the strength of Admiral level. Why is Marine Admiral Akainu here? Didn't he already leave on the warship? Your Majesty, to be able to fight Marine Admiral to such a level. It's amazing. Boss Hody, why don't we help deal with Akainu? This guy dares to destroy Fishman Island like this, I can't spare him. That's right. Kill Akainu. Prove to the world how powerful our Fishman is. With 530 Supreme, Akainu is dead. After seeing the tragic situation on Fishman Island, many fishmen were filled with righteous indignation and chose to participate in the war. What are you bastards talking about? Hody Jones came back to his senses at this time, and seemed to think of something. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his eyes were full of excitement. This is a great opportunity for our new Fishman pirates to take over Fishman Island. Hody Jones said, Isho, sharp Kiba teeth gleaming fiercely, don't forget what we've been laying out for so long. From the hands of Neptune and others who have lost their self-esteem, seize the control of Fishman Island, become the real ruler of Fishman and the mermaid family, lead Fishman Island, return to the land, let those stupid humans keep their eyes open and take a good look. Fishman is what they should look up to. Now we don't need to do all this. Just let the Supreme and Akainu fight hard, and after they both lose, we will clean up the mess, and we will be able to wipe out Akainu and the Supreme. That's what Hody Jones has always wanted. He has been influenced by the dark side of Fishman Street since he was a child, and his heart is full of great hatred for the current Fishman Island and human beings. To this end, he did not hesitate to shoot and kill the Queen Beeheim, who advocated peaceful coexistence with humans, and even formed a new Fishman pirate group to kill the human pirates in the New World. Now is the chance to make that dream come true. Supreme and Marine Admiral Akainu fight. As long as the two eventually lose both, he will be able to take advantage of the fisherman's benefits, kill two legendary characters without a single soldier, and prove to the world the horror of Fishman. You say Supreme is a member of Fishman? So what? There are so many Fishmans who died at the hands of Hody Jones. How about one more? What's more, how could Hody Jones allow a Fishman like Supreme to exist above him? He is the man who is going to be king. Never allow anyone to threaten his position. After hearing about Hody Jones' cruel plan, the pirates of the new Fishman pirates looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Akainu. Is bombing fun? Look at what you've done, the whole Fishman Island has been turned to ashes in your hands. Do NT worry if I go out and tell people, dignified Marine Admiral Akainu, regardless of civilian lives, indiscriminate killing of innocents? Boom. The white flames froze the magma fist into ice, and smashed it into pieces of ice with a single kick. Yezhij glanced at the tragic situation on Fishman Island and narrowed his eyes. To deal with evil, it is not too much to use any extreme means. Akainu finally stopped at this moment, and looked coldly at Yezhij, who was standing on the magma. The whole area around him was bombed by him, and it was covered with a thick layer of magma. Even a little step on it would be unbearable. There is no place at all. Make no mistake, they all died because of you. Akainu said gloomily, because you were stubbornly resisting, because you committed a shocking crime, they will be dragged down by you and become innocent souls. If you want to blame, you should blame yourself. Akainu, I didn't expect your ability to reverse black and white to be superior to your strength. Hearing these unreasonable words, Yezhij shook his head helplessly. This guy can really twist the truth. Ryagu Castle was destroyed by him, and now Fishman Island was scorched by him, and in the end, he threw the blame on himself. If I don't beat you up today, it's really hard to understand the hatred in my heart. The devil's wing trembled, taking Yezhij's figure into the sky. Then, Yezhij's eyes flashed fiercely, his body turned into an arrow, and he dived straight down. Boom! The fight started again. This time, Yezhij didn't hold back anymore, but outputted with all his strength, without showing any sympathy. It doesn't matter if you are arrogant, but you are arrogant and throw the blame. I'm sorry, but you have to give it a good lesson first. Laser Eye. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Flicker. Dragon Scale Feed. Yezhij bombarded Akainu at full speed. Vaguely, Akainu has fallen into a disadvantage and cannot choose to attack, but can only defend. Your Highness is so strong. Akainu was kicked by the Supreme. My God! Is this an Admiral level battle? It's not at the same level as us. The pirates of the new Fishman Pirates were amazed again and again. Even Hody Jones, who has been thinking about it all the time, is a little ashamed. He is stronger than anyone present, so he can more deeply realize how exaggerated the strength shown in the battle between the Supreme and Akainu. Hody Jones weighed his own level. If he participated in such a battle, I am afraid that he would be killed on the spot in just a moment. There is no suspense at all. How about being strong? Hody Jones had cold sweat dripping down his face, his eyes sinister. The final winner must be me. Chapter 62. Your good days are over. 5 more for the First Order. Not only Hody Jones and his group were amazed, even Neptune, Jinbei and others were also shocked. Just listening to the loud noises coming from the ears and the extremely powerful visual impact is enough to show how exaggerated the intensity of this battle is. Not to mention that you can faintly feel the earthquakes generated by Fishman Island as the two collide again and again. This level of battle seems to have gone beyond what they could imagine. Can your Highness beat the bad guys? Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi looked at the distant battlefield with worried eyes. It's hard to tell who is the bad guy and who is the good guy. But no matter who it is, as long as he can quickly end the war and bring peace to Fishman Island, he will be the hero of our Fishman Island. Neptune said solemnly. One is Marine Admiral Akainu, who has raised his guild to Fishman Island, and now caused Fishman Island to almost be destroyed. One is to make Fishman Island fall into a situation that thousands of people refer to, and then rob and extort their 2 billion Supreme. Who are the two good guys? But now he can't care about these anymore. As long as this battle can be ended quickly and the Fishman Island can be restored to peace, he is a good person. Be a hero. Akainu, you are really tough. Being hit so many times by me, causing so much damage, and still being able to keep fighting. You really deserve the name of Admiral. While fighting, Yezhij bit Kiba and said. He has hit Akainu more than once. Akainu's forehead, the corners of his mouth, his arms and his thighs are all his masterpieces. The dragon scale foot hits Akainu up to 5 times. However, Akainu's vitality has been tenacious to an outrageous level. No matter how serious the trauma Yezhij caused him, he can continue to fight and exert his strength without any weakness. I almost forgot, this guy fought Kuzan for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally won. From the 10 days and 10 nights alone, we can see some clues. Not only that, in the top battle, Akainu fought against Whitebeard, was hit by Whitebeard several times, and vomited blood again and again, but every time he stood up again and continued to fight. Even in the end, if it hadn't been blocked by many parties, I'm afraid Luffy would have already died in his hands. It is not surprising that such a ruthless character has tenacious vitality. If you keep fighting like this, I'm afraid it will be me who will be defeated in the end. Don't look at Yezhij traumatizing Akainu many times, but Akainu is not a vegetarian, and it also caused a lot of damage to Yezhij. If you allow the damage to accumulate at such a rhythm, the one who can't hold on first will be yourself. Supreme, do you want to escape? The two sides were fighting fiercely, and suddenly Akainu found that Yezhij was retreating at the touch of a button, then unfolded his demon wings, swept out violently in the distance, and left the battlefield. Akainu watch Yezhij escape from his eyes. Without further ado, I used Roku Shiki to catch up. Look. The Supreme has escaped. What's going on? Lord Supreme clearly has the upper hand, so why did he choose to run away? The people of the new Fishman Pirates were surprised when they saw this. Supreme. He is flying in our direction. Neptune's Jinbei panicked and discovered that Yezhij was fleeing from their side. Your Majesty, I'll stop him, go away. Jinbei took a step and stopped in front of Neptune and the others. Fishman Karate Esoteric. Jinbei's palm, his eyes narrowed, and then he slammed into Yezhij. Wu Leguan. The powerful water polo slammed out. Don't underestimate this move, the huge power is enough to pierce several mountains in an instant. However, to Yezhij, this blow did not pose any threat at all. Dragon Scale Feed. Sweeping it out, the white smoke turned into silk threads and spread, and collided with the water polo. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole burst open in the ground. Yezhij didn't stop his movements, he passed Jinbei almost instantly, came to Nipton's side, stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the three princes. Just passing by the crowd like this, the rollover star, one of the three princes, has been caught by Yezhij. Give you 3 seconds, tell me where your Dragon Palace treasures are, remember, you only have 3 seconds. If you don't say it for 3 seconds, not only will you die, but your father, your brothers and sisters will all die. A cold glow flashed in Yezhij's eyes. Hearing about it, Overturning Star fought a cold war. He had already built up Yezhij's strength, and killing his father and brothers and sisters was simply a matter of turning over his hands. There. There. Overturning Star hurriedly pointed to the direction of a destroyed building in the Dragon Palace city. Yezhij looked at it. Sherinan immediately locked the treasure. You saved Fishman Island. Throwing the rollover star at random, Yezhij turned around and headed straight for the treasure in the Dragon Palace. Supreme, don't try to escape. At the same time, due to the delay in the middle, Akainu has already caught up and punched Yezhij. Yezhij immediately chose to defend. But even so, Akainu's tremendous strength still made him a little overwhelmed, and the whole person flew out in mid-air and slammed to the ground. Supreme was knocked flying. It's over. Akainu is too strong. Marine Admiral is an existence in the world, where can ordinary people provoke? If Akainu wins, will it destroy Fishman Island? I just hope the Supreme wins now. At least he won't kill so many of our innocent compatriots. Fishman saw the Supreme being knocked into the air. They couldn't help but get frustrated. They were obviously all on Yezhij's side at the moment, and they hated Akainu who caused such a disaster to Fishman Island. Hee. Akainu's punch is really powerful. One punch took me to a critical position. Fishmans were all depressed. Yezhij got excited. He was hit on purpose just now, so that Akainu could help him accelerate to his destination. Seeing all kinds of gold coins, agate, and pearls scattered all over the ground around him, Yezhij's eyes flashed. Akainu, your days are over. Chapter 63's Class Ability, Mangekyo Sharingan. 6 more for the first order. Scanning completed, new account, 1.58202 billion Bailey. Your account balance, 1,667,340,000 Baileys. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Yezhij immediately smiled. Sure enough, Fishman Island is rich. There are still so many treasures on the ground that have not been scanned directly, and nearly 1.6 billion Baileys have already been credited. If these treasures are sold and exchanged for money, I am afraid that they will have to start with 2 billion Baileys. 1.6 billion, enough for me to repair 16 times within 30% of the damage. Yezhij's brain changed sharply, and he began to consider the use of the 1.6 billion Baileys. 16 times, it seems like a lot, but it's actually not enough. Before Yezhij spent 1.3 billion to deal with Kizaru, he could barely support him for a while. Now I meet Akainu, who is born with the same life force as Xiaoqiang. How can it be possible to beat him only with 16 repairs? Even if he is now comparable to the strength of an admiral-level character, he will have to fight Akainu for 10 days and 10 nights to determine the result. 10 days and 10 nights, Akainu can hold it, but Yezhij can't hold it. Looks like there's only one thing left to do. Yezhij bit Kiba and said, "Give it a try, and maybe there is a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you don't fight, it's a bottomless pit to deal with Akainu. If you don't burn down tens of billions, don't even think about knocking Akainu down." "No. I said I'm going to put Akainu on the ground today." It was Yezhij from the past, and when he encountered such a difficult opponent as Akainu, he simply chose to give up, not wasting his energy to entangle him. But today Akainu came specifically for him, beat himself up with scars, and even poured dirty water on his head. It's unbearable or unbearable. There is only one chance. If I can get an ability, no matter what it is, it can greatly improve my strength, and I will be sure to deal with Akainu at that time. But if you don't get the ability, it doesn't matter, the big deal is to lose face and run away. Yezhij thought about it. As long as there is a chance to beat Akainu, Yezhij doesn't want to let it go. As for whether you can get your wish, you have to see what the final result of this opportunity is. Give me a 1,000-point draw. Yezhij roared in his heart, and then began to pray. Amitabha Buddha Tathagata Buddha Guanyin Bodhisattva God Allah. In, must be in. Whatever I say today, I'm going to fix this hateful guy and let out a bad breath. You must do your best. Please, please. Don't drop the chain. Consuming 1,000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Yezhij's heart suddenly hung in his throat. Pounding. Pounding. At this moment, he could almost hear his own heartbeat. It can be seen how nervous Yezhij is at the moment. Congratulations. Obtained the S-rank head ability, Mangekyo Sharingan. I am CAO. Yezhij's heart jumped, and then a burst of ecstasy burst out from the bottom of his heart. Thank you heaven and earth, you finally heard my call. At the same time, Supreme, do you still have time to be distracted during the battle? Akainu has already galloped over, his eyes flickering fiercely, his subordinates showed no mercy, and bombarded Yezhij directly. Suddenly, Yezhij's original 3-tomo Sharingan changed, and the 3-tomo began to merge into a Mangekyo pattern like a hexagonal flower. What is this? When Akainu saw this Mangekyo Sharingan, there was a premonition of crisis in his heart, and his mind was full of alarm. Amaterasu. I saw Yezhij's Mangekyo Sharingan condensed, and on Akainu's shoulders, a mass of black flames that didn't fit in burnt out of thin air. Amaterasu, the powerful trick of Mangekyo Sharingan in Hokage Ninja. It will produce an unquenchable black flame on the staring enemy. Unless you choose to cut off the ignited part, it will continue to burn until the whole is turned to ashes. Ugh. Akainu only felt a sharp burning pain on his shoulder, so he had to stop the attack and choose to retreat. What the hell is this damn black flame? I'm magma, I'm never afraid of flames. How could there be flames that could hurt me? Akainu is incomprehensible. He is the magma man of Logia, and he is immune to all the flames in the world. Any flames in front of him are nothing but gadgets that cannot stand on the table. However, the cold fire of the Supreme Bone Spirit has already caused him to eat a big slump on the flame. He didn't expect to be hit by this unknown black flame again. How much ability does the Supreme Guy have yet to show? Damn. Why can't this black flame be extinguished? Akainu tried to put out the black flame, but whether he used magma or armament, he couldn't stop the black flame from burning. Akainu hurried away, at the risk of being unable to get close to the seawater, went to the seawater area, and wanted to use the seawater to extinguish the black flame. but even the sea water had no effect. In desperation, Akainu chose the most extreme way, and personally gouged out the piece of flesh that was burning with the black flame. The pain of cutting the flesh was unimaginable, but Akainu endured it. Akainu's side is not easy, and Yezhij's side is not much better. After using Amaterasu, Yezhij's eyes immediately seeped blood, and the unbearable pain made him unable to open his eyes. The side effects of this Mangekyo Sharingan are too great. It seems that it can't be used easily in the future. Yezhij grinned at Kiba in pain. Amaterasu is indeed terrifying, even Marine Admiral Akainu can't resist. Whoever stares at it will have to cut the meat at 2.9, or wait to be burned to death. But along with the powerful power, the side effects are also extremely terrible. Unless he encounters a real strong enemy, Yezhij doesn't want to use this trick again. Supreme. If you are lucky today, next time I meet you, I will definitely kill you on the spot. Akainu shouted at this time, then turned his head and left. Akainu, are you running away? If you have the ability, fight again. Run, you are my grandson. Yezhij shouted loudly. When Akainu heard this, he almost stumbled and fell. But he knew that today was a fall. The opponent was able to emit such an unquenchable black flame, which was completely beyond his expectations. Cutting meat can solve the problem. Chapter 64 Run Away Akainu. Akainu is jealous of evil, and will be angry when he sees evil. No matter how much he pays, no matter how many innocent people he sacrifices, he will do it without hesitation. But this does not mean that he has no wisdom and reason. On the contrary, he was able to become admiral, and when he was at the top of the war, he turned against Scuardo and made Whitebeard a sword, which is enough to show that he has brains. Now this situation is the wisest choice for a wise person. When you don't know how many times the other party can release that unquenchable black flame, it is the most sensible way to choose to protect yourself. But the only downside of this approach is that it's too embarrassing. The dignified Marine Admiral, the highest fighting force admired by the world, ran away in front of a mere pirate. Just thinking about it makes Akainu feel aggrieved. But Akainu doesn't want to take risks, and doesn't want to gamble with his own life. So, he ran away. Red 06 Dog. Ran away? Jinbei, Nipton, and others saw Akainu's actions and heard Yezhij's loud words. Their eyes almost popped out of shock. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that Marine's Admiral Akainu would choose to run away. This Marine Admiral Akainu actually chose to run away? He's so fast. He's out of Fishman Island's outer membrane. The pirates of the new Fishman Pirates were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Just now, they also saw that Akainu knocked the Supreme into the air, thinking that a new round of fierce battle was about to begin, and the Supreme would likely be defeated. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn for the worse, and in a blink of an eye, Akainu turned around and ran away with a harsh word. The opportunity is here. Hody Jones, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly showed a bloodthirsty smile, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Marine Admiral Akainu was defeated and the blood is not stopping. He must have suffered a very serious injury. Little ones, now is a great chance for our new Fishman pirates to be famous all over the world. As long as the admiral who slaughtered Marine, from now on, all of our names will be written into the inscriptions of history and become legends sung by countless people. The words of Hody Jones made the blood of all the pirates of the new Fishman pirates boil. That's right, as long as they can kill Marine's highest combat power here, they can be completely famous. Marine Admiral was killed. This is something that has never happened in history. They will be the first person to give birth to this historical record, an unprecedented one. But Boss Hody, that's Marine Admiral. Just a few of us, will it be a little risky? A Fishman pirate asked cautiously. Idiot. Don't you know that Akainu is a power person? Hody Jones said coldly, The sea is a forbidden place for the able, we don't need to fight against him at all, as long as we pierce his coating, we can completely kill him. Don't forget. The bottom of the sea is our fishman's world. Not to mention Marine Admiral, even if Marshal Marine comes, he will die. Saying that, Hody Jones directly grabbed a handful of E.S medicine from his arms, and without saying a word, stuffed it into his mouth. Others no longer questioned, and they took out the E.S medicine and took it directly. The opportunity to be famous for the ages is in front of them. If they miss it, they will regret it for the rest of their lives. I'm full of power now. Akainu, he's destined to die at my hands. Hody Jones seemed to have turned into a vicious fish, with the bloodthirsty glow of Ui gorilla in his eyes, and the whole person revealed the terrifying aura of a beast. Go. Leading a group of cotters who were also shaped like beasts, they swam aggressively in the direction where Akainu fled. Akainu seems to have prepared a surefire plan. He has prepared a spare coating for himself in advance. After entering the coating, he can move freely in the ocean without being restricted. Damn bastard! I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Akainu bit Kiba, gnashing his teeth, looked back and didn't chase after him, but chose Yezhij, who laughed loudly at him. I'll throw you into impel down sooner or later, wait for me. Akainu tried hard to calm down, but the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the anger in his heart couldn't go away. Huh? At this moment, Akainu suddenly noticed the movement, turned his head, and saw the new fishman pirates and others who were rushing towards him. Hody's group are all aggressive and murderous, and they don't have good intentions at first sight. Have the pirates been so mad now? Akainu exploded with rage. Forget the Supreme, these fishmen who don't know how to live and die dare to chase after them? Immediately, Akainu's pale face burst into blue veins, and his face became hideous, and he punched directly across the sea. A huge magma fist covered the place where the new fishman pirates and others were at high speed. How can Akainu still have energy? Damn it! Get out of the way. 720 This is lava. Ugh. Boss Hody, save me. Under Akainu's magma fist, Hody Jones's group suddenly widened their eyes in horror, and it was too late to dodge. Boom. The magma fist covered them. In it, all the fishmen came into intimate contact with the magma, and in the blink of an eye, they became the incomplete charcoal-grilled fishman corpses, floating down. The captain and cotter of the new fishman pirates were killed by Marine Admiral Akainu with one punch. Akainu, come back if you can, this time I'll run over you with one finger. Akainu, you. Count you as fast. Yezhij scolded, his voice a little hoarse, and stopped after seeing that Akainu was so far away that he could not see a trace. Then, his eyes fell on Neptune on the other side, Jinbei. Yezhij walked over with a smile, seeing several people feel numb. What you said to clarify before, Akainu has heard with his own ears. Now I've driven Akainu away for you and saved your Fishman Island. I figured it out, it's not much, it's only 3 billion Baileys, check it out. Chapter 65 Jade Box. 2 more, please subscribe. 3 billion Baileys. Neptune, Jinbei, and others heard this, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This guy is too good at looting, right? Don't look at me like this, I'm already looking at Princess Shirahoshi's face and giving you a preferential price. Yezhij's abacus can be described as a jingle. He fought so hard against Akainu, spent so much energy, and left so many scars on his body, how could he justify it if he didn't get paid? What's more, it's not as simple as one click quitting Akainu, but saving the entire Fishman Island. Look at the good things Akainu has done. Now the entire Fishman Island is almost scorched. If he hadn't stopped himself, the next encounter on Fishman Island would have been even worse. Yezhij doesn't want to be a big hero, money is the last word. Money is everything, but no money. Okay, I see. Neptune took a deep breath. If I can use this money to exchange for the peace of all Fishman and Merman on Fishman Island, I'm willing to pay the price. Your Majesty the King. Father. Jinbei and the three princes were helpless. Yes, as long as Fishman Island is safe and sound, they will not hesitate to pay no matter how great the price is. 360 however, Fishman Island certainly won't be able to come up with that much money right now, and I hope you'll give us some time. Neptune said. Grace time? I'm afraid this won't work. You saw it just now. Akainu fled back in embarrassment. With his character, he will definitely gather more combat power to fight back. If I stay here and wait for him, wouldn't I be stupid, son? Yezhij waved his hands again and again. Fishman Island is on the bottom of the holy land of Marijois. Marine support is very fast. If Yezhij wants to stay here, I am afraid that tomorrow, 2 admiral characters plus a vote of Marine's elite will come to trouble him. Although Yezhij was not worried at all about being arrested, who would do such a thankless thing? I'll give you the time until tonight. If you can't get it together, I'll go out and promote it to others tomorrow. I am a member of Fishman Island. Yezhij was a rogue. If Marine comes to trouble you, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. This. Jinbei and others showed their troubles. You're asking for too much money, and you can see that Fishman Island looks like it is now. It must cost a lot of manpower and material resources to rebuild, Agb. Neptune sighed. If you insist on wanting it, here I have a treasure handed down from Fishman Island, called Jade Hand Box. This is a treasure handed down from generation to generation on our Fishman Island. You hold it, it's certainly not useful, but if you trade it with other people, you should be able to get 3 billion Baileys out. Jade Hand Box? Yezhij suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a treasure in Fishman Island. However, it seems that the Jade Hand Box has been opened long ago, and the contents have been stolen, right? That's right. It's medicine. It's the kind of medicine that Hadi and the others took. It can temporarily gain powerful power, but it will shorten the lifespan. But now that Hadi has it, all that's left is the bomb? Thinking of this, Yezhij decided to refuse. But suddenly, he had a flash of light. No. I know there are bombs in the jade box, but others don't. Yezhij rolled his eyes, and the 4 emperors' Big Mom regards it as a treasure, and wants to open it at the tea party. Obviously she doesn't know what's inside. Not only that, Big Mom is someone who can really spend a lot of money. Anyway, they are all about money, so I can put more money into it. 3 billion Baileys. So little. With the financial resources of Big Mom, how can we exchange 5 billion Bailey? 2 billion more business. It's exciting to think about it. After thinking about it, Yezhij nodded. No problem. It happened that I beat Akainu away today, so I will show mercy and give you Fishman Island a chance. Bring me the jade box. Hearing that Yezhij agreed, Jinbei Nipton and the others were relieved. Fishman Island incident came to an end, but it wasn't widely publicized. Only Fishman and the mermaids of Fishman Island knew that Marine Admiral Akainu had a fight with the Supreme, and ended up with Akainu running away in embarrassment. In the minds of these mermaids and Fishman, the Supreme has risen to an incomparably tall position. As for the people on land, they still stay tirelessly in the Sabayati archipelago incident and become their talk after dinner. On the same day, Fishman Island began to rebuild. Fortunately, their Fishman does not require such complicated processes as reinforced concrete, etc. All building materials can be found from the seabed, but it takes a little more time to collect and make. Fishman Island is finally back at peace. Your Majesty, this is your jade hand box. Jinbei handed Yezhij a treasure chest with shirakumo pattern and tied with a rope. Yezhij noticed that Jinbei's tone was a little unnatural, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. Apparently, he had learned from Fishman's guards that the jade hand box was no longer a treasure passed down from generation to generation, but a very powerful bomb. Yes, it's pretty. What's in it? Is it really worth it? Yezhij gestured to open the jade hand box. Don't. Neptune shouted in a panic, the jade box contains rare treasures. Once opened, I'm afraid it won't be able to sell so much money. If you want to sell it, you have to restrain yourself a little bit. Just be curious. Seeing Neptune, Jinbei, and the ministers of Fishman Island all looking nervous, Yezhij showed a knowing smile. Of course, this can't be exposed, and he also pointed to this jade hand box to bring him a big business. I see. But you also have to remember to help me spread the news, saying that the jade hand box was taken away by me and is in my hands. Otherwise, if it can't sell for a big price, I will come back to trouble you. Yezhij said. Yes. Definitely. Neptune nodded again and again. Yezhij Viviisho, then he turned and left with the jade box in his hand. Watching the jade box with bombs constantly bumping up and down in Yezhij's hands, everyone's hearts were hanging in their throats, for fear that the bomb would be damaged if the force was too strong. It just exploded. Chapter 66 The Mind of Sengoku the Buddha. 3 more ask for automatic. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor. It's Akainu Admiral. Gate of opening. As soon as Akainu returned to the Marine Headquarters, the Marine soldiers guarding him immediately let him go. It's late at night, why is Akainu Admiral returning to headquarters at this time? And did you see it just now? There seems to be blood on Akainu Admiral's shoulder. A guard Marine soldier whispered. I see. His face is covered in blood. Another Marine guarding the soldier, but then again, I've never seen Akainu Admiral suffer so badly. Did he meet a strong enemy? The ability to beat Akainu Admiral to this level is definitely not an ordinary person. It is very likely that the 4 emperors are like monsters. When the guard soldiers mentioned the 4 emperors, their faces showed palpitations. Office of the Marshal. Akainu didn't knock on the door, but with a serious look on his face, he rushed in imposingly. Akainu, what's wrong with you? Why is there blood all over your body? Sengoku the Buddha was processing documents, and when he looked up and saw Akainu's embarrassed appearance, his eyes narrowed. Garp, who was leisurely eating senbei in the office, moved for a moment and showed a solemn expression. Akainu's strength is obvious to all. With his strength, there are very few people in the sea who can make him suffer. The people who beat him into such an embarrassed appearance can count on one hand. Marshal Sengoku. I request a buster call. As soon as Akainu opened his mouth, his words were astonishing. Buster call? Akainu, you should know what buster call means, tell me what happened. Sengoku the Buddha frowned deeply. Buster call is no gadget, it represents a huge military operation. Whenever a buster call is launched, it means that the target is likely to threaten the world government, marine, and even the whole world. Once the buster call is activated, 10 warships under the command of Marine Vice Admiral will be dispatched simultaneously to carry out indiscriminate bombardment attacks on an area until the area is razed to the ground and the threat is completely eliminated. Since the establishment of the world government, buster call has only been launched once, and it was the massacre of the scholars at O'Hare 20 years ago. Sengoku the Buddha believed that Akainu's temperament would not be fooled. Obviously, Akainu must have encountered something very serious. I just came back from Fishman Island and had a battle with the Supreme. Akainu said solemnly. What are you doing on Fishman Island? I don't think I assigned you to Fishman Island. Sengoku the Buddha frowned. Akainu, you went to Fishman Island on your own and started a war with people. Please explain to me clearly what's going on. Marine Admiral, unless it is a necessary special event, will never be dispatched easily. They need to sit in the headquarters at all times and stand by, and once a major event occurs, they can organize operations. But now Akainu went to Fishman Island without any orders, and even went to war with people. It's just a nonsense. Marshal Sengoku. Now is not the time to pursue this kind of thing. Akainu said solemnly, remember what Salino said before about the strength of the Supreme. If it wasn't for the help of the Pluto Rayleigh, Salino could have captured the Supreme by himself. But it's only been a few days, he has grown to the point where his strength is almost the same as mine. Akainu pulled open the coat of justice, and the UI-colored suit had been gouged out with the flesh on his shoulders, showing an extremely hideous, bloody wound. Supreme has more and more abilities, this wound is his masterpiece. Sengoku the Buddha and Garp froze when they saw the wound on Akainu's shoulder. They know Akainu's strength very well, unless they encounter a character like the Four Emperors, it is possible to end up in such a miserable end. But now the instigator is the Supreme who has just made a fuss about Sabayati Archipelago. Incredible. Marshal Sengoku, the Supreme is rising faster than any rookie we have ever met before. If we let him go, sooner or later, he will become a formidable enemy that our marine is about to face. Seeing that Sengoku the Buddha and Garp were both silent, Akainu bit Kiba and said, we must stifle sin in its cradle, and must not let it grow at will. I see. Sengoku the Buddha gave Akainu a deep look, then picked up the phone bug, take me a medical class. Medical class? Marshal Sengoku, I don't need treatment now, the annihilation of evil is the priority. Akainu snapped, we can't waste any more time, next time we want to catch him, it won't be as easy as it is now. Akainu, I know your concerns. Sengoku the Buddha hung up the phone and said in a deep voice, but don't take others for idiots. Since he is as powerful as you say, will he wait for you to come to trouble him on Fishman Island? Buster Call is no small matter, if it fails in the end, Marine's face will be completely lost along with the Sabayati Archipelago incident. But? Nothing but? Akainu still wanted to speak, but Sengoku the Buddha interrupted him mercilessly. I will make a decision after learning about Fishman Island in detail. The most important thing now is to make sure that this matter will not spread. Marine Admiral has been defeated once and has become the laughing stock of people all over the world. Knowing there will be a second time, Marine's credibility will take a huge hit. Sengoku the Buddha waved his hand, okay, let's go, I've contacted the medical class to take care of your wound first. Seeing that Sengoku the Buddha was determined not to accept his suggestion, Akainu squeezed his fist angrily and turned away. Sengoku, an incredible guy is born. To be able to damage Akainu to such a degree. It's not easy. Garp said after seeing Akainu leave. Of course it's not easy. Sengoku the Buddha's eyes flashed, the appearance of the Supreme Being is a bit unexpected, but the current situation does not allow us to make enemies at will, if we can. I think we can cooperate with him to give the new world a great gift from those sea emperors. Chapter 67 Big Mom Calls. 4 more to ask for automatic. At the same time, under the nervous eyes of everyone, the Supreme finally left Fishman Island. Yezhij hummed a little song, his wounds and damaged abilities had been gradually repaired, and he was roaming freely in the ocean. Huh? At this time, a huge axe flew from a distance, and the direction the target was facing was Fishman Island. This guy. I almost forgot about him. Yezhij thought of the sly-faced target fruit ability man, forget it, today, my lord, I defeated Akainu, suppressed him severely, and got something worth 5 billion Baileys. This kindness, just give it to them. Saying that, Yezhij stepped forward, grabbed the giant axe, and followed the direction the giant axe flew in to search for it. After a while, Yezhij reappeared in the sea with 020. On the bottom of the sea under his feet, the ghost pirate ship of King Vanderdecken 9 had been completely shattered and sank, and the slightly valuable things inside were scanned and exchanged by Yezhij. As for Vanderdecken 9 himself, Yezhij killed him on the spot. To deal with this kind of thing, Yezhij only needs one punch to solve the battle in an instant, without any pressure. Seeking automatic subscription. A few days later, Fishman Island encountered thieves, and the theft of the Jade Hand Box immediately spread through the news channels of the underground black market. All of a sudden, many people knew that the Jade Hand Box passed down from generation to generation on Fishman Island fell into the hands of the Supreme. At the same time, they also learned that the Supreme is not Fishman, but has a very similar appearance to Fishman. After hearing this, many people in the underground world snickered and gloated. That's the treasure chest of Fishman Island. There have been countless people coveting this thing before, trying every means to get it, but now Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory. With Whitebeard's prestige, who would dare to make trouble on Fishman Island? This Supreme is amazing. He knew this, but he dared to think of the Jade Hand Box. This time, Whitebeard will definitely not spare him. Many people have already sent messages to us through underground black market channels, wanting to buy the Jade Box in our hands. The highest price was 1 billion Bailey. Stop GE, are you still not selling? Raja picked up the paper on the desk, looked at Yezhij, who was enjoying the sun and the sea breeze, and smiled. As I said, this thing is worth 5 billion Baileys. Don't do anything less. Yezhij said comfortably, don't worry, the pastry will be popular wherever you go, and you won't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Well, you are the captain, you have the final say. Raja blinked mischievously, who told our captain to beat up Admiral Akainu, what is a mere 5 billion Baileys? Akainu on Fishman Island did not dare to be spread casually. Marine came to the door the next day, and specifically told everyone on Fishman Island not to discuss casually. In order to compensate Fishman Island, he also sent people to help them. Reconstruction. Therefore, even in the underground black market, they don't know the news of the Supreme Being's defeat of Akainu. And only someone as close as Raja can hear it from Yezhij's mouth. Blah blah. At this moment, the phone bug on the ship rang. In the past few days, Raja has specially brought in a phone bug, which can make contact with the underground black market in the quickest and most convenient way. However, Raja has set up that only people above the emperor level of the underground black market are qualified to call in. Obviously, the person who called this phone had an extraordinary identity. Hello. Yezhij answered the phone. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you, Mr. Supreme. It's not easy to get a way to communicate with you. A playful and familiar voice came from the other side. Clown? What's the matter? It was none other than Doflamingo the clown who called. Then I won't go around in circles, the Jade Hand Box in your hand, the price is 2 billion. Doflamingo laughed, it's a very sincere price, Mr. Supreme, what do you think? Not so much. Yezhij was straightforward and didn't take Doflamingo seriously at all. 5 billion, don't talk about any less. After speaking, without waiting for Doflamingo to reply, he hung up. On the other end of the phone, Doflamingo, who was hung up on the phone, suddenly turned extremely bad. How dare you hang up your phone? This Supreme is really pushing his nose on his face. Young master, how is it? Has the Supreme agreed? Don Quixote family, Toripole, the sticky fruit ability, asked. Just pick a gift for Big Mom's tea party this time. I wanted to take advantage of the tea party to reach a cooperation with Big Mom, but now it seems that there is no chance. Doflamingo said bitterly. Big Mom's tea party is an extraordinary opportunity. Countless famous big pirates in the New World, emperors of the underground world, will go to the banquet. Anyone who can participate in this tea party represents their own extraordinary identity. Doflamingo was naturally invited. He didn't care about it at first, but when he heard that the treasure Jade Hand Box passed down from generation to generation on Fishman Island fell into the hands of the Supreme, his mind suddenly became alive. I want to be able to use this tea party to reach some cooperation with Big Mom and make a lot of money. He knew that Big Mom likes treasure chests very much, especially the world-famous treasure such as the Jade Hand Box, which is her favorite, so he took the initiative to contact the Supreme, and planned to buy it for 2 billion Bailey, as a stepping stone, and presented it to buy 2 at the tea party. 7G Mom. But now the Supreme has locked the price at 5 billion Bailey, which suddenly makes Doflamingo lose interest. 5 billion Bailey is not a small amount, just for a Jade Hand Box. Doflamingo is not so arrogant. On the other side, shortly after hanging up Doflamingo, the phone bug rang again. The Jade Hand Box is priced at 5 billion Baileys, don't talk about it, just hang up. Yezhij picked up the phone and said directly. Little devil, 5 billion Baileys, your appetite is big enough. On the other end of the phone came a thick female voice that was as dull as thunder. Hearing this voice, Yezhi Gordon's eyes lit up. Big Mom. Chapter 68 Talk to the 4 Emperors. 5 more ask for automatic. Although Yezhij had never heard Big Mom's voice, from the recognition of the voice, Yezhij immediately thought of a huge and ugly woman. I shouldn't have made the call myself. A rookie like you who has just stepped into the new world is not worthy of talking to me at all. But since you have my very favorite jade box in your hand, I'm in a good mood, so you can hear my voice. Big Mom had a gifted tone, and Yezhij turned to Byakugan when he heard it. It's not even worthy to talk to you, isn't it a 4 Emperor? Saying that you are like the Emperor, you are so powerful, why don't you go and knock down the Marine headquarters? Follow me in this BB. 7 days later, I will hold a tea party on my site, come here with the jade box. Big Mom said, it is the honor of your life to be invited by me in person. A lifetime of glory? Yezhij suddenly remembered an emoji 06 pack he saw before, and he especially wanted to give it to Big Mom. Eat shit you. Let me go there with the jade hand box. But Big Mom, you are the 4 emperors, you have a big family, and there are countless famous and powerful people under your command. How do I know if you will trick me? Yezhij said nonchalantly, if you let me kill me as soon as I entered the door, and then stole the jade suitcase, wouldn't I have lost a lot of money? Little devil, are you questioning the name of my 4 emperors? When Big Mom on the other end of the phone heard this, he was furious. Being able to get his own personal invitation is a gift and glory that ordinary people can't even imagine. This supreme being not only doesn't show face, he even questioned himself for wanting to smear him. It's simply not knowing how to live or die. I want to kill you as easy as pinching an ant. Big Mom said angrily, if it wasn't for the sake of the jade hand box, how could you possibly get my invitation? Make your position clear, kid. Of course I know how powerful the 4 emperors are. Yezhij's eyes flashed, but I'm just an idle kid, I can't compare to the 4 emperors. If I want to live, I should think about my situation, right? If it was you, you would be stupid if you were invited. Run over there? And I want to persuade you, the name of the 4 emperors is easy to use, but maybe one day it will be useless. The 4 emperors are indeed powerful, and Yezhij himself admits it. But just admit it now. After you become strong enough, no matter what the 4 emperors and 5 emperors are, just lie down for me. Are you frightening me? Little devil, my patience is limited. You must not know the fate of offending me, right? Seeing that Yezhij didn't seem to like her, Big Mom's eyes flashed fiercely. Where did you say that? You are the dignified 4 emperors. I am a rookie, how dare you scare you? Big Mom, let's not waste each other's time. Yezhij's topic changed, 5 billion Bailey, first give me 2.5 billion Bailey as a deposit, and the rest will be paid when I go to the banquet with the jade hand box. What do you think of this plan? If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? Big Mom said coldly. Because you are the 4th emperor. It's like killing an ant by crushing me. Yezhij smiled and said, "Don't worry, I just want to make a fortune with peace of mind. For me, things like jade hand boxes are nothing compared to banknotes." Big Mom was silent. That's right, the dignified four emperors, wanting to kill a guy with no name and no great power in this place in the New World is as simple as squeezing an ant. Therefore, Big Mom is not worried about Yezhij at all. Yezhij didn't rush her, and waited quietly while tasting the 1.2 million Bailey bottle of UI wine. 2 billion Bailey, go to the place I designated for you to get it, and the remaining 3 billion Bailey, when the time comes, my people will bring you to the tea party and talk about it. Big Mom replied, reducing the 2.5 billion Bailey to 2 billion, and also asked her people to bring Yezhij to the tea party. Obviously, although Big Mom has a lot of money, he is not someone who can be fooled at will. If it is rumored that he has been deceived by 2 billion Bailey, and he is still a rookie, where will the face of the four emperors be put? Haha. Doing business with the four emperors is refreshing. That's it? Yezhij laughed. 2 billion is 2 billion. Just get the money. As for what Big Mom will do to him, Yezhij is not worried at all. With his current strength, not to mention that he can overturn the tea party and fight against the four generals and many ministers and angry legions, at least he can make a big fuss, calmly. Leave. The brief conversation with Big Mom came to an end. Raju, who was always watching next to him, shook his head. It's really a shame that Yezhij, if other people talk to the four emperors so recklessly, and even talk about business with such a tough attitude, I am afraid that it will not be long before they will become a floating corpse on the sea. GGE, I also want to go to the tea party. At this time, Raja seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Oh. 817. Yezhij looked at Raju unexpectedly. You should know how dangerous that place is, right? You might even lose your life if you're not careful. Are you sure you want to go? Aren't we the best team? You can't protect me, can you?" Raju laughed. Joke. Isn't it just a tea party, just leave your safety to me. Yezhij patted his chest and said proudly. I knew you could do it. Raju sweet isho. She had heard her father, Vinsmoke Judge, mention this tea party. The Vinsmoke family has been invited to discuss certain things with Big Mom, so they have to go. It's been a long time since I saw them. Raja's eyes flashed, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, a shadow passed over the sky. Yezhij, who was enjoying the sun, saw the shadow in the sky, his eyes flashed, and he sat up directly from the beach chair. Soon, the shadow fell on the deck of the ship, and the blue flames all over the body converged, revealing a pineapple head, Def pulling his eyelids, looking like a man from an African brother. Whitebeard's first team captain Phoenix Marco is here, what's the deal? Chapter 69 Invitation from Whitebeard. That's right, the Comer is none other than one of Whitebeard's proud warriors, the Phoenix Marco. As a mythical devil fruit capable of being rarer than the Zoan ancient species, Marco's Phoenix can be said to have a strong reputation in the New World. The Phoenix, as the name suggests, can continue to heal and regenerate itself, an existence that cannot be killed at all. No matter who encounters it, it will feel extra headache. However, such a famous person suddenly appeared here. Looks like something big is about to happen. I'm really flattered to be recognized by the famous Supreme. Marco looked familiar, walked up to Yezhij with a smile, looked at Yezhij up and down. You're younger than the reward poster, the young people in this era are really incredible, everyone likes to act recklessly. What's the deal with us old people? Can I sit down? Marco pointed to the beach chair belonging to Raja next to Yezhij. Sorry, this is my best partner's recliner, that's all you can do. With that, Yezhij waved at Raju, and Raju threw a wooden chair over. Well, sit on anything. Marco spread his hands, not caring about these things. Captain Marco, the new world is not big or small. Although my ship is a little bigger, it is not so easy to find in the vast ocean of the new world, not to mention that I bumped into it on the way. It's been a lot of ice and snow, thunder, and lightning. Under such circumstances, you can still find me. It must have taken a lot of effort, right? Yezhij poured Marco a glass of UI wine and teased. The weather in the new world is strange and unpredictable. It was sunny 1 second, and the next second, there may be hail as big as a fist. If you don't have any strength, just this strange and unpredictable weather is enough to kill people, let alone find some big secret treasure. As you said, it's really not easy to find you, and it takes a lot of manpower for our Whitebeard pirates. But precisely because we are the Whitebeard pirates, there are countless eyeliners in the new world, unless you deliberately avoid them, otherwise, there is no problem finding someone. Marco took a sip of UI and showed off a little by the way. It took so much effort to find me, thank you so much. But why don't I remember what I have to do with your Whitebeard pirates? Yezhij said, the last Sabayati archipelago incident didn't involve your Whitebeard pirates, right? Supreme, it's not good to be so stupid. Marco narrowed his eyes. Akito doesn't speak secretly, I'll just say it straight. Fishman Island is now the banner of our Whitebeard pirates. Neptune and Father Whitebeard are old friends who have been friends for many years. You have helped Fishman Island so much, so of course we have to thank you for Fishman Island. But Father Whitebeard said that it would be too insincere if he just sent someone to say thank you, so he decided to hold a banquet for you in person, hoping that the Supreme could look at the Father's face and leave with honor. One trip. It turned out to be the Hungmen banquet. Yezhij's brain is not stupid, and he can immediately hear what Marco's real purpose is. Thank. Even a 3-year-old child may not believe such an excuse. Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory, but now that he has made a mess of it, even the treasures that have been passed down from generation to generation on Fishman Island have fallen into his own hands. Whitebeard loves Faye so much, and likes to take care of his friends. How can a person who sticks a knife to show loyalty, how can he stand by? When you say that you are inviting yourself to a banquet, isn't it actually just that you want to hand over the jade hand box by threatening and negotiating without any effort? I'm a little terrified to bother Whitebeard that his old man treats me with such a big gift. It doesn't take long for me to debut, but I have heard a lot about Whitebeard's deeds. He is a great hero. When Yezhij said this, the conversation suddenly changed, but just now I promised Big Mom to attend her tea party. Both sides are the overlords of the New World Emperor, so what should I choose? Good. Yezhij kicked the ball back to Marco. Oh? Big Mom has invited you to a tea party? She's so fast. Marco looked troubled, but Dad has already given me this task. If I can't finish it, Dad will be very unhappy. By the way, if I remember correctly, when you were in Sabayati Archipelago, you seem to have demonstrated the ability to fly, right? If you fly, trust me, you can reach our territory in less than a day. Anyway, there is still some time before the tea party. You go to me first, and then go to the tea party. It won't delay your time. Marco was honest, he didn't force Yezhij to go, he still persuaded Yezhij with a request attitude. Today's pirates are too impetuous, especially if they have a little strength, they feel fluttering after defeating one or two powerful characters. I wish there were too many guys in the sky. Marco, as a veteran with close to admiral level strength, carrying the name of Whitebeard to travel in this ocean for so many years, does not have any heirs. For this, Yezhij is very useful. Marco, I don't want to refuse your sincere invitation, but you see that my money is a little tight recently, I have to spend money everywhere, and the prices in the new world are extraordinarily expensive. Yezhij had a frowning look on his face. Lee S. _ Raju, who was beside him, burst out laughing. This Yezhij is too rascal, someone else invited him to a banquet, but he is so good, he actually asked for money directly from others. Oh, I understand. Marco not understand the meaning of Yezhij's words. Then do you think 1 billion Bailey? Is that enough? Marco asked tentatively. 1 billion Bailey? Yeji Gordon's eyes lit up. He obviously only intends to cheat 100 million Baileys. Who knew that Marco's mouth was 1 billion Bailey? Sure enough. The 4 emperors are still rich. Cough cough. Since you have invited me so sincerely, if I don't agree, it will be too much to say. It's not too late, let's go quickly. Chapter 70 The Whitebeard Pirates. 2 more ask for automatic. 1 second, Yezhij was still hesitating. The next second, when he heard that he was rich, and it was still 1 billion Baileys, Yezhij's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. The saying that money can make a ghost run the mill is really not just talking about it. Marco was empty, and of course he didn't bring any money, so he could only promise Yezhij that he would give Yezhij the money when he got to the place. Yezhij is not worried about credit issues at all. Among the 4 emperors, Yuhafa and Whitebeard are not bad characters. Brother Xioma can say 1 billion Baileys, which shows that 1 billion is really not a lot for the 4 emperors. What? Immediately, the demon wings unfolded, and Yezhij followed Xiaoma and rushed to Whitebeard's territory. Seeking automatic subscription. At noon the next day, they arrived at Whitebeard's site. This is the home of the Whitebeard pirates? Not in the comics. Yezhij looked at an ordinary town below, and it looked no different from an ordinary island town. However, this is a famous, galloping ocean for decades, and once competed with One Piece/King of Pirates Gol Roger, and still remains the main territory of Whitebeard, standing at the top of the world. Look. Dad, they're already waiting over there. Marco pointed from a distance, and saw that 783 had an open area in the town, but now that place is full of people. If you look closely, you can find that none of these people are mediocre, all of them are famous in the sea, the big pirate. And surrounded by these big people at the very center, there is a big strong man lying on a huge tiger skin chair. His physique is much taller than the average person. He wears a black turban on his head and wears a white and luxurious captain's coat. His chest muscles and abdominal muscles are as strong as stones, and there are many scars on it. But the most obvious thing is the long and narrow white beard on his mouth like a crescent moon. Needless to say, he is the famous world's strongest man, Whitebeard. As expected of the living legend Whitebeard, you can feel the unyielding and heroic haki just by looking at it from a distance. Yezhij couldn't help but admire. When the 2 of them fell from the sky, the crowd had automatically separated a path, and the pirates on both sides looked at Yezhij with curiosity and doubt. But from their eyes, it was very obvious to catch the accident. And surprise. This is the Supreme. Why does he look so young? That's right, apart from being young, I didn't find anything special about him. This kid is really bold. How dare he come to Dad's banquet alone, amazing. The name of Supreme has already gained a good reputation in the New World. They thought that the face on the reward poster was young enough, but they didn't expect that when they actually saw Yezhij, it was actually younger than they thought. At such an age, being able to gain such a reputation on the sea itself shows that Yezhij's strength is great. And what surprised them even more was that the Supreme did not bring any companions, and actually came to the banquet alone. It can be seen that it is not the trust in Whitebeard, but the great confidence in his own strength. There are so many famous guys. The Whitebeard pirates on both sides were looking at Yezhij, and Yezhij was also looking at them. Just a casual glance, Yezhij saw a lot of very familiar faces. Thatch, the captain of the 4th Division, who had a relationship in the Sabayati archipelago. A person with diamond fruit ability, Yozo, who is taller than the average person. Wearing a magic top hat, a mustache with 2 strokes and turning, foil vista. Of course, what really shines on Yezhij's eyes is the current captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Firefist Ace. He still looks like a dangling boy, wearing an agate-colored cowboy hat, his face is pockmarked, and the string of beads around his neck looks out of tune with him. Firefist Ace noticed Yezhij's lingering gaze and gave him a kind smile. Yezhij smiled in return, his eyes continued to move, and at this moment, his eyes flashed. Huh? Almost forgot, this guy is still a good guy. He saw an inconspicuous guy with a body as rough as his face, with a harmless smile on his face, mixed in with the crowd. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. An extremely ambitious hero who can do anything to achieve his goals. Killing his companions, using his companions, causing a war between Whitebeard and Marine, making a big noise in Impel Down, and finally killing Whitebeard with his own hands. All of this is enough to show that this guy Blackbeard is thoughtful and ruthless. Degree. Thinking of the earth-shaking changes that Blackbeard will bring to the world in the future, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Yezhij's mouth. It's worth it to make money and see so many familiar faces. Yezhij finally turned his attention back to the most important character in front of him, Whitebeard. Without the slightest restraint, he stepped forward and sat down on the stool in front of Whitebeard. I'm a little kid who has just entered the new world, but he was invited by the famous Whitebeard. Thank you, old man Whitebeard. Yezhij grinned. Goo la la la. Whitebeard burst into laughter inexplicably. Interesting. It's so funny. I've seen a lot of rookies in the new world, and when they heard my name, they all turned pale, and when they saw me again, even more shivering trembling, can't even speak clearly. There are only a few excellent little guys who can still shout a few words. Your Supreme is really different. You were personally invited by me, and I did not greet you with sincerity and sincerity. Just thank you and send it away. You really deserve the name of your Supreme. Whitebeard is worthy of being an old man who has been in the world for so many years. He directly separated his own worth from Yezhij. On the surface, he sounded like he was praising Yezhij, but he was actually emphasizing one point. You are a rookie who has just entered the venue, and I am an old man who has already changed his color. This is a rookie's visit to the old man, not a meet and greet conversation. Chapter 71 Negotiation. 3 more ask for automatic subscription. That's it? If you don't have any momentum, how can you stay in the sea in the future? The corner of Yezhij's mouth twitched. How about good wine and good food? I'm coming to a banquet anyway, so I have to put something to eat. You've been on the road for a day, and I'm starving to death. You 4 emperors won't even have a meal. Can't afford the meal? Others are afraid of Whitebeard, and when they see Whitebeard shivering, it's because the disparity in strength is too great. Yezhij can even beat Akainu, although he is not Whitebeard's opponent, but Whitebeard wants to kill easily. He is not so easy. If you have strength, you will have confidence. In this world, strength is king. Of course, Yezhij doesn't have to bow down to anyone. Come on. Serve the food. Whitebeard squinted his eyes, and immediately gave an order, and all the good wine and food were put on the table. Since this is Whitebeard's banquet, all the rice and wine bowls are extra huge. As soon as he saw the fragrant and delicious dishes coming up, Yezhij moved his index finger. Without any hesitation, he just picked up his chopsticks and ate it up. Delicious. This piece of meat is good. Your Whitebeard pirate's cook is so authentic. Delicious. I have never eaten such a delicious fish. Look at me, what are you doing? Come and eat together. Yezhij ate deliciously alone, and the surrounding Whitebeard pirates watched, without any intention of mixing. This is a banquet specially held by Father Whitebeard for the Supreme, indicating that only the Supreme and Father Whitebeard are the protagonists of this banquet. They just came to boost their momentum, and they also took a look at what the true face of the Supreme looked like. Now they have seen how exaggerated the aura of the Supreme Being. In front of so many people, among them Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was able to eat with relish, without any restraint or embarrassment, just like a familiarity. Of course, this is not what it's cheeky, but it shows that Yeshij's psychological quality is strong enough. Among the new rookies, who saw that Whitebeard's legs were not soft. Don't talk about eating, just standing and talking to Whitebeard face to face, don't dare to look directly into Whitebeard's eyes. To be able to be so casual and relaxed, it shows that you have enough confidence, and you are not afraid of their Whitebeard pirates, nor are they afraid of Whitebeard, so you can have such a calm performance. Boy, are you full? After a moment, Whitebeard spoke. Almost. Yeshij stopped and said comfortably, "This banquet is really good. Do you have any surplus for the chefs of your Whitebeard pirates? I just dig it out and cook for me." "Okay, you've eaten the meal, and you've had the wine. Now it's time to talk about business." Whitebeard's tone was solemn, obviously not as relaxed as before. "Junior, all ears." Yeshij grinned isho. This hungmen banquet is psychological warfare. The more frightened, the more nervous, and the more restrained, the less confident you are. The other party's casual words can directly crush people. On the other hand, if you act more calmly, and take it seriously, it means you are full of confidence, and you are not afraid of any threat or deterrence at all. "Your Majesty, Fishman Island is now flying my Whitebeard flag, you should know this very well." Whitebeard looked at Yeshij, his voice was like muffled thunder. "I heard about Fishman Island, that guy Akainu is like a mad dog when he is sealed up, he cares about the lives of others, and affects many innocent people. You are the last to fight back. I saved Akainu, saved Fishman Island, and saved my old friend, and let Fishman Island survive. In this matter, Fishman Island does owe you a lot. However, as one of the main parties involved in the damage to Fishman Island, you have taken away the jade hand box that has been handed down from generation to generation on Fishman Island. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" At the end, Whitebeard looked at Yeshij with a chill in his eyes. When he heard the news of Fishman Island, Whitebeard was very angry. Akainu dared to ignore his own existence, questioned and threatened Fishman Island, and even eventually led to a war, almost destroying the island. But the other party was Admiral, and Marine also apologized to Fishman Island in time and helped rebuild it, which made Whitebeard feel better. But when he knew that the jade hand box that had been passed down from generation to generation on Fishman Island was taken away by the Supreme, the anger that had not subsided came up again. Therefore, Whitebeard sent people to look for traces of the Supreme. After spending several days, they finally found the location of the Supreme, and sent Marco directly to invite the Supreme. But it is an invitation, in fact, it is to ask the Supreme to return the jade hand box to Fishman Island to stand up for the old friend. "Old man Whitebeard, you can't say that." When Yeshij heard it, he waved his hand quickly. "The jade hand box was given to me by Neptune himself, and everyone who was present on Fishman Island at the time can testify to me. Neptune did hand over the jade box to you. But that's because Neptune couldn't pay your high price of 3 billion Baileys, so he had to choose to compromise and hand over the jade box." Whitebeard's eyes flashed. "You threatened Fishman Island when they were at their most dangerous. Do you think that's right?" Hearing this, Yeshij showed a thoughtful look. He scratched the back of his head, scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks for a while, and finally raised his head and said, "Is there something wrong?" When Yeshij said this, Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all startled. The whole place was silent. The next second, Whitebeard and all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates burst into laughter on the spot. So much fun. A person who can take advantage of the fire with such a clear conscience, and who can say such things so frankly? I am afraid that there is only one supreme being in the world. This face is thicker than the city wall. Your Majesty, you're so interesting, how about being my son? Carrying my Whitebeard name and turning this ocean upside down? Chapter 72 on Gambling. 4 more ask for automatic subscription. Yezhij turned a Byakugan. Whitebeard's habit of taking his son at every turn is here again. Old man Whitebeard, I know what you mean. Yezhij opened his mouth and said, you don't want to fight with me, but you want me to take the initiative to return the jade box to Neptune, so you took the initiative to find me and invited me to come over for drinks and food. I admire your prestige and your character very much, but I robbed the jade hand box according to my ability. If you all leave without a word, wouldn't I have lost a lot of money? What's the point of returning something you stole with your ability? Hearing this, Whitebeard restrained his laughter, his eyes became sharp, and an invisible momentum filled Yezhij. Conqueror Haki. In the New World, there are not a few people who have the 883 color Haki. This kind of talent is owned by only one person in a million. The innate strong power can instantly defeat the weak. Even if it can't be defeated, can be slightly affected. Only people with outstanding strength and strong will can withstand Conqueror Haki. Especially the Conqueror Haki released by Whitebeard, which is more powerful. It doesn't work at all. However, Whitebeard found that Yezhij's expression did not change, indicating that his Conqueror Haki had no influence on Yezhij at all. Of course, Whitebeard didn't use his full strength, he just used a little Conqueror Haki to test Yezhij's strength. But this alone was enough for Whitebeard to determine the approximate strength of Yezhij. Then tell me, how do you agree to return the jade handbag? Whitebeard said loudly. This is. Yezhij rolled his eyes, and soon his eyes lit up. I have a suggestion, I don't know if you can agree, old man Whitebeard. Say. How about I have a gamble with you? A sly look appeared in Yezhij's eyes. Are you going to bet against me? Whitebeard frowned. That's right. Yezhij looked around, you can choose any one of your men to fight with me. If you Whitebeard pirates win, I will give back the jade box unconditionally. But if you lose, I don't want more, how about 5 billion Baileys? If Raju heard these words here, he would definitely be helpless to Yezhij Isho. Obviously, this guy's old problem of not letting go of any opportunity to make money has made it again. And this time, the target of the pit is still a legendary figure, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. God knows what Yezhij is thinking about in order to make money. Are you going to fight my son? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, smelling a hint of routine. You Whitebeard pirates are as strong as dogs, you are full of masters, and everyone is famous. Everyone knows Akatsuki. Just stomping your feet can make countless pirates tremble. Yezhij said with a smile, as a rookie in the New World, I have always wanted to ask the seniors for advice. It is just that, if you can take this opportunity of the jade hand box, I can learn from everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. I met people and had the capital to tell others that I once fought against the Whitebeard pirates. Old Whitebeard, you are dignified, and the pirates under your command are even more important figures in the New World. Wouldn't you even agree to my little rookie's request for a discussion? Hearing Yezhij's words, before Whitebeard answered, the pirates couldn't help but speak. Supreme, don't be too presumptuous, we are the Whitebeard pirates. This sea has never been afraid of anyone. Don't you just want to challenge? I will fulfill you, Dad, let me go. To look down on our Whitebeard pirates? Daddy, give me this chance, I'll beat him up to find Kiba. Pirates are a bunch of irritable guys, and they are the most unwilling to be provocative. Especially when Whitebeard's reputation was questioned, they couldn't wait to come out and prove it for Whitebeard. Just be quiet for me. Whitebeard opened his mouth, the voice stopped abruptly, and everyone immediately shut up. Whitebeard's eyes were fixed on Yezhij. Supreme, are you serious? Of course. It's my dream to be able to compete with the masters of the Whitebeard pirates. Yezhij was quite shameless. Okay. I grant your request. Whitebeard said solemnly, what I hate the most is that I don't keep my word, Your Highness. I hope you will abide by your promise and hand over the jade handbox after the discussion. Old man Whitebeard, aren't you a little too absolute? You already know that your Whitebeard pirates are going to win before this fight starts? Yezhij smiled and said, and I should be the one who said this. If I win, and you don't pay me, I have nowhere to complain. Hey! Supreme, the people of our Whitebeard pirates, the most trustworthy, you can rest assured of this. Firefist Ace couldn't listen anymore and spoke for Whitebeard. Besides, 5 billion Baileys are nothing to us at all. I just like your violent temper. Yezhij just nodded and smiled on the surface, but his heart was already blooming with joy. A full 5 billion Bailey. Really witty like me, even I was impressed by my own IQ. Unfortunately, this trick can only be used once, at most 3.2. If you can use it several times, you may be able to get rich through this. Haha. Marco, it's up to you to fight. Whitebeard turned his head to the side, looking at Marco. Dad, I won't let you down. Marco nodded in agreement. All the tables and stools were removed, and all the pirates quickly backed away, leaving a huge vacuum. Whitebeard pirates were chatting secretly. This guy is so arrogant. He actually said that he would challenge any of us. That's right. Captain Marco is notoriously strong. In addition to his Phoenix Fruit ability, even Dad is amazed. Captain Marco is sure to win, we'll just have to wait and see how the Supreme is embarrassed, haha. Chapter 73 Quick Fight. 5 more ask for automatic subscription. Whitebeard pirates are not biased, but they know Marco's strength very well. Many of the pirates present are abandoned children like Marco, who have grown up with Whitebeard since childhood. But among them, there is still a gap in strength. Marco is the captain of the first team, which alone is enough to show how strong Marco is. On the other hand, the Supreme, the Sabayati Archipelago incident, I heard that he beat Admiral Kizaru, and then the Fishman Island incident that happened not long ago, and beat Admiral Akainu. Both admirals were defeated by the Supreme. Should be worried. But these are just legends. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Everyone has experienced Marco's strength very deeply, but Supreme still lives in rumors and gossip. Compared with the two, they are more willing to believe their own eyes, and they are all convinced that Marco has won this bet. Marco, don't take it lightly. Whitebeard said something lightly. But it fell into Marco's ears, but it made him show a surprise. After observation haki cultivated to ultimate, he was able to foresee the future. Father Whitebeard 06's observation haki didn't know how strong he was, but every time he felt something, he never went wrong. Moreover, Father Whitebeard knew his strength, but he still said the sentence, which is enough to prove that the Supreme being in front of him is not someone who can be defeated casually. He must show some real skills. Ace, you said Supreme and Marco, who will win? Blackbeard leaned over and asked like a curious baby. There is no conclusion yet. Ace squatted on the edge of the boat, the flames jumped at his fingertips, his eyes swam around Marco and Yezhij. Teach, what do you think? I think the Supreme might win. Blackbeard smiled honestly. Oh? Why? Ace looked at Blackbeard unexpectedly. I saw a very strong confidence in the eyes of the Supreme, which I saw last time in Ui Shanks. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and when he said this, he smiled embarrassedly. No, I'm just guessing, Marco is so strong, he will definitely not lose. Ace smiled, did not speak, and continued to watch the battle. I'm sorry you made such a request, and I have to fight you. Marco put a hand on his waist, and Vivi smiled, without the slightest fighting stance. It's me who should be sorry. I heard that your ability is a phoenix, especially resistant to beatings, so I'm going to make a quick decision later in order not to waste time. Yezhij spread his hands. You are the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and you are a well-known powerhouse in the New World. I am worried that if you are dealt with so quickly, it will spread out about you. Your reputation will be damaged. Ha ha ha. Supreme, your mouth is too powerful, I can't say enough about you. Marco smiled and shook his head. Captain Marco must win. Win the Supreme, tell this guy well, our Whitebeard Pirates can dominate the sea, not for nothing. Supreme, stop talking big there. Quick fight. Supreme, you must have planned to lose. Ha ha ha. Many of the pirates began to shout and make noise. Especially after hearing Yezhij's arrogant words, he even made a mockery. How dare you say that you need to fight quickly and get rid of Marco in one fell swoop? What an international joke. Marco's strength is not as strong as Dad's, it is still a step by step. Even those other Overlord level characters dare not say it. Supreme is really arrogant. All the pirates scoffed at Yezhij's words, even Marco himself didn't take it to heart, he just thought it was just cruel words to each other before the war. He didn't know how many times he had heard such cruel words, and he had long been surprised. No wonder. But there was one person who took Yezhij's words to heart. That man is Whitebeard. Quick fight, get rid of Marco. Whitebeard gulped down a gulp of wine and looked at Yezhij with a thoughtful look. Look at him, it doesn't look like he's talking nonsense. It's so noisy. Yezhij scratched his ears and looked at Marco. Can we start? You can start whenever you're ready. Marco is confident-isho. He believes that with his own strength, it is not difficult to deal with the Supreme. Since you said so, then I'll. Wait. Where is your ship, Doctor? Yezhij asked suddenly. Marco was stunned, then pointed to the back with a smile. Dad's health has not been very good, so the ship doctor is always on standby. Oh, that would be great. Don't worry, I won't hit you too hard. If I accidentally hurt you, we will definitely help you heal until you are intact. Marco laughed. Don't get me wrong, I asked the ship doctor, it's not for me, but for you. I'm 857 worried that you may be a little uncomfortable later. Yezhij said. Do you have anything else to ask? If not, it's time to start. Marco shook his head helplessly. I have one last question to ask. Go ahead. Marco, are you really ready? Yezhij said. Supreme, are you always so long-winded when you are discussing with others? If you say that, then you should be ready, right? I'm ready to start anytime. Marco was speechless. Since you're ready, I'll. You re-welcome. Yezhij's left eye suddenly changed, and the bloody Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly appeared. Amaterasu. A black flame suddenly appeared on Marco's shoulder. What kind of ability is this? Why did you get hit without touching me? Marco's face changed immediately, and he immediately wanted to change into a phoenix, using the phoenix's super resilience to completely extinguish the black flame. However, how is that possible? The trauma caused by this group of black flames can't be recovered. Chapter 74 Mangekyo Fruit. Marco was stunned. His phoenix ability has always been able to heal all wounds, no matter which part of the body is injured, it can quickly recover. The black flame that the Supreme gave him burned his shoulder, and he could feel a strong pain coming from his shoulder, so he used the ability of the phoenix at the first time. However, he was horrified to find that the inflammation cannot be extinguished, and the burnt wound cannot heal. What on earth is it? Could it be that the damage caused by this black flame to him has completely exceeded the scope of recovery? The resilience of the phoenix is not omnipotent. Once the trauma exceeds the limit, it will lose its resilience. Just as Marco was hit by so many attacks from Kizaru in the top battle, the only place he was injured was the punch to the head by marine hero Garp. Armament hardening. Marco immediately came up with a countermeasure, intending to use armament to harden the skin and extinguish the flame. Damn! How come the flames haven't stopped? But the fact is that Heian has no intention of stopping at all. Marco was horrified, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Riding the sea for so many years, he has seen many strange abilities, but this is the first time he has encountered such a strange situation. Captain Marco is on fire. What the hell is that black flame? Why did Captain Marco put it out? Isn't Marco a phoenix? How could this be? Whitebeard pirates were all surprised when they saw this situation. They had never seen Marco so flustered before. In the past, no matter what injury Marco received, he could recover quickly without any residue, and continued to fight with his strongest strength. But this battle has just begun, the two of them haven't really made contact yet, but Marco is already in a mess. This is unprecedented. Marco. Ace seemed to sense the change in Marco, and rushed over, trying to cover the black flame with his own flame. Ace! Don't touch it! Marco bites Kiba away. The pain makes his face pale. This black flame is very strange, it can't be put out by any means, and if you get caught, I'm afraid you will suffer too. A fire that cannot be extinguished? Ace's face changed drastically. How is that possible? The expressions of the other Whitebeard pirates changed drastically. Supreme, what is your ability? Do you want to kill Marco? Diamond Yozu walked over aggressively. Not only him, the other captains and the captains of the independent pirates also surrounded Yezhij, and they stared at Yezhij with a strong aura and fierce eyes. You rude boys, back off for me. Suddenly, Whitebeard let out a cold drink, and everyone dispersed unwillingly. Supreme, remove the flames on Marco, this bet, I'm willing to admit defeat. Whitebeard said solemnly. Ha. Sure enough, you are still old Whitebeard. Yezhij laughed loudly, but I'm sorry, I can't get rid of the black inflammation on his body. If you want to get rid of it, you can only save yourself by cutting the flesh. Whitebeard heard this, frowned deeply, and looked at Marco. Marco heard Yezhij's words at this time. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, he had already sensed that the black flame was about to burn into his bones. If he didn't get rid of it quickly, sooner or later, even his entire shoulder and arm would be burned. Completely burned out? Laugh. Immediately, Marco no longer hesitated, directly grabbed a knife, and ruthlessly gouged out the flesh and blood scorched by the black flame. Blood splattered, and Marco grunted. The pain of slicing the meat almost contorted his face, sweating profusely. Looking at the flesh and blood on the ground that was gradually burned to ashes by the black flames, Marco set his eyes on Yezhij again. His eyes were no longer as relaxed as before, but extremely solemn and vigilant. This guy's abilities are so changeable. To be able to inflict such an inextinguishable black flame on the enemy without touching the enemy, or even aiming. Even the three-colored Haki can't extinguish it. It seems that the rumored Supreme is not a false name. Marco, are you all right? Medical class. The medical class is coming. This wound already hurts the bones. What the hell is going on with that black flame? The crowd gathered around, and when they saw the ferocious wound on Marco's shoulder, the dazzling flesh and bones made them gasp. It's not that they haven't seen such a tragic situation. It can be said that they have been on the sea for so long. Marco, can't you heal with power? Ace asked worriedly. Marco paled and shook his head. The extent of this injury has exceeded the extent that he can heal on his own, and he can only deal with it first through medical means. When the degree of injury is reduced, the ability can come in handy. Supreme, you are indeed amazing. Marco has been following me since he was a child. I watched him grow up and know how strong he is. You were able to injure him all at once. Tell me, what exactly is your ability? Nokin's, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with interest. If he loses, and Whitebeard doesn't care about this at all. He has passed the time to pursue those petty fame, but it is Yezhij's ability to hurt Marco that makes him very interested. My ability? Yezhij thought for a moment, then grinned. Isho, Mangekyo fruit. Mangekyo fruit? Not only Whitebeard was puzzled, but the Whitebeard pirates who heard this all looked at each other in disbelief. Why is this devil fruit never marked on the devil fruit Pokédex? Supreme, I lost, the money is yours. Whitebeard didn't delve into it, he waved his bold hand, and 5 treasure chests were moved to Yezhij. As soon as it was opened, it was full of large Bailey banknotes. A full 5 billion Bailey. Chapter 75 6 billion Baileys in the account. 2 more ask for automatic. Seeing the large bills in his eyes, Yezhij was so excited that he wanted to kiss him. The 4 emperors are indeed too forthright, and they will give 5 billion Baileys as they say, without any distress or hesitation. Thank you, old man Whitebeard. Yezhij accepted the money generously. Supreme, today is my first meeting with you, and you gave me a big surprise. Whitebeard's eyes flashed. I thought you were just an exaggerated rookie, but I didn't expect that your strength was beyond my expectations. No, it's just good luck. Yezhij laughed. Damn. He actually won. It's really frustrating to lose to a mere rookie. It's really been said by this guy, quick battle. This hasn't even started yet. 5 billion Baileys can buy an island. I'm going to find a way to restrain him, and next time I meet him, I can't say anything to make him so arrogant. Whitebeard pirates were very upset. As Marco, the first combat force of the Whitebeard pirates, the battle was over before it even started, and he lost 763 so embarrassingly, it can be said that it was the first time the Whitebeard pirates had ever suffered. But even Whitebeard admitted that Yezhij was unexpected, and they had to admit it. Everyone, Dad, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Marco blamed himself. Captain Marco, this has nothing to do with you. That guy's ability is very strange. No matter who came on today, he might not be any better than you in the end. Don't blame yourself. I've just searched the Devil Fruit Pokédex and I can't find any information about Mangekyo Devil Fruit. I don't know if it's Paramecia or Logia. Whether he is Paramecia or Logia, you must be careful with him in the future. Even Marco has been tricked, so don't be careless. Whitebeard pirates were united, and although they lost, they didn't blame Marco for it. Okay. Your Majesty, that's the end of today's banquet. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. I've had so many banquets, and the one that failed the most should be this one. Saying that, Whitebeard threw the huge wine gourd in his hand to Yezhij. Drink it all down, you and I are friends, we don't know each other if we don't fight, agged, and in the future on the sea, I hope we won't face each other again. Whitebeard said loudly. This is words and wine, and if the other party drinks it, it means that the two sides will end in a peaceful ending, and no more grudges will be pursued. Haha, don't know each other if you don't fight? Old man Whitebeard, then I do it. Yezhij grabbed the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth without saying a word. The liquor rolled into his throat, so hot that Yezhij's face was twisted, but he didn't stop. Good wine. Yezhij wiped the wine stain on his mouth and said with a grin, I'm leaving first. Whitebeard nodded, the demon wings behind Yezhij unfolded, and with a willful shock, he grabbed the package containing the treasure chest, and his figure floated up. Suddenly, Yezhij seemed to remember something. Old man Whitebeard, in return for your invitation to drink, I'll tell you one thing. What's the matter? Yezhij flew to Whitebeard's ear and whispered a few words. Whitebeard's face when he heard this. Old man Whitebeard, if I have a chance to see you later, I'll go first. After Yezhij finished whispering, Devilwing took his body to the sky, turned around and waved his hand, and left Whitebeard's territory. Dad, what did the Supreme say? Ace asked curiously. Dad laughed just now, it should be a good thing, right? Others are also speculating. Whitebeard didn't speak, his deep eyes looked in the direction Yezhij left. It was really a farce today. A smile appeared at the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. This kid, it's interesting. Yezhij finally told Whitebeard about the secret of the Jade Hand Box. Whitebeard found out that the treasures inherited from Fishman Island from generation to generation had long been lost in the Jade Hand Box, but a bomb had been placed. I actually made such a fuss for a bomb, and even took 5 billion Baileys for it. I'm really confused. Wait. Whitebeard suddenly remembered something and looked at Marco. Marco, you said before that the Supreme is going to attend Big Mom's tea party next. Yes, Dad, on the road, the Supreme told me that he is going to sell the Jade Hand Box to Big Mom. Marco nodded. Goo la la la. Whitebeard heard that and laughed up to the sky. Whitebeard pirates looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Isn't this banquet held today for the sake of the Jade Hand Box? Why didn't the Jade Hand Box come back and didn't say, and lost 5 billion Baileys, but Dad still laughed so happily? What the hell is going on? Big Mom, ask yourself to be blessed. Whitebeard laughed even louder when he thought of Yezhij and the bomb in the Jade Hand Box. Seeking automatic subscription. Yezhij flew happily for a long time, humming a little song all the way, in a good mood. Huh? Damn it! How did I forget about the 1 billion Bailey of the little brother? Suddenly, Yezhij stopped in his tracks, remembering that the 1 billion Bailey promised by Xiao Ma did not ask him to take it, so he patted his head in annoyance. But on second thought, I left so dashingly, it's too inappropriate to run back to get it. And brother Xiao Ma was injured so badly, forget it, it's gone if the 1 billion Bailey is gone. Thinking that Marco was burned by himself and had to cut meat, Yezhij didn't delve further. Don't worry about that much, exchange the 5 billion Bailey for the lottery. Yezhij opened the package. System, I want to recharge. Scanning completed, new account, 6 billion Bailey. Your account balance, 6,667,340,000 Baileys. What? 6 billion Bailey? Yezhij paused in his heart, his eyes filled with surprise. It was obviously 5 billion Baileys, why did it suddenly become 6 billion? Could it be? Is it Brother Ma? Yezhij remembered that when the box was packed before, it was packed by the Whitebeard pirates. It should be at that time that the pony got an extra 1 billion. Brother Ma is really cool. Chapter 76 Golden Bell Hood, Don't Die. 3 more ask for automatic. 6 billion Baileys in hand, the first thing Yezhij has to do is of course a lottery draw. System, give me the 1000 point level 6 times directly. Yezhij's airway. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced gem, please make persistent efforts. The first time, lost. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, is, doing a lottery. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced gem, please keep doing it. The second time, lost. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced gem, please make persistent efforts. Second time, still lost. I'm going. I'm not so lucky today, right? I didn't draw 3 times in a row. Yezhij became a little nervous. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Congratulations. Obtain the S rank body ability, Wolverine's Body. Squaw. The long-awaited body power is finally here. When Yezhij heard the sound of the system, an ecstasy surged out of his heart. Among the four major departments, the most important part of the body has not been able to be replaced for a long time. This makes Yezhij very worried, so he especially wants to get an A grade or above. Physical ability. Not only did the result come, but it was an S class in the first place. The body of Wolverine. If he remembers correctly, Wolverine is an undead existence in X-Men. No matter how strong the blow is, even if it becomes a jagged white bone and is destroyed, it can quickly recover and be reborn. With this, Mom no longer has to worry about my body being hurt from now on. Consuming 1000 enhancement points, the lottery is going on. Unfortunately, you didn't draw any abilities, and you will be rewarded with 1 enhanced gem. Please make persistent efforts. The lottery continued, and the 5th lottery ended in failure. Only one last time left. Yezhij was full of anticipation. Give me another ability. I have failed 4 times in 6 chances, why do I have to give me 2? Otherwise, my face would be too dark, right? Under Yezhij's endless calls, the system seemed to hear his call in the dark. Congratulations. Obtain the A-level head ability, Buddha head. I'm coming. 6 lottery draws. Yezhij was very satisfied even though he only got 2 abilities. I know the body of Wolverine, but what is this Buddha head? Yezhij uses the Buddha's head ability. Whoa. Suddenly, Yezhij's head changed directly and turned into a golden Buddha head. Golden skin, bald head with 6 ring scars, earlobes are bigger than ears, and eyes have become going color. Not only that, there is even a golden aperture on the back of Yezhij's head, emitting a dense Buddha light. It doesn't feel great either. Under the reflection of the sea water, Yezhij saw his current appearance. Apart from some changes in his appearance, he did not find anything special in other places. Suddenly, a galloping shadow appeared under the sea. Yezhij was concentrating on looking at the shape of his Buddha's head. He didn't notice the approach of the swift shadow. Come from the front door. This is a fish with sharp thorns in front of its mouth. Although it is not as huge as a sea king, it is precisely because of this that its speed can be so fast. But how could a mere small fish injure Yezhij? Yezhij's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he reached out his hand to knock the fish flying. However, the thorn had just entered within 1 meter in front of Yezhij, and it immediately seemed to have hit a wall, and the thorn was broken on the spot. Huh? Yezhij was shocked by this sudden change. At this time, he suddenly realized that there was an invisible barrier around him. It seemed to be made of air. It was as hard as steel. The thorn broke before it got close. Okay. Isn't this the legendary golden bell jar? Yezhij's eyes brightened. It turns out that the role of the Buddha's head is here. Obviously it is the head ability, but it can extend and transform into a golden bell that covers Yezhij all the time, resisting all attacks. It's so cool. Yezhij began to study this ability as if he had discovered a gold mine. As for the little fish that wanted to attack Yezhij, Yezhij killed it and concentrated on the ability of the Buddha's head. After Yezhij was flying and pondering for hours, he finally figured out a little bit about the Buddha's head. The golden bell made by the Buddha's head is very hard, at least harder than steel. After all, the Buddha's head is also a level ability. It would be strange if there is no such hardness. Not only that, the golden bell hood is in the shape of an egg and completely wraps Yezhij in it, and even the range under his feet will be affected. It is a pity that the size of the golden bell cannot be actively controlled by Yezhij, otherwise, there is no need to waste energy to deal with those miscellaneous soldiers. When a golden bell expands, it can knock people straight away in an instant. In addition, Yezhij also discovered that the golden bell hood is not absolutely hard. Under the same A-level ability, it can only withstand 5 to 6 attacks at most before it collapses. S-level, more needless to say, it collapsed in one hit. This also means that Yezhij can't use the golden bell to defend against two powerful attacks, but it is no problem to use it to resist bullets, cold arrows, cannonballs, and explosions. A golden bell, an immortal body, with these two abilities, my life-saving ability has greatly increased. Yezhij was extremely excited. These two abilities can be said to be just right. In a few days, I will go to Big Mom's tea party. When Big Mom finds that there is a bomb in his jade hand box, he must run away on the spot. At that time, what I have to face is not only the anger of Big Mom, but everyone present at the tea party. 4 generals, many ministers, and various emperor-level characters from the underground world. The degree of danger can be imagined. Chapter 77 The 10 Billion Bailey Deal. 4 more to ask for automatic. According to Yezhij's original plan, he was only going to get the deposit, and then make a big fuss in Wangwo to make as much money as he could, and finally leave while the chaos, making Big Mom and the guests go crazy. But now, he has changed his mind. He understands very well that Big Mom's favorite things are treasure chests and desserts. Those guests will definitely give away a lot of treasure boxes to curry favor with Big Mom. By then, these things will all be theirs. When he thought that he was about to make a fortune, Yezhij couldn't help but get excited. The next step is these 4 strengthening gems. Failed 4 times and got 4 enhancement gems. After weighing it, Yezhij printed 2 of them on the eyebrows to strengthen the head, 1 on the arms to strengthen the hands, and 1 on the thighs to strengthen the feet. The 683 strengthening gems are aimed at the whole body. There is no left hand or right hand, left leg, and right leg. As soon as it was printed, Yezhij obviously felt that his whole body became stronger than before. Next, I have to give Big Mom a great gift. Yezhij's eyes flashed. Seeking automatic subscription. I'm back, is this trip going well? As soon as he got back on the boat, Raja greeted him. It went very well, and the food was delicious. The old man Whitebeard is not bad, he is indeed a legendary figure. Yezhij, Hayasho, told Raju about his legendary experience at Whitebeard. Blah blah. Just halfway through, the phone worm suddenly rang. Anyone else want to buy a jade box? Unfortunately, this thing is now worth more than 5 billion. Yezhij picked up the phone and was about to reject the other party when suddenly a thick male voice came from the other end of the phone. Supreme, it's not easy to find you. I'm Sengoku the Buddha. I have a business I want to talk to you about. I wonder if you're interested? Sengoku the Buddha? A hint of surprise flashed in Yezhij's eyes. He did not forget the name of Sengoku the Buddha, the Marshal of Marine, the leader who commanded the war on the top, known as the resourceful general by the world, and made splendid military exploits for Marine. Most importantly, he was a former. Those who fight side by side with Marine hero Garp can be regarded as the best in the world. Such a big man, he actually tried his best to find him to do business. Very interesting. Marshal Sengoku, I was so surprised to hear your voice. Yezhij teased, are your 2 subordinates okay? Are they not dead? The 2 subordinates he mentioned were naturally Kizaru and Akainu. Hearing Yezhij's sarcasm, Sengoku the Buddha's expression changed obviously. Supreme, your growth rate has greatly exceeded my expectations. I have noticed you since you were in North Blue. I thought you were just a little guy from North Blue who couldn't make any waves. I didn't expect this. How long has passed, your strength has reached this level. Among all the newcomers I have met, you are the fastest rising. Sengoku the Buddha's eyes flickered. I heard that you have received an invitation from Big Mom for the tea party, and you are going to attend the tea party as a guest. You are the first person I have heard of among the newcomers who can receive this honor. Thank you for the compliment from Marshal Sengoku. You make me feel embarrassed when you say that. Yezhij said, but from Marshal Sengoku's tone, it seems that the purpose of your search for me has anything to do with the tea party at Big Mom, right? It's really easy to talk to smart people. Sengoku the Buddha Vivisho, we have an intelligence organization in Marine, and we found out that every time Big Mom's tea party, a photo will be displayed. This photo seems to be of great significance to Big Mom, so we in Marine have always wanted get intelligence on this photo. But the intelligence personnel I sent in the past were almost wiped out, and none of them succeeded. Big Mom's defense is too tight, even the most elite undercover agents under my command can't get close to the photo. So you want me to get the pictures for you? Yezhij asked. You just need to take this picture and send it to me. Sengoku the Buddha said, this task is very difficult for us Marine, Big Mom's guests are all high-profile people, and it is impossible to cooperate with us. If they reveal our purpose, it will cause Big Mom vigilance. Then why do you think I won't tell Big Mom about this? Yezhij smiled. Because of profit. Sengoku the Buddha said, if only you could get me that picture, 2 billion Baileys, with both hands, how about that? 2 billion? Reiju, who heard this, couldn't help but look surprised. 2 billion Baileys in one photo? I'm afraid no one will believe this. But Yezhij was not surprised at all. That photo is really important to Big Mom, but there is a more important point that Sengoku the Buddha did not mention. Once someone accidentally touches that photo, Big Mom will shout like crazy and release Extreme the high-strength conqueror Haki makes her lose her steel-like defense and become an ordinary person. It can be said that that photo is the biggest weakness of Big Mom. Spending 2 billion Baileys, you can get the biggest weakness of one of the 4 emperors. For Marine, not only is it not a loss, but it is a bloody profit. 2 billion Baileys. Marshal Sengoku, your calculations are really sound. Yezhij lay down on the beach chair, 10 billion Baileys, don't do anything less. 10 billion. 1.3. Sengoku the Buddha's eyes straightened immediately. He couldn't believe what he heard was true. The price of 2 billion Baileys is a very high price even for the pirates in the New World. But the Supreme is better, and it is 10 billion when he opens his mouth. Even more bandits than robbers. Marshal Sengoku, don't be so surprised, 10 billion Baileys are just a drop in the bucket for your Marines. Yezhij said, but the income in exchange for 10 billion Baileys is far higher than this value. And you have to think about it for me. In that situation, I risk my life to take a photo for you. It's not very difficult. If there is no attractive price, do you think I will take this risk? So, 10 billion is already the best price. Chapter 78 Charlotte Bryn. 5 more ask for automatic. Supreme, you have to understand the meaning of this cooperation. Sengoku the Buddha said solemnly, you are now a reward of 360 million Baileys. Not only did you injure the 2 admirals of Marine, but you also looted the warship that transported Tenryabito the heavenly gold. These crimes will never be possible. A write-off. But if you do us Marine a great favor, I can guarantee that all of these crimes you have committed will be undone, and you will no longer be wanted, and you will be restored to full freedom. Sengoku the Buddha stated a condition that many pirates dream of. This kind of condition, in the past, can only be obtained under one status, to become King Shishibukai. Sengoku the Buddha did not explicitly say that Yezhij would become Shishibukai, his heart for reassurance had begun to show gradually. According to his thinking, once Yezhij agreed to this matter, it means that he must completely offend the people of the Big Mom pirates. Completely offending a 4 emperor, what kind of situation will be encountered in this place in the New World, one can imagine. The next time is when they Marine should help, from 06 to achieve the purpose of recruiting security. Unfortunately, this method of Sengoku the Buddha may be effective for others, but not necessarily for Yezhij. Marshal Sengoku, don't. I'm just pointing at this bounty poster, and my legendary stories to scare people. If you don't have these things, how can you let me mess around in this sea? Yezhij grinned. Sengoku the Buddha on the other end was silent. After a while, he finally said, "Tell me, what kind of conditions do you want to agree to?" I said it. My condition is 10 billion Baileys, not a single point. Yezhij said confidently, "Marshal Sengoku, if you Marines are not sincere, then forget it. I was a guest in the past, and I used to join in the fun, but if you did this, I would risk the world to go too big. Mom is doing it against you, this business, it's not worth doing it. The risk of this business is indeed very high." According to Yezhij's own arrangement, he doesn't have to fight against Big Mom and those ruthless characters at all. Anyway, his goal is the treasure of all countries. But once he touches the photo, it is equivalent to declaring war on Big Mom. Big Mom will never spare himself. As for the 10 billion Bailey, it is indeed a bit outrageous, but Yezhij adheres to the principle of one willing to fight and one willing to suffer. You can do what you want, and you don't want to pull it down. Sengoku the Buddha was silent again. Yezhij was not in a hurry, drinking yoi wine while enjoying the sea breeze, quietly waiting for Sengoku the Buddha's answer. "Okay, 10 billion Baileys, I promise you." Finally, Sengoku the Buddha accepted Yezhij's condition. "Before the tea party starts this time, I will notify the undercover agent, and I will contact you when you arrive, and I will hand over 10 billion Baileys to him as soon as possible. Once you get it, hand it over to him and you'll get what you deserve." "No problem." Yezhij knew that Sengoku the Buddha would not hand over the 10 billion Bailey to himself so easily, so he nodded and agreed with his proposal without saying anything. Then Sengoku the Buddha explained a few more details and hung up the phone. "Sengoku, spend 10 billion Baileys, you won't worry about being known by the people above, will they trouble you?" Garp ate the senbei and smiled happily. If this thing can be done, 10 billion Baileys is just a small number. Sengoku the Buddha's eyes flickered, that's Big Mom's only weakness. How many times have we fought that woman so far? This woman has never shown any flaws. If you want to subdue and catch her, it's simply a matter of Arabian Nights. If we have this trump card in Master's hands, it will no longer be difficult to deal with her. The 4 maritime overlords in the New World have turned the ocean upside down, even marine, it is extremely difficult to sanction any of them. Therefore, a chance to overthrow the 4 emperors, 10 billion is simply blood earn. Seeking automatic subscription. The day before the tea party, Yezhij and Reiju entered the territory of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. "Huh? It's snowing?" "No, it's not snow, it's cotton candy." After entering Big Mom's site, the weather became weird again. It was no longer a tornado, ice and snow, lightning and thunder, but a cotton candy rain like snowflakes floating in the sky. These marshmallows melt in your mouth and are delicious. Blah blah. The phone worm suddenly rang. Yezhij connected, but found no one's voice. This is a warning to Nianbo, indicating that we have now fully entered the territory of Big Mom. Reiju explained, "I told you before that there are 34 small islands around Cake Island, and these small islands are under the control of the 34 ministers and sons and daughters of Big Mom. What we are about to approach now is the Chocolate Island controlled by the Minister of Chocolate. Big Mom for Yezhij is the Minister of Chocolate. As long as he finds the Minister of Chocolate, Yezhij can logically get 2 billion Bailey, and at the same time, he can be introduced to the Cake Island as a guest 293 to participate in the tea party." "Stop. No approach. No approach." Just as Yezhij's boat was about to approach the shore of Chocolate Island, suddenly his phone worm made a sound of its own. "Intruder, explain your purpose, otherwise we will treat you as an enemy and deal the most ruthless blow." Yezhij picked up the phone. "I am the Supreme, let your Minister of Chocolate come and see me." After he finished speaking, he hung up immediately. "Supreme." At the same time, the chess soldier in charge of monitoring the hub immediately started to contact the Minister of Chocolate. A moment later, Yezhij's boat docked, and the Minister of Chocolate was already waiting on the shore. The Minister of Chocolate was a woman with a genial smile and a cute appearance, with double ponytails, a dollop of jelly on her shoulders, and a blanket beside her, with a respectful look. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Supreme. I'm the Chocolate Minister in charge of Chocolate Island, Charlotte Pudding, you can also call me Pudding." Charlotte Pudding smiled sweetly. But when Yezhij heard the name, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Charlotte Pudding? Chapter 79 Big Name Guests. If you want to say who among the ministers under the Big Mom Pirates, Yezhij is the most impressed, no need to ask, it must be Charlotte Pudding. Charlotte Pudding, Paramecia's ability to memorize fruit, looks gentle and polite on the surface, but in fact has a heart palpitating and unpredictable, with extremely high performance skills. If Yezhij hadn't read the comics, he would have been particularly impressed by Charlotte Pudding. In front of this girl who looks gentle and lovely, pure and lovely, how vicious and dark she is in private. "Mr. Supreme has heard my name." Charlotte Pudding laughed. "No, I just think the name is particularly nice." "Thank you for your compliment, Your Highness." Charlotte Pudding has a shy UI face, she looks like a girl in her arms, and most people will think about it when they see it. It is indeed a movie star. Yezhij, who knew the situation, admired Charlotte Pudding's vivid and natural acting without the slightest flaw. "Mom has already instructed me, Mr. Supreme, you are an important guest of our tea party, so I must treat you well." Charlotte Pudding is extraordinarily respectful and enthusiastic. "Big Mom want to entertain me? What are you kidding?" She was already very face-saving without the first action. "This guy is really lying when he opens his mouth." Yezhij murmured in his heart. "Mr. Supreme, if I'm not mistaken, what you are holding in your hand should be the jade hand box that you are going to present to your mother at the tea party." At this time, Charlotte Pudding really got to the point, looking eagerly at the jade hand box that Yezhij was holding. "Yes, but don't forget, this thing has a price." Yezhij smiled meaningfully. "Mr. Supreme, please follow me to the mansion to sit down." Charlotte Pudding didn't say much, and led the way with a smile. The group entered the minister's mansion, and Yezhij was treated as a guest and served with various delicious snacks. It tastes really good." Yezhij took a bite, and he was amazed by the deliciousness that melted in his mouth. "Reju, try it too." Good." Reja took it with a smile, but her eyes were always on the mansion. From the moment she got off the ship, she had been vigilant. Big Mom, Yezhij didn't care, but she couldn't ignore such a huge power. Especially now that they are still in each other's hinterland, anything can happen, it must be just be careful. "Mr. Supreme, this is 2 billion Baileys." Soon, Charlotte Pudding asked people to move 2 large treasure chests. When they were opened, they were all full of banknotes of the same color. "It's easy to do business with you." Yezhij closed the treasure chest with a smile. At the same time, he had already let the system scan it directly and recorded all the banknotes in the 2 treasure chests. Yezhij nodded in satisfaction after listening to the sound of the account entry notification coming from his mind. "You have seen the money. I wonder if I can check the authenticity of the jade hand box now?" Charlotte Pudding asked. "Check the authenticity of the jade hand box?" Yezhij's eyes flashed. "No problem, you can check as you like." Yezhij handed out the jade hand box directly. "Stop GE." Seeing Yezhij hand over the jade box, Reja suddenly became nervous. She knew that what was in the jade box was not a treasure passed down from generation to generation, but a bomb. "If they are discovered, I am afraid that they will be attacked by the entire Big Mom pirate group immediately, especially if they are on the opponent's territory. It is difficult for them to fly even with their wings attached." "Don't worry." Yezhij patted her hand, indicating that she should not be nervous. I saw Charlotte Pudding taking over the jade hand case, carefully examining the pattern on it, and looking at it with a magnifying glass. While watching, she noticed the change in Yezhij's expression, but she found that Yezhij didn't have the slightest guilty expression and was full of confidence. At this time, Charlotte Pudding stretched out her hand to untie the rope tied on the jade case. Seeing this scene, Raju's heart went straight to his throat. Only Yezhij remained calm, how he was before and how he is now, completely unaffected. Charlotte Pudding stopped. Mom said that she will open it by herself at the tea party, so that everyone can see the style of the jade box. So for the sake of my mother's tea party, I should keep a sense of mystery. Charlotte Pudding handed the jade box to Yezhij again. Raju let out a long sigh of relief. I can't control what Big Mom does. I only hope to promise the remaining 3 billion, but don't lose the follow-up. Yezhigo Vivi Isho. Mr. Supreme has been thinking too much. The reputation of our Big Mom pirates is still worth believing. Since your mother promised you personally, she will definitely do it. Charlotte Pudding Sweet Isho, the tea party is tomorrow, you may need to stay here for the night. Exactly, I can take a good look at your Big Mom dessert scene. Yezhij Hey Isho. Where does he go to enjoy the beauty of desserts, just to step on the spot and see where the treasures are hidden? At this moment, a chess soldier came in outside the door, leaned into Charlotte Pudding's ear and said a few words. I'm sorry, Mr. Supreme, there are more guests here. I have to go and greet you. I wish you a happy meal. Charlotte Pudding finished speaking, she left the mansion with the Xiang, Hahaozhao, chess soldier. Yezhij ignored so much and continued to enjoy his delicious dessert. Not long after, new guests arrived. Yo yo yo. Who did I see? Isn't this the sovereign that even Marine headquarters ignores? I'm so lucky to be able to meet the Supreme here. Yezhij heard this joking voice, the corner of his mouth turned, and he knew who was coming without turning his head. Shishibukai, da Flamingo. Clown, it's summer, it's such a hot weather, you're wearing a downcoat, aren't you hot? Yezhij said. I am very scared to get the attention of the Supreme. Doflamingo sat directly opposite Yezhij, and was about to continue speaking, but his eyes suddenly turned to the door. Look! Another incredible guy is here. Chapter 80 Tit for tat. 2 more ask for automatic. Yezhij followed Doflamingo's line of sight, and at a glance, he saw a few people coming in at the door. Immediately, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. And Raju behind him, his eyes became more complicated. It was none other than the one who once dominated North Blue, the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Judge took the lead, followed by 3 men who were very similar in appearance, talking and laughing. Iji, Niji, and Yuji. Mr. Judge, please take your seat. Charlotte Pudding is polite. Vinsmoke Judge glanced at the audience, and finally his eyes locked on Yezhij and Raju. Raju was not wearing a mask at this time, and was still wearing the scientific battle suit of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Judge recognized her at a glance, and there was a chill in his eyes. But Vinsmoke Judge paid more attention to Yezhij. Yezhij didn't wear a fishman mask either. After all, the news that he was not fishman had already spread. Everyone didn't know that the Supreme was not a fishman, and Yezhij came to the tea party as the Supreme. And there is no Marine to catch him, it doesn't make much difference whether to wear it or not. Sister? It's really my sister. Sister, father has come, don't you want to say something? The 3 brothers also noticed Raju at this time, and after the accident, a sneer and a schadenfreude appeared on their faces. They say that they are brothers and sisters, but in fact there is no relationship at all. For Raju's departure, they don't care about Raju's fate at all, they only care whether the reputation of the Vinsmoke family will be damaged because of it. As for Naji and Yazi, they both almost fell into Yezhij's hands, and they hated Yezhij even more. Now that Reju is with Yezhij, they naturally hate Reju together. Father. Reju's face, he stood up to salute. Okay, stop here. Vinsmokjudge raised his hand and interrupted Reju's movements with an indifferent expression. You are no longer a member of my Vinsmoke family, and I am no longer your father. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Not to mention salute me, you don't have the qualifications. After speaking, he brought the three of them directly to their seats. To Vinsmokjudge, Reju is already a useless piece of shit, this kind of thing that is no longer worth using, of course, it has to be thrown away. Oh. There is still such a grudge between the Supreme and the Vinsmoke family. Fun and interesting. Doflamingo was happily watching the play next to him. Yezhij glanced at Reju, who pursed his lips and didn't speak, and sat down slowly. The corners of his mouth twitched. The Vinsmoke family. I should be right this time. Yezhij smiled and pointed to Yazi and Niji, the two over there. Do you still remember me? Last time I saw Reju's face and didn't kill you on the spot. Now it seems that your medical skills are good. Ah, it's amazing to be able to heal up to that extent. Supreme. You bastard, don't be too arrogant. Naji's heart suddenly burst into flames, and he slammed the table and stood up, glaring angrily. The last thing that happened in Youngston was the shame of his life. With so many soldiers and preparations, even Kakozu was killed without even touching the enemy's clothes. Every time I think of this, Naji hates Kiba so much. Now when Yezhij mentioned it by Agd, he was immediately ignited, and he was furious on the spot. Naji. Vinsmokjudge snarled. Naji reluctantly sat back in his seat and stared at Yezhij with cannibalistic eyes. People today just can't learn lessons. Yezhij said nonchalantly, I thought I could learn to be good after a loss, but when I thought of someone supporting me, I immediately became more courageous. That's right, it's just a dog. Taking advantage of the blessing of the Vinsmoke family, don't you think? Rely on the arrogance. Well, if it disappears in the future, it will be a big loss. You said so? Reju. Yezhij looked at Reju. Reju knew that Yezhij was helping her out, and a warm current surged in his heart. Hey! What are you talking about, you bastard full of nonsense? It's just a little commotion at Sabayati Archipelago. Do you really think of yourself as an onion? Yuji couldn't listen anymore and said coldly. If you have the ability, you are also making a mess at Sabayati Archipelago for me to see? Yezhij raised his brows. Yuji bit Kiba's teeth. Supreme, I know you are very strong, but no matter how powerful you are only one person. I am afraid that you have not really experienced the fighting power of our Vinsmoke family in North Blue. I advise you to be careful, you don't know how to die. Ichi spoke coldly. Yazi's hatred for Yezhij didn't need anyone else at all, but he was relatively calm and moved out of the Vinsmoke family to suppress Yezhij. Ouch. I forgot, if you didn't tell me, you are a member of the Vinsmoke family. I'm so scared, I'm scared to death. With an exaggerated expression of fear, Yezhij saw Reju cover his mouth and snicker. Okay, you worthless bastards, shut up for me. Vinsmokjudge snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Yezhij. Supreme, the days ahead are very long, no one knows what will happen. I hope you'd better be so optimistic. Thank you for the blessing of the owner of Vinsmoke, I will definitely maintain this optimistic attitude. Yezhij replied with a smile, but I don't really hope that you Vinsmoke can be optimistic. If you can, the whole army will be wiped out, and they will all die. Then I will be happier. Supreme, you don't have to provoke me deliberately. Vinsmokjudge said in a cold voice, the momentary pleasure in your mouth can only give you temporary satisfaction. The future is unpredictable. One day, maybe you will pay a heavy price for what you said today.